All right, folks. Majin Moy, good morning. Good morning. If I get the signal when we're absolutely going live, but they always say it, and then they say, you are live. Are we live? We are. Especially marching on Willure, as Boylan Falcha, Currovig, Manhattan Manor, Rosie O'Grady's and Shaw New, Kujog Official and Shaw River, Kujog Official Arena, Actafaro, Nafalcha, Rovalig, Higgin or Campa. I'm marching on Willure, publisher of the Irish Echo. I have a list of 30 people who I know who are coming to the campfire in person, who I know and I've never met, because we've just went through an 18-month big silence and a very, very tough time for all our people. And I'm going to just ask you to do something before we start. Another terrible day yesterday for so many Afghan civilians killed, so many US military personnel killed. So why don't we just stand for a minute's silence in memory of those people? Thank you. Thank you. And welcome to the second Big Irish Campfire, and the first one, which is hybrid. So we're joined by an audience right across America and in Ireland online and here in Rosie O'Grady's. And I think it's appropriate. We know that some of the hardest time during the pandemic was suffered by the hospitality industry. And maybe we give a little round of applause to Rosie O'Grady's for being back and for welcoming us here. We are joined by a number of military personnel and veterans here who know all about camping. I know very little about camping. I'm actually staying in the Frank McCourt suite at the Fitzpatrick Grand Cellar. I didn't ask for it, but they put me in. So it's a long distance from camping to the Frank McCourt suite, but it's absolutely magnificent to have you all here. We're really pleased that so many people took up our invitation to travel to be with us. So they're here from San Francisco, from Seattle, from St. Paul, Minnesota, from Arizona, and you'll see them coming in during the day. And we're particularly delighted that St. Paul is here. Natalie O'Shea, who I've never met, Natalie Nugent O'Shea, I've never met either. So you're very welcome, Natalie, for joining us. So we felt that a lot of people wanted to come in. Some people have decided to stay at home. Some people couldn't make the journey, but we're going to be joined by perhaps the biggest gathering of Irish American organisations in many years. In the one spot, with so many stories to share of how they have come through the pandemic and how they're leading now the work of rebuilding. So I have no doubt that great friendships will be made today, and we hope that work continues in the time ahead. We're really lucky to have a strong team from the Irish Echo. Madeline's here, Peter's here, be tweeting all day, and Elena Brady, who's our new advertising executive, and Paul Finnegan, who will stand up wherever he is, who's our new business director of business development. And has Elena Brady left us already? I worry about that. She only started Monday, so she'll stand up too. Good for you, Elena. Good for you. And she will. Thank you. And she'll bring people over as the day progresses before you come up to speak. And in Belfast, we have a team there as well, trying to coordinate all this. And Conla and Amy, who many of you know, are looking after. So a round of applause for them as well. And you know, there's really three. When we go out to our readers across Irish America, we ask them what their priorities are. It's been the same since the Irish Echo was established in 1928. They want to see a really strong Irish American community, looking out for each other, celebrating the best of Irish American heritage, but also looking to the future and making sure that Irish Americans make a strong contribution to a strong America. And that's the common thread among everyone who will join us here today. And the second big thing we're always told is, look, let's keep the bridge to Ireland open. Tourism is part of that, and that stopped really for 14, 15 months. Business is part of that, and we need to encourage that as well. It's made a real difference. But so is the music, the exchanges, the fashion, the festivals. So many people have gone to Ireland with the Larry Kerwin tours and so on. So our readers always say, let's keep the bridge to Ireland open and strong. And we have made that our mission. And this is my first time in America, on American soil in 18 months. I have permission to travel. So you're all in trouble. I have permission to travel now, even though there's still a sanction on European passport holders and visiting. And we're going to keep that bridge strong. And then the third thing, and this has been a constant since 1928, is people want to see peace in Ireland and the peaceful reunification of Ireland. And that's the Irish echo, raison d'etre, to use the French. And we, it's been our editorial position, there should be a referendum in Irish unity. We have seen massive change. But the change we have seen is because of Irish America. Without Irish America, there'd be no peace process. And the peace process that transformed the city I'm from, Belfast, has absolutely been life-changing. And many thousands of people are alive today who wouldn't be because of Irish America, because there would be no peace process without Irish America. And our readers say, this next part of the journey, this peaceful reunification, Irish America wants to play a part in that. And we're going to facilitate that and enable that and help that. And yet in all that work, no one gives access to unionists to Irish America like the Irish Echo. In fact, the only organisation over the last 18 months in Irish America that has allowed unionist voices to speak is the Irish Echo. So we're very proud of that as well, because the new Ireland has to be an inclusive and diverse Ireland with room for everyone. So I have been a great admirer of the wonderful work that the American Irish Legislator Society in what I call Albany, but you call Albany, does. And it's the preeminent organisation or network of legislators in America. There's a sort of a wannabe organisation in California, but the American Irish Legislators of Albany, of New York, even outshine our friends up in Massachusetts. And we're very grateful that we have so many friends there over a long time now. And so Assemblyman Mike Fitzpatrick is with us. He's come in from Long Island. Thank you, Mike. And he is the tallest person in the room. And Assemblyman Mike Cusick from Staten Island. And the two Mikes agree on nothing except support for Ireland and for the cause of Ireland. And I'm also very pleased that our guest speaker to officially open the Big Irish Campfire today is Stacey Pfeffer Amato, Assemblywoman, who's oh, good for you. So thank you, Assemblywoman Amato, Pfeffer Amato, and let me tell you something about her first before she comes up. So Stacey has been to Belfast many times, or she wouldn't be invited, of course, here at all. So she proudly represents the 23rd District in New York State, the home of the Irish Riviera, certainly the New York Irish Riviera, Rockaway, Queen's County, and many of us have been reading Larry Kerwin's new book, Rockaway Blue, which is based there. Stacey has used her position to advocate for a strong and continuing relationship between our two countries, to support the contributions of Irish Americans to the culture and fabric of our city and state. Stacey joined a 2019 diplomatic trip to Ireland with the American Irish Legislator Society of New York State, further solidifying her bond with Ireland and Irish culture. During her time as an Assemblywoman, Stacey has been a strong advocate for labour unions, fought to secure better treatment and care for 9/11 first responders, and passed the first statewide legislation mandating a moment of silence and acknowledgement on 9/11 in public schools throughout New York State. Her constituency's revered status in Irish American lore has, there are, I believe, some Russian Americans in that part of the world as well. But anyone who's been to Breezy Point really knows that if you want to find the heart and soul of Irish America, that's where it is. And Rob Walsh, who's joining us today, brought me to Breezy Point some time ago after Superstorm Sandy. So please welcome Assemblywoman Stacey Pfeffer Amato. And as she comes up, and we have a small gift, and it's an important gift because it's the Irish for health, which is the word at the minute, sláinte for your office up in Albany when you go back. So Stacey Pfeffer Amato, thank you. I give you the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll bring it to Albany as soon as I go back up. Okay, let me just move this. Okay, good morning. My name is Stacy Pfeffer Amato, and I am a New York State Assemblywoman that proudly represents the 23rd Assembly District in Queens County, one that is rich and deep in its Irish roots. I would like to take a moment to thank our host, sponsor, and founder of today's gathering, the Irish Echo's publisher, Marcin O'Muller, for the privilege and honor of being here today and opening the second annual 2021 Big Irish Campfire here at the Manhattan Manor. Thank you to the Irish Echo for being a voice for the Irish community since 1928. Now, to me, as someone who went to sleepaway camp for years, a campfire was always a special and meaningful time, gathering and reconnecting with friends, making new ones while enjoying a meal and singing campfire songs. Now, I know we'll be enjoying a great meal later at the gala. I am certainly not singing you any songs today, nor would you want me to. But around our Big Irish Campfire today will be 60 speakers, in person and online, with participants and many attendees watching via the internet. Like every great campfire, we'll end tonight with a dinner celebrating the rebuilders, those Irish Americans, activists who are leading the work of recovery in their communities. It's so great today to be joined by many of my colleagues and dignitaries, and certainly it's great to be in person, isn't it? But I'd like to give a shout out to my colleague, Assemblyman Mike Cusack, who's also the president of the American Irish Legislative Society, and my colleague, Assemblyman Michael Fitzpatrick, who we've traveled together, and Senator Tim Kennedy. And many others are here today: Jerry Adams, Andy Cooney, Claudia Bauer, Seamus Carey, and Larry Kerwin, who did, as Marcin mentioned, who just wrote a book about my wonderful and beautiful community called Rockaway Blue. There are also numerous organizations represented here today, but as an elected official, I know that I'm not going to list all these organizations, because that's the first way you get yourself in trouble, by leaving someone out. The theme of the Big Irish Campfire this year is rebuilding, a theme that resonates far beyond this room. Rebuilding together to pick up the pieces as the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic recedes. Irish Americans from across the country, from Hawaii to New Hampshire, are gathering here today so we can network, strategize, and determine how best to give a shot in the arm to the Irish organizations, institutions, our dance schools, festivals, and others that were hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. As we've learned throughout the last 18 months, we need each other. And that's why it's so special that we've all gathered here today. This event marks a renewal, a sign that we are all ready to move forward together. While the work of rebuilding will focus today on the Irish American community, we will also hear about rebuilding the transatlantic bridges. This hits home for me personally. In 2019, as a member of the Irish American Legislative Society of New York, I was part of a proud delegation legislators that we took a trip to Ireland, which only reinforced the love I have for the Irish culture and community, and reaffirmed my commitment to the important relationship between Ireland and the United States. At this vital time for peace process in North Ireland, it's crucial that Irish Americans' voices are raised to defend the Good Friday Agreement. As chair of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Richie Neal has said, there can be no disruption to the Good Friday Agreement, period. We see that agreement as a template that should be a model for the rest of the world. The President has made his position very clear. You have the executive, the legislative branch, and the chair of the committee with oversight on trade saying there could be no threat to the Good Friday Agreement, and certainly no return to the hard border. We cannot allow the pandemic to interfere with peace, and I stand firm in my commitment to advocating for the Good Friday Agreement and for increased ties between the great state of New York and the people of Ireland. I want to finish with a special shout out to some of the remarkable women Irish rebuilders who will be honored tonight at the gala. They include Karen McMahon of the Irish Heritage Club of Seattle, Catherine Barry of the Irish Cultural Bay Area, and closer to home, Elizabeth Stack of the Irish American Heritage Museum in Albany, and Grace Moran, retired attorney who broke through more glass ceilings than I can count in her career. They are all examples of the enduring Irish American spirit, and I know they will inspire many others to follow in their footsteps. Once again, I want to thank Marcin for inviting me, and for all the speakers, organizations, and participants as we continue to support each other. The state of our Irish community is only growing stronger, and we will continue to stay united and commit to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Stacey Pfeffer Amato, for those inspiring. That's the County Kerry Amatos, of course. Thank you for being with us today, and we appreciate your support and hope to see you back in Ireland soon. I want to introduce a person who's going to do a presentation, and Rory McGloin, or he said last night, could also be Rory McGlone, is a talker. And it's really amazing that, a group of Irish people, some of these people like to talk, but we have given him 5 minutes to present on an absolutely fantastic project in Connecticut, which is the Irish American Home Society. It's a long-standing hub of Irish American activity, which just embarked on a marvellous rebuilding effort. So please welcome Dr. Rory McGloin from the Irish American Home Society in Connecticut.
I'm getting the cue, and he's saying, hurry up. All right, well, you can hear me, you can see me. Good morning to those of us joining virtually, and good morning to those of us joining here in downtown Manhattan. It sure is great to be back in the city that never sleeps. I'm going to take a few moments to start here. As introduced, I'm here on behalf of the Irish American Home, which is located just outside of Hartford in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I was having a brilliant dinner last night when I introduced myself and was spoken to. They said it's really unique that where you're from is called an Irish home. And I think it's so fitting here that this morning we're going to begin our celebration of Irish American community discussing our home, because like you, we start every morning in our home, and that is, of course, where we end our day, and it's where we tell our stories. And I'm just curious if anybody in the room has ever been up to the Irish home outside. Yeah, we've got a few people, and you're always welcome back anytime. So our current facility was opened in 1967. And our mission was always manifest simply to provide current and future generations a home that had an open door at all times, where they could come together, celebrate Irish culture, music, sport, dance, language, but above all else, to truly always support one another. And that is, of course, what we have done for the better part of the last 4 decades. Our home has played host to many events, from weddings and wakes, and has served, of course, as a pillar, not just for the Irish American community there in the greater Hartford area, but it has served really our entire Hartford community. At any given moment or time, you can come in and you can see all different cultures celebrating using our upstairs and downstairs hall. However, like your home, over time, there's needs. There's repairs, upgrades, infrastructure. You're forced to take care of your home, and we were put in a position where our home needed great care as well. And frankly, like, the way that we would have done it in the past would have been to do it the traditional way. We'd get everybody out for a dinner dance, you'd pass the bucket around after a GA match, and you would do it the way that we do things. We come together, we break bread, we have a bit of food, we enjoy one another. But as you know, of course, right, that wasn't possible. The pandemic placed unprecedented burdens on all of us, and we don't need to go beyond our homes to know that. And I told one newspaper along the way that you can't do what we do on Zoom. And I think that's the truth, and that's why I think so many of us made the choice to travel here today, because we know what it means to come together and to be in a space. But with challenge, of course, comes opportunity, and it really forced our relatively older population of members. It forced our traditions and the things that we used to do to think differently about, well, why can't we do it a little bit differently? And so we did. So with the support and initiative from our great leadership, we're joined today by our president, Bernie Foley, who's over here, our vice president, Brendan McCann, my co-chair, Danny Nolan, on the Capitol campaign. We came together to craft a campaign that would ultimately seek to ask others to help us, because we had felt for so long we had helped so many along the way. And as you know, if you ask your Irish friends for help, they will come running, 100%. This clicker is probably supposed to advance the slides in some way. Is that right? Oh, here we go. Brilliant. Very good. We're off and running now. So it's kind of funny, because our campaign started with a conversation around our campfire. Right here we have 2 of our longest standing and most dedicated members. On the left-hand side, Mr. John Gorman. On the right-hand side, Mrs. Lil Halloran. And essentially what we did as storytellers, the Irish people, right, Marcin just made note of that, we sat down and said, look, let's tell our story and let's share it with the world. We recorded a video, and I hope that you'll go to the Irish Echo's website maybe later on this afternoon, or visit our Irish American homepage and watch this video. It's only 5 minutes, but it's a compelling story, and it tells the story of our home, and it was shared around the world, and it had a dramatic impact. and the money came in, and we set up a fundraiser to support our home, and we had a very curated campaign. We looked at our audience. We thought they're built on nostalgia, so we targeted them first with letters that were gone to our oldest members. We then moved to a GoFundMe that had our YouTube and, of course, a message that was embedded, but it was all driven by persuasion theory and best practices. It wasn't simply just saying we need your help. It was saying it in the right ways. We spoke to a number of folks last night at dinner, and we were talking about you can do this too. So for those of you who are here this morning running centers, involved in your culture areas, right, don't be afraid to ask. Just make sure that when you do ask, right, that the campaign is built using sound best practices, and I think that you can find relatively successful results. So we then had, of course, modernize it. We had everything from QR codes sitting on our tables to, of course, reaching out to our local media and finding ways that we could build a public relations campaign. So if you've ever been to the Hartford Parade, it's one of the best parades in the world, right? And so we were able to get Fox 61, the parade sponsor. They covered us on numerous occasions. We had everything from local newspapers all the way to the Irish Central shared our article. And of course, the Irish Echo was gracious enough to sponsor us in their newspaper as well. And we're still very grateful for that because the support continues to come in today. And I'm sure what you're all kind of wondering about was, well, was it successful? And by God, it was. In 3 months, we did over $330,000 of just crowdsourcing. That's not grant funded. That was just asking folks like yourselves to say, can you please help us? And the best part about this whole story wasn't the money. It was the letters and sentiments that came in on the GoFundMe. It was the handwritten notes that we received and would open up on a Friday night after the meeting of folks who had been to our club 100 times and had folks who had never stood foot in the building, but they heard the story and they said, I want to help because I recognize that this is for the next generation. And ultimately, that's kind of in many ways what today is about, to set us up for the next generation. So, I'll close by saying this. I really appreciate the opportunity to kick things off today and to hopefully set us on a high standard and to keep us on time, so I hope I'm under my 5-minute mark. But I think about the first generation of Irish that often came over, right? And in many ways, they built bridges and roadways. They literally paved the path for the next generation. But now, as Marcin said to us last night at the dinner table, it's in our hands to maintain, to embrace, to sustain, and to keep our cultural centers alive and going so that we have fabrics in society that we can come back to, just like Rosie O'Grady's here in Manhattan, where we can come and celebrate. So home is where we start. It's where our story begins, but it's also where our story is told. So we're grateful here to be in your home today, to have had a chance to share our story with each of you. I just want to take a moment, thank Danny Nolan, my co-chair, my inspiration, who had confidence and conviction all along that we could and we would and we did. For all the members of the committee, our donors, and most importantly, you for just taking a moment to hear our story. If you're driving up 91, you get off the exit there at Route 2. You come see us, and we'd be happy to welcome you. Hartford hospitality is alive and well, and thanks to folks like yourselves and the generous donors, we will be in great shape to pass along to the next generation that is here. So I'd like to thank the Irish Echo. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. Goramaga, and I hope you enjoy your day, and we'll see you all tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Rory McGloin, and thanks for being with us. And I think we've all no doubt that the Irish American Home Society is going to do very well in Glastonbury. We just have an impromptu introduction by a gentleman called Doug McHenry, and you'll be seeing a video later today of one of the most, in my view, one of the most game-changing, inspirational initiatives out of Ireland in some time, which is the Irish Heritage Tree, which ticks so many boxes. Doug's video is going to be shown later on, but let's give him 2 minutes just to speak as well. So Doug McHenry of irishcentral.com, the Irish Heritage Tree.
Hi everybody, my name's Doug McHenry. Thank you, Marcin. Really appreciate it. It's fun to be out and about. We're just back from the Milwaukee Irish Fest last week. I don't know if any of you attended, but it was really exciting to hear music, to be with friends and make new friends and just be out and about enjoying life again, especially around all those Irish people. So I'm here to tell you today about something called the Irish Heritage Tree. I don't know if you know, but most people think of Ireland as being the land of green, but it's really a place that's really short on trees. And given the climate crisis that's affecting us all, and I think everybody has to admit it, that there is a climate issue, the CO2 problem is phenomenal, and it's impacting all of our lives. We almost had a hurricane hit New York City last week. California's on fire. Ireland was flooded. Germany was flooded. You saw all of the news. So what we're doing is we've planted 2,500 trees in Tipperary. We just signed a deal this week to plant 2,500 more trees in Cork. And our goal is to plant these trees all around Ireland and get us out of last place in terms of tree coverage and to get more like the rest of Europe. We were down to 1% tree coverage in Ireland. Like, who knew, right? So the thing that I really want to focus on is to let you know that there's an opportunity for you all to think about planting trees in Ireland, as well as using it as a fundraiser for any initiatives that you might have going on. So if you're interested in helping Ireland, planting trees, and raising money, we can help you do that. It's the Irish Heritage Tree Program, and we appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning. My name is Leo McGuire. I'm the retired sheriff of Bergen County. I'm also a New Jersey State Board Treasurer with the Ancient Order of Hibernians. I've been blessed enough. I got you, Marcini's pointing. I have to look at that camera. So all of us are used to looking at the audience. So thank you for the prompting in the back. This is the guy who had to get special dispensation to come to the United States because I guess the barbershops are still closed in Belfast. So Rob, small businesses, Rob Walsh is here. You know, one of those small business professionals you hear on 1010 Wins weekly. That's a New York radio. Very, very instrumental and important. And Rob, I'm going to introduce in a moment. But welcome to each and every one of you, the rebuilders, not only in Irish America, but from Ireland, the entire island of Ireland. So I'd like to say good morning to the folks that are here, but I know there's plenty that are saying good afternoon, and maybe a few that are saying good evening at the moment. And that's the blessing that we have in this hybrid environment and the great production in the background to put all of this on. So thank you, Irish Echo, for all that you're doing to rebuild the connections that we have, those transatlantic and trans-Pacific, in some cases, connections. So it's going to be a long day. The run of show here this morning is going to be, I'm going to introduce the next panel. As the panel comes up, to those of you out in the audience, out in Netherland, internet world, you're going to see a video. Actually, we're going to be able to see it as well. And that'll give us a chance to do some of the back stuff here. So panelists, if you wouldn't mind going to left of stage left, I guess, stage right. I don't know. Mary, help me. I'm not a theater person. Larry Kerwin, of course. Let me know how that worked. And how lucky are we to have the lead of Black 47 here again, certainly an Irish American rebuilder. And you know, if you miss Black 47 as much as I do, he's still selling CDs, so you can call him. The cassettes he gave away, we can't use those anymore. But you all are the rebuilders, and thank you all for being here, our elected officials here in New York. I know that some of the businesses, and Rob Walsh will get to this in a moment, some of the small businesses in Belfast are hurting because Mike Fitzpatrick, myself, Francis Schott have not been to Kelly's Cellar in 3 years. So I know they're feeling the pinch, and I can't wait for the time that those of us that have been honored as Belfast ambassadors can go back to Belfast physically and enjoy all that it has to offer. So rebuilders, our next one, we're going to have a video from one of our sponsors, Hinch Distillery, speaking of Kelly's Cellar. Hinch Distillery is going to be a video, but I'm also going to introduce Rob Walsh, the host of Bottom Line for Small Business on 1010 Wins, and he's also a special advisor to the president of Manhattan College. This is a guy who is go-to in New York City in every one of the boroughs, in every one of the streets. He's the guy I go to if I want to know something about New York City and small business. I remember a tour that we took down in Red Hook, which is very, very interesting many years ago in similar heat like today. But that panel that Rob is going to be hosting is called Rebuilding Community, a call to action for Irish American colleges. As an adjunct professor, I'm going to really be keenly aware of what's happening here because small businesses are the core of America and our future. So I look forward to that. So Hinch Distillery, let's run the video.
This is County Down, home of Hinch Distillery. From the incredible beauty of the Mourne Mountains to our sweeping coastline, we are proud to call County Down our home and our inspiration. Hinch whiskies are inspired by the distilling traditions and skills exchanged over the centuries during the ebb and flow of Gaelic peoples across the Irish Sea. The distillery's water source flows from the stunning Silent Valley, positioned high in the Mourne Mountains. Isolated and untouched by modern development, water as pure as it can be. County Down is one of the 9 counties of Ulster and one of the most diverse, beautiful and historic on the whole island of Ireland. Down has a strong distilling history, and from the late 18th to early 20th century was home to 7 whiskey-producing distilleries. Our distillery was designed with boldness in mind, with a distillery team full of character, innovative spirit, and ambition to help shape Ireland's distilling landscape. This is Hinch Distillery. Distilled by the bold, character is everything.
On. Thank you. Well, thank you, Leo, and what a great commercial there. Leo, the next tour will be at Moynihan Station, and I'm guessing it will be as hot as today because, from the outset, I want to say that only Marcin could have us around an Irish campfire in 90-degree weather. I mean, think about this, right? Only the Irish, the magic of the Irish. And today, you talk about the magic of the Irish during the toughest of times. We're going to be talking about rebuilding community, a call to action for Irish American colleges. And over the next 25 minutes, we'll be discussing initiatives underway at colleges to rebuild, to engage the communities. And I'm confident that we'll come away from this thinking about new ideas that will have a significant impact in bolstering our local economy, helping our small businesses, and the needs of surrounding community. And let me quickly introduce our panel. I'd love to go through their bios. You have them in front of you. We would spend 25 minutes doing that. But let me start with Seamus Carey, the president of Iona College here in New Rochelle, New York. We also have Laurie Gallagher, the director of the William J. Flynn Center for Irish Studies at the University of St. Thomas in Houston, Texas. How's the weather there, Laurie?
Warm.
Okay, warm, okay. For a campfire. Come on, let's go.
Campfire.
And then Brian Brown, executive director for University Relations at St. John's University in Jamaica, Queens. Let's start with Seamus Carey, President Carey at Iona College. During the toughest of times, Iona College decides to take a big leap. And if you looked at your Irish Echo today, you see an ad, I will hold that up, of the partnership that you have made with New York Presbyterian, one of the country's top healthcare leaders. joining together in this extraordinary leadership and the impact that that will have not only in New Rochelle, but the city and your students. Can you talk more about that? And by the way, congratulations. We should all congratulate the president for this big step. Congratulations, President Carey.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be here at this participate in this conversation. The New York Presbyterian relationship came about in parallel with our purchase of the Concordia campus in Bronxville. So there were two big initiatives going on at the same time, and you're right, it was taking place during COVID. When COVID set in, I said to the folks here, it didn't change what we needed to do. It just accelerated it. And thankfully, we had already initiated an aggressive plan for reimagining the way the school will work in the future. Tuition-driven schools, faith-based tuition-driven schools like ours cannot remain the same going forward. And Concordia College, sadly, is an example of that. They've been around for 143 years, and they're closing their doors this summer. We have to partner with community. We have to partner with other entities and institutions in the community to do well. The good part about that is that it adds value to our students' education anyway, right? And so partnering with New York Presbyterian gives our students, we're creating a new School of Health Sciences with them, and that's going to give our students so many opportunities for clinicals and for a curriculum that will be cutting edge, because that's one of the agreements we had with New York Presbyterian, is that they would advise us on the curriculum for healthcare in the future. And so we're very excited about this relationship. It's going to be a lot of work. That and getting a new campus up and running are two big initiatives that we've taken on.
You think about that, right? You see a college campus closed down. The community is probably a little bit down about that. Iona comes in and they begin a new partnership. You talk about a moonshot during a crisis. That President Carey, that's certainly something you've done. Lori, let's talk about some of the work that you're doing at the Center for Irish Studies in terms of outreach to those in need and some of the students and some of the opportunities that you have created for them.
Thank you. As many of you know, our center is named after Bill Flynn of Mutual of America in New York, and he was very instrumental in engaging our students as we take them on study abroad to Ireland and meeting government officials and people across the communities. What I'd like to talk to you today about two of our initiatives, and the first one is called Celt Care. The university developed Celt Care after Hurricane Harvey in 2017, as our students were swamped literally with the problems after the flooding that we had. And so the university developed a number of ways to help the students with their needs. Since the pandemic in 2020 hit Houston, many of our students and their families lost jobs. They were unable to pay the rent, buy food, let alone pay for their college education. The university stepped up and gave each undergraduate student a $500 scholarship, created an associate's program that was free of tuition to new students, and importantly, awarded close to $2.2 million in Celt Care to over 1,000 students. This funding gave students money for tuition, food, housing, medical care, health care, books, laptops, whatever they needed. And honestly, without this program, many of our students would not have been able to have had enough food to eat, to have a home in which to live, or the means to complete their education. And so thankfully, we're able to say that these students were able to stay in school. We retained a very high retention rate, and they were able to survive and thrive. So Celt Care is truly life-changing, and in many cases, I would say life-saving. I don't know if you want me to go on and talk about our Rising Stars.
If you could quickly talk about the second program, that would be great.
So the second program is a fantastic one. As many of you may know, the Houston area is the most diverse city in the United States, and UST reflects that diversity. So we believe in this Rising Stars program that refers to a hand up instead of a handout. And it's designed to open the door for first generation and diverse college-age students with financial need from inner city high schools so that they can attend UST with little or no cost. They receive scholarships and funding, and most importantly, they're able to participate in a robust paid internship program with over 40 sponsors, including MD Anderson Cancer Center, Methodist Hospital, JP Morgan Chase, United Way, the Houston Food Bank, the Houston Ballet. And for an example, one of the students wants to be a zoologist, and she can be placed at the Houston Zoo. So they receive valuable work experience. They have mentors. When they graduate, they're well-rounded. They're prepared for the workforce. And we're benefiting over 103 students right now, 62 of whom are freshmen. It's a really important part of the university's outreach to the community and placing our students in a work environment from the outset of their career, from their freshman year on, every year, is a win-win for everyone. So we're very excited.
Well, thank you, Lori. I want to shift gears. I want to bring it back to New York for a second. I wanted to Lori talked about first-generation students, and many might not know this. St. John's began in Brooklyn in that way. And I bet you many of those first generation were first-generation Irish.
Absolutely.
And the outreach continues. The work that you've done as an anchor in the Jamaica neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood has been phenomenal. Brian, could you tell us a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Just a quick word about St. John's, and I'm going to highlight a few people in the room. As Rob said, founded in Brooklyn, our main campus is in Queens. We just finished our 150th anniversary last year. We get a whole lot of students from the Rockaways in the 23rd District. We have a Staten Island campus that's ably represented by Assemblyman Mike Cusick. He went to this other Catholic school called Villanova, but I think that's only because he didn't get into St. John's. I don't know. We also
I knew this was going to start. We're going to have President Kerry talking about his basketball team that went to the. Go ahead.
Exactly. We have a building in Hauppauge, which gets a lot of students out on the east, ably represented by Assemblyman Fitzpatrick. And we also have campuses in Paris, Rome, and we have an agreement with Mary Immaculate College in Limerick, Ireland. So the four pillars of St. John's are really Catholic, Vincentian, Metropolitan, and Global. The reason I highlighted the three elected officials is I just want to bring it back to something that's going on at St. John's, and it's going on at a lot of private colleges and universities, and it comes from a public-private partnership from Albany. And that is HECAP. It's the Higher Education Capital Assistance Program. And this is a state program that leverages private dollars raised at universities, and you get a 3-to-1 match from the state. So for every $3 raised by the university, you get money from the state. And at St. John's University, we're leveraging that grant program that came from the state legislature to invest in health sciences, and that seems to be a recurring theme, whether it's at Iona or at St. John's or a lot of other schools. So we're building this $80 million health sciences building at our Queens campus, and we're leveraging $5 million from New York State. But we take that money, and it comes with a lot of strings attached in terms of minority, women-owned businesses, local business, organized labor. It's all written into the contracts in terms of how you leverage those resources. And I think it's just a good example, and perhaps we can expand on this a little bit more, of how not just private colleges, but public colleges are really the economic engines of a lot of communities. Now here in New York City, it's hard oftentimes. We're all colleagues, but the publics and privates are competing for a smaller amount of students. The birth rates are going down for college students. So we're all competing against each other. But HECAP is just one example of how New York State government has invested, and they see private colleges as that economic engine. And then we can invest in the community. The community dollars go out to create jobs, to create resources, and to create new programs, particularly the health sciences and others, that really hopefully our students get jobs when they graduate, and we can better serve the community.
How smart is this St. John's representative? He sees 3 elected officials from the state out there, and he highlights a state program. I mean, that's genius, right? I mean, yeah, right? You know, yesterday I was down at Catholic University in Washington, D.C., dropping off my son, Liam. We are now empty nesters, and I walked around the surrounding neighborhoods. It's called Brookland, not Brooklyn, Brookland. And Catholic University has invested a lot in the housing, and there are bookstores out there, and lo and behold, there's restaurants and shops that have opened up. I'm going to turn it back to you, President Carey. Not only are you taking over empty campuses up in Westchester, but you've been investing in the downtown of New Rochelle. Can you speak more about that?
Sure. I mean, one of the things that we're really proud of here and benefits our students as well as the local businesses is that most of the restaurants here on North Avenue, our campus is situated right on North Avenue in New Rochelle. Most of the restaurants are on our meal plan, for example, right? So their entire business, their entire income is really dependent on Iona doing really well. So it adds diversity to our student selection for food, but it supports local businesses as well. In addition to that, our graduate programs in speech pathology and occupational therapy and counseling have local clinics. And so we serve the underserved populations here in New Rochelle with those clinics. They come in and we do free service for them. Again, it benefits our programs, benefits our students, but also benefits the community. So we're really engaged in the community in that way. And, you know, I'm glad that there are public officials in the room because sometimes I think it's taken for granted how powerful of an economic driver private colleges are. We generate incredible amounts of jobs in the community. Without Iona, we're the second highest employer in the city of New Rochelle. And without these schools thriving, a lot of people will be hurting. And I worry for the small, as I said, tuition-dependent schools, in particular those that are in rural areas of the country. I think those schools are really challenged going forward, given the demographics and the interests of students going to more city schools. So that's just something to keep in mind. When people talk about the cost of higher education, right, the media tends to focus on the escalating cost of tuition, and we are very conscious about making education affordable and accessible. We have 50% of our student body are first-gen students as well. But what people don't realize is a lot of, the average cost of tuition at Iona College is less than $20,000 a year. That's one of the greatest.
Wow.
Tuition is less than $20,000. That's less than most high schools. And to me, that's one of the greatest bargains you can get, right? And so the media emphasis on the sticker price of college tuitions is very misleading to the public. And also to public officials, right? Because it's like, oh, let's go after these tuition prices. That doesn't take into account all of the tangential benefits of colleges in these communities and the amount of effort we put into keeping tuition affordable for a diverse and first-gen population. And schools like Iona, St. John's, I mean, we are doing this on a regular basis. Manhattan College.
Yeah, I was going to.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to go back on Monday.
Manhattan. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an important thing that I think the public is not getting the full story on. And that's part of our responsibility as well, is to share that story about how hard we work to keep college affordable.
You want to jump in? I know you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there is a misnomer about the high cost of particularly private colleges and universities, but we serve many first-generation students. We leverage a lot of support from the government that support this kind of has flatlined over the years. But really also, there's so much more to it involved. I mean, colleges are a business, and business has been hard. And I don't know if we have time to get into COVID and the impact of COVID, particularly on private colleges and universities. And we are trying to do the right thing. And there's a whole debate about, bringing people back and congregant living and vaccine, which I'm not even going to get into all that. But college students want to be on campus, and they want to be learning in person, and they want to get, all that. And it has been a challenge. So don't look at endowments and all that. Yeah, there's big schools with big endowments, but, a lot of them are putting in their own institutional dollars to support these students.
Lori, at St. Thomas, what is the role in the community beyond your programs? I'm putting her on.
We have a number, that's okay. We have a number of programs, especially our nursing, I'd like to mention. Houston has the largest medical center in the country. And so our nursing program is on the front line and has been through all of COVID and is very helpful. We also have a technology hub. We are right in the museum district of Houston, very close to the medical center, very close to downtown. And so we are very much interested in placing our students and building partnerships with small and large companies in any way we can, and through our alumni as well. So we are in the process of looking at some real estate developments that maybe can have that same sort of thing in terms of having some shops. I love the idea of a meal plan that gives the students some options
So do I.
with local restaurants.
Not
And
that the food is any better than the stuff in the cafeterias at colleges, right?
right.
Yeah.
But, I think that what's so important is the opportunity that all of our schools are doing is to get our students in internships and placements through alumni or otherwise, so that they can get out in the real world earlier and then, not just graduate with a resume, but graduate with a resume with passion and enthusiasm and experience.
Let's wrap up on this topic. The next generation of students often get a bad rap when it comes to service and engaging in the community. Tell me something that has happened. Lori, we'll start with you. I mean, you're so engaged with students of getting them involved in Irish culture and the arts and politics. Is the future hopeful? I'm hoping for a yes, but
Oh, yes, I think so. What I find about our students who take our Irish studies classes is that they're not all of Irish heritage by any means, and they are interested in the world. They're interested in other cultures. They're enthusiastic. They want to learn. Our classes are small. We're a small university, and I love that when I teach. And even as I taught on Zoom last spring and fall, they were more engaged, believe it or not, even though many want to be in person. Um, and I had graduate students and undergraduate students. They really want to learn about Ireland, which is very hopeful to me. And we teach Irish language. We have a professor from Clare who teaches Irish language 4 levels, and I think that's just fabulous. And we hope to go back to Ireland on study abroad next summer, and if not, as soon as we can get there, Martine will invite us.
President Carey, there's rumors down at Manhattan College campus that you steal all the good Irish runners. Beyond that, what are the connections back to the homeland?
Well, Iona was founded by the Irish Christian Brothers, and so our lineage is directly tied to Ireland, and we're very proud of that. We promote that. We too will be looking to expanding campuses into Ireland next year as soon as we can get there. That's next on the docket for a big move. And we do have some very fine Irish runners here. In fact, we've won 30 conference championships in a row in cross country.
And I had to remind you of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And I won't start talking about our basketball team, who's playing in Greece right now.
You got that Irish coach, Coach Rick
Opatino.
Yeah, Opatino. That's what I thought it is.
I think global studies, you really want to help students, give them a view of the world, take them abroad. And prior to COVID, St. John's had a very robust study abroad program, including Paris, Rome, and Limerick, and beyond. So I think if you really want to expose students, take them abroad, it's the best time to do it when you're a college student. And our students, whether they're studying domestically or abroad, they do service learning. It's part of the mission of St. John's. They have to do community service every semester. It's part of who we are and who we want to be. And whether it's here in the 5 boroughs or abroad, service is a big part of the mission of many of these faith-based and other colleges and universities.
I opened up by saying that I was confident that we'd get across the point that colleges and universities are playing even a greater role in our communities, in helping our small businesses, and bolstering our economy. And you got three great examples today, two here in New York and in Houston, of engagement and the role that colleges and universities are playing in creating jobs and creating opportunities. And during these most difficult of times, of taking big leaps, as President Kerry talked about this new exciting partnership that he has with New York Presbyterian. Let's give our panel a big round of applause, and thank you very much for all of you in your involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob Walsh and all. I was looking over my notes because we are 5 minutes ahead. So now is a good time for those of you here in person. Go grab a cup of coffee. We have a couple of bagels in the back. And do the same at home. Go get a beverage, do a bathroom break, because we have many, many more fantastic panels coming up. And with that, I would like to just introduce our next panel. Okay, we can do that too. Yeah, well, we're going to take 5. Let's do that. Thank you.
again, if you're going to ask people to take their seats again. Thank you.
Brian, will probably be. Cool. All right, Cal. Good morning. Welcome back, everybody. We had a bio break, as we used to say in the Army. Time for a bio break, right, Brendan and Mike? We're back. Welcome back, everyone. So the next panel will be led by Brian Moran, who runs a small business, the Small Business Edge podcast. So we go from Rob Walsh to Brian Moran. So obviously the focus here is on small businesses and how we can continue to rebuild. So, and the panel, of course, is Fueling the Revival, Small Businesses at the Heart of Prosperous Communities. Say that 3 times fast. But first, one of our sponsors we're really happy to have Padded Wagon back with us as a sponsor, a great Irish company. So with that, Padded Wagon. All you, Brian.
We're back. Welcome everybody back to the Big Irish Campfire. My name is Brian Moran, and as Leo said, I am the founder and CEO of Small Business Edge, as well as Brian Moran and Associates. I spent the last 30 years mostly in publishing magazines and newspapers for business owners. So I feel like small business and entrepreneurship's in my DNA, and the last 2 years have been, 18 months, let's say, have had a significant impact on my brethren in the small business market. And so today, hopefully, we're going to talk to some business owners and people involved with small business to learn how they navigated the pandemic and maybe share some best practices and what we can learn going forward. I'd like to introduce our 3 panelists, 2 who are live in New York City and 1 who is joining us virtually. First, I'd like to introduce to my immediate right, Connor Hawkins. Connor is the general manager of the Curtis Hotel, Buffalo's only 5-star hotel. He also manages Statler Hospitality, which is Buffalo's premier event destination. Virtually, we have Larry O'Toole, founder and CEO of Gentle Giant Moving Company. Larry is focused on developing leaders, expanding their award-winning service across the country, and having a meaningful impact on the communities we serve. So I'm interested in hearing about how he and his company have helped their communities over the last 18 months. And then lastly, joining us back in person in New York City is Marianne Pierce. Marianne is the founder of Map Digital, an end-to-end event platform and managed services agency that provides the people, process, and platform to produce in-person, virtual, and now hybrid multi-channel conferences. Map Digital helps clients transform their conferences into strategic business channels. So that's going to be pretty interesting to hear about how you navigated the last 18 months. Okay, let's start with Connor. Connor, it's pretty well documented how hard the hospitality industry has been hit over the pandemic. And I'd love to hear, as well as the audience, about how you've been dealing with some of the larger issues that we've been seeing in the recovery. I mean, we all kind of knew, we were all kind of forced to deal with the issues during the pandemic, but the recovery has been
uneven, to say the least. So I'm talking about like labor issues, supply chain, the Delta variant. How has your company been dealing with that?
Well, it's been very tough the last 18 months, dealing with the labor shortages, as you mentioned, lack of customers due to COVID, lack of product because you just can't get certain products in from Mexico or Europe, and the lack of not having an open border with Canada being right there at Niagara Falls. It's been very tough. The best thing we've been doing is managing with a smile and pretending that there hasn't been a shortage, there hasn't been a product shortage, and getting the job done. It probably meant working lots of more hours. Everybody's been management, myself, helping out in all departments, be it in the kitchen, housekeeping, valet parking. I think I've done a little bit of everything over the last 16 months. Some things I probably thought that I would never do again, and it's probably made us all a little bit more humble. I think I spent maybe a weekend past maybe washing pots, and I thought those days were gone from the Lansdowne Court Hotel back in Belfast when I was 16, but I guess not. So put a smile on, deal with it, make the guests feel welcome. Fingers crossed that we get the Canadian border opened again, that we get the product coming in again. We're able to get those champagnes from France and tequilas from Mexico. Hopefully come September, we'll be able to get those staff members coming back in, hopefully, from be it the University of Buffalo or Buffalo State, when college kids come back in again. But most important, just put a smile on your face and pretend it's not happening.
That's probably what most businesses have been doing. Have you had a plan? Like you said, come September, when the college students come back, is there a plan that you're looking at going ahead, like the next 6 months, saying here's where I think we should be by November, December?
Yeah, there's always a plan to have more employees than you actually have, and we're being far more aggressive with salaries and compensation. There's been bonuses laid out for after a 3-month period of working. The plan is just to get it back to where it was and do it as better. Unfortunately, we've been lucky. We've been working the whole way through the pandemic, and there's other hotels and other restaurants and friends who've had bars and restaurants that haven't been as lucky, and they weren't able to survive. So, unfortunately, fortunate for them, they kind of steal some of their employees as they're gone, and pay them more. And but the plan is just to grin and bear it and make it as best you can.
Yeah. I'm going to go virtually now to Larry O'Toole. Larry, you're the founder of Gentle Giant Moving Company, and you deliver award-winning service. You mentioned that you strive to have meaningful impact on the communities that you serve. What have you seen over the past 18 months, and what are you seeing now in the communities that you serve and how you're helping them?
Well, it's been more of a challenge to make the same kind of impact with COVID. One of the things we're proudest of is we've started rowing clubs for 5 of the local high schools, where we funded the entire program. And over the years, the last 20 years that we've been doing it, so many young kids from backgrounds that are closer to working class have been able to get into top universities and make and create great lives for themselves. Obviously, very challenging with COVID, having to keep the kids rowing in single boats and not together, etc., has been difficult. Another thing that we do is work with the local high schools to really coach young kids on life skills, because so much effort goes into the kids that go ahead and go to college. But a lot of the kids that are not headed there and don't have maybe a trade in the family are really lost in space, and giving them the kind of life skills to make them successful, to teach them about self-awareness and being strong in their identity and knowing how to manage conflict and learning about accountability. Obviously, with COVID, we had to scale back a little bit on these joint projects. But one of the things, obviously, that hurt us here is obviously the labor shortage. And we bring in over 100 workers from Europe, in addition to about another 40 or 50 J1 students from Ireland. And none of those people were able to come. So you're very, very, very short-handed. But one of the things, ironically, that we could do because of the demand in the real estate industry is really increase our prices enough to keep our gross profits where they needed to be. And that also enabled us to give significant bonuses to all of our workers especially in the slower winter months when we would ordinarily have a lot of slow days. We've just been busy all the time, and the workers that are there are working a lot. You have to look out for them, that they're not doing too much overtime and that they're having normal lives. But that also has been enabled us to have the resources to do a lot of pro bono work for a lot of nonprofits, where we really help with the homeless community. We did a drive partnering with the Red Sox to deliver thousands of clean socks and new socks to homeless. We have a program where we take all the furniture that customers don't need when they're moving, and working with a partner, we deliver that out to families that are moving out of homelessness. We also collect all the food that people, the non-perishable food that people have, and working with organizations like Move for Hunger and the Boston Food Bank. We're able to deliver thousands of pounds of food to people that are living at the poverty line. And also a lot of pro bono work for a number of other nonprofits that are really doing good, and being able to help them during the COVID outbreak when they've been really struggling. We've been doing well because of the strength of the real estate market, and we've been trying to, pass it forward, and help organizations that do so much good, that need our services. They need trucking and they need labor. And we've been able to dedicate a certain amount of time to doing that.
Well, that's fantastic. And I hope everybody realizes, both here and watching us online, that when you support local small businesses or even nationwide businesses like Larry's, that they pay it forward. That's kind of one of the endearing trademarks of small business owners. They, more than anybody else, realize the value of community and customers, and they will always take care of their employees, they will take care of their community. So that's been kind of a mantra for everybody that I know in small business, that, make sure that you're supporting local small businesses because they support the communities. Mary Ann, let's move it back into New York City. Your company helps produce multinational or multi-channel conferences, which are critical, obviously, to local and regional communities, like what we're seeing here today. Last March, that in-person component of your business was taken off the table. So how has MAP Digital, in the last 18 months, how have you helped your clients successfully navigate the pandemic, as well as your own company? And then what does the rest of this year look like for you?
Oh, big question. Well, I should give you some context. And in fact, MAP Digital was born hybrid. We've been webcasting. In fact, my first webcast was in 1996, opening of the Sheridan Executive Conference Center right across the street. I just walked past there this morning to get a little flashback. So we've been in the cloud for that long. My former company was called Events Digital, and we were the internet service provider for all the major hotels and the Javits. So we've been a digital service agency for a very long time. And since we're in New York City, we primarily work with the banks. And the banks, basically the Security Exchange Commission mandated in 2000 that any publicly traded company had to present live their material. It couldn't just be in a back room. Everyone should have the information that could move a stock, excuse me. So webcasting became standard. So I was way ahead of the curve for a very long time. And I'm sorry to say, a pandemic caught up with what I'm doing. So for the first time in my life, I was the right place at the right time after 20-some years of, everyone saying, what does she do? What does she do? So just to put it in context, I mean, it was, we're so used to going on site. Over the past 20 years, we work with some major banks, and we've had a seat at the table with them for many years. We're embedded. We have APIs, which is like a digital handshake where we push and pull data. We're an enterprise software platform, workflow and all those good things. So we've been developing this MetaMeetings platform that is well beyond just webcasting. It's workflow. It's obviously pushing data to sales and marketing and equities and pulling from the meeting planners when they change things. So we're really sort of, in more like a sales force when it comes to that. So we've been working at it for a long time. And so we're so used to going on site, going on site in the back of the hotel, going to the video village, plugging in our equipment so we can push that out on a webcast out. And then I think it was March 8th, one of our largest clients said they're closing their headquarters. And we're like, what? You're closing your headquarters? Because we do a lot of events in their headquarters at their conference centers besides hotels all over and convention centers all over the world. So I just said to my staff, I said, everyone to the whiteboard. Everyone. Temps, I don't care. UPS guy, to the whiteboard. Because we build software, so, we draw it out, you map it out. No pun intended. And I go, we're not going on site anymore. What are we going to do? And it's not, I worked with Gene Kranz. I produced a lot of corporate events, and he was a speaker, and he's the famous person who said, work the problem, people, and failure is not an option. So, of course, I repeated that back to my team, and they groaned. But anyway, it was one of those things. It was that incredible moment where everyone got, people who didn't have technical backgrounds or weren't programmers, how can we open our platform so we don't have to be in a hotel? We can have our speakers come into a Zoom or any other video platform and have the same experience for our clients and not miss a beat. And then again, how can we send our people home and give them the equipment so they can be producing from their kitchen table what they used to be doing in a ballroom? And our people was like, let's get this done. And I think we talk about emergency, I would say rapid innovation, which I think COVID has promoted, for healthcare innovation and many other things. It was just deploy. I'd rather pay too much money. Maybe UPS won't be able to deliver in a few days, right? So we basically sent out tons of equipment to our people all over the country. And we literally, for the last 18 months, have been producing massive content. We have one conference that's 600 live webcasts in 4 days, and it was all produced from kitchen tables all around the country. So that's what we've been doing. Just because we had a platform didn't mean we weren't disrupted and had to really not cry, not moan, just deploy. And thankfully, we were successful with it. What we've done for our clients is that they've realized that that the cloud has landed, that we have been digitally disrupted as a world. So this multi-channel, what I call hybrid is just a word because I don't have a word for it, is going to be what we're doing here. People live, people on the internet, moving it around together. We're going to be working with this for a very long time. It's been very tough. It's been very fatiguing for our staff. They work way much more than they ever did in the past. But we're learning great things we have data we never collected before that's really insightful, content that they touch, watch, download. And then you have a thing that we never had before, which is digitized content, those videos. We never had them. Most conferences didn't have them. And our clients are using them to be repurposed for training, sales, recruitment, and to make snippets to make content marketing. So it's a little, we're pivoting. We're very busy. I mean, now we're multinational. We have an event, like one day we'll have an event in Brazil, London, and New York, and the only thing that's fixed is time zones.
Yeah, yeah.
It's wonderful that we increased our sales, but it was been very stressful, and there was no Harvard business guide to how to do this. We just did it.
There will be in about 5 years.
I'll write it.
Right, for the next generation that needs it. You know, it's funny, you talked a little bit about silver linings right there with the pandemic, and that's what a lot of us look for, especially business owners, because we're always the optimist, right? If not the realist, we're the optimists. And so we talked a lot about silver linings that kept us going, and Larry had probably half a dozen silver linings, things that his company did during the pandemic to give back to the community. I'd love to hear from you. Maybe, Connor, you can start us off about just a silver lining, whether it's businesses that came together in Buffalo to share best practices or to commiserate. What was a silver lining that you saw over the last year and a half and that you hope continues?
Well, there's a few friends in business with me right now, and next month I'm opening up an Irish bar called the Banshee, and I have another couple of friends in a nightclub setting. So we got together over a pint, of course, and decided that we're going to share some staff. So that's kind of exciting because it's been a very, very tough. But one of the silver linings for me in Buffalo is that you have so many different Irish organizations, and over the past 5 or so years, each organization kind of kept to themselves. They didn't really gel until St. Patrick's Day, and we're all into the same sort of downtown parade. But one of the things for us is that a few of the Irish lads up there in Buffalo got together, and we decided that the last 18 months that there's been so many different organizations that couldn't really do their normal fundraisers. They couldn't, have their dinner dances, their table quizzes, and so on. So we decided that we're all going to come together and do this one big black tie event and gala and charge $135 for it. And all the money that's going to be organized is going to be split between each organizations evenly. And any Irish organization can get into it. You just got to ask. And so, it's brought people around the table now in meetings, and now it's like Thursday, the whole new Buffalo Irish Festival that each organization is getting in, and I think it was just because of over the pandemic we couldn't kind of get out and do the Irish parade, so the Zoom meetings came into place and everyone's getting together. So if anything, the silver lining up in Buffalo, it brought all the Irish organizations a little closer together.
I love that. I love that there's that camaraderie, and it's not competition anymore. It's a little bit of survival, but as we're in the recovery, it's all how does everybody recover? Yeah. I love that. Actually, I'll tell you a quick funny story. I was in Maine celebrating my anniversary last weekend with my wife, and we were having dinner at this restaurant, and the owner came over and said, are you enjoying yourself? How's the meal and everything? And he said, I understand you're here celebrating your anniversary. What are you doing tomorrow night? And I kind of laughed. I said, I'm having dinner right across the street. And he said, oh, that's such a great restaurant. The chef is my friend. You'll love it. Here are the best dishes. And I thought, wow, what a ringing endorsement, for a guy who's right across the street. And the next night we went over and we told him what he said. He goes, you know what? He's the nicest guy. We've met once a week for the last year and talked about how we're both going to navigate what's happening. And he's become one of my best friends. That to me is definitely a silver lining. So thank you for sharing that. Not too late. I think we have Kathleen, right? Kathleen McGuire is just joining.
How are you?
I'm great,
How are you
Kathleen.
doing, guys? How are you?
We're doing fantastic. So let me introduce you real quick, and I'm going to have a question for you.
Okay.
Kathleen McGuire is the founder and owner of First Contact, an award-winning boutique real estate firm specializing in global mobility, and they provide relocation services for Fortune 500 companies, C-suite executives, and private high net worth individuals in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Tennessee. Kathleen, the last year and a half has probably been very interesting for you in the real estate market. We heard from Larry talking about what the moving end has been like. I'd love to hear how, the real estate market's been flipped upside down, obviously. So I'd love to hear from you how you've been able to keep ahead of all of the changes, twists, and turns.
Yes, well, first of all, greetings from Nashville, Tennessee. That's where I am at the moment. I think that we are into global mobility, so we move people for a living. So when coronavirus, hit, people were not moving. So essentially, it was the worst thing that could happen to our business. The good part about it was that we were able to diversify. The markets are very volatile, and it's also, there's also led to a shift in how people migrate, how people are moving more to the south. There was a huge exodus, for example, out of New York City, where people no longer wanted to live in apartments. They didn't want to be cramped up. They wanted to go to places like Westchester and Connecticut, out as far as Pennsylvania. And then there's a huge shift towards places like Nashville, Austin, Florida for New Yorkers. So massive shifts going on nationally on the real estate front. We have a presence in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and then we were able to open an office in Tennessee, which kind of kept us going for the duration of this. We saw a little bit of movement into here. So I think diversification is certainly important. And we were also very lucky in that we represent a lot of pharmaceutical companies, Becton Dickinson being one of them. They invented the syringe. So they were busier than they'd have ever been. That's one of their patented products. So of course, with coronavirus, they saw a lot of movement. So I guess it's got to do with, I guess we were able to diversify, and we were able to identify shifts and react to those very quickly. And we were in a really good position. We have a very seasoned team, so we were able to sort of to hold on in there. What we're finding is that on a delivery basis, that it's much more difficult for us to deliver the services post-COVID that we would have been able to deliver prior to that. So, for example, people who are coming in, we do an awful lot of international moves from around the world. IBM is one of our big clients. They have 143 countries that they move people from. So we have to maintain visibility over every embassy, where's open, where's stamping visas, who's taking applications. And we've had people in holding patterns maybe for about 17, 18 months who are supposed to be reassigned to the USA, but can't get, their visa stamped in Madrid in the embassy, for example. That's just a small example. So I guess it's about keeping visibility over, what's coming in and how we're going to deliver those services going forward. Small examples include, the social security offices. That's one of the services that our concierge team provide. You can't get an appointment in a social security office for 6 weeks. Your driver's license, same thing. That type of stuff. So we have had to adapt on a daily basis, not even on a weekly basis at this point, and work with our partners. The other thing is that we work with partners nationally who have visibility over the whole 50 states. We have movement into 4 of them, but our partners and we've kept in touch with them to see what trends they're seeing, and then so that we can react and build a business out according to that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We're in the home stretch, so we're going to do what I call the Twitter round. I'm going to ask one last question, and I'd love to hear from each of you a response, minute or less. Tell me one thing. We'll start with Larry. Tell me one thing that you changed in your business because of the pandemic that you think is long-term.
Well, we've always had a budget for our gross profit, and like any business does. And one of the things we did was any dollar above that total number that we had, we divided it back to our employees. They get 50% of that, so we split it 50-50 with them. And that really, it was really great for morale. And you really felt that people were able to affect their own income by doing the kind of things that increase gross profit. And so it's really helped people make more money through the pandemic, but definitely something we're going to keep doing once hopefully we get out of this horrible situation with the pandemic.
Thank you. Kathleen, I'll let you go next. Twitter answer. What have you changed in your company that you think is going to be long-term?
I think we've recognized the value of the people, the seasoned members of our team who are able to diversify and able to weather any storm. I think that we've moved a lot of the services online that we're now depending on. We're now utilizing that an awful lot more. We've opened an office in Tennessee, and that sort of signals a move for us towards the southern states. So we're going to, I guess, we were New York, New Jersey, Connecticut before this. We've learned a tough lesson in that if one of those markets goes down, our business is going to drop dramatically. So we've learned how to hedge our bets and to cover quite a few areas and make sure that if there's something happens over here, that we still have some volume on in another area, another catchment area. So I guess just spreading and hedging our bets is the most important thing that we've learned.
Great. Connor?
I think for us, one of the things we had to do due to lack of staff is maybe shorten dinner hours, shorten lunch hours, and maybe our continental breakfast in the morning is not as staff orientated. It's more of a grab and go style. I think as a business plan, probably save money at that. So I think that's probably something that's going to stay as we get back to normal. And I think the shortening of the business, the dinner hours too, normally you'd be serving it to midnight, but not being able to get staff to work those at third shift. So I think that's going to stay and give our staff a better quality of life by getting out earlier and having to get in maybe a little bit later in the day.
Great. Marianne, I'm going to give you the last word.
Well, I'm going to echo some of our comments here. I think that what Kathleen said is your people is your superheroes, and they've all astounded me and us what they're able to do, and to trust them, flex hours, give them challenges, let them work in teams. Your job is to be a steward, not to be a boss, and be amazed. I also think empathetic partnering is to build a new model. I'm talking to other platforms who are competitors, but we're working together. Maybe I have a little more business than they do, but I need what they do, so we can all work together. Also, I reached out to hotels and AV companies who are laying off their staff. I needed them. And these are people who probably wouldn't want to talk to me in the past, but they were gleefully giving me the list of the people they just laid off. So that level of empathetic partnering, I think the pandemic has taught us to be better.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank our panelists for today's discussion, and let's give them all a round of applause. And let's just remember, going forward, to support your local small businesses. They appreciate it more than you know. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, panel. I'm going to introduce our next panel. First, we're going to have a video as usual as we do the move here, but our next panel moderator is Maria Deasy. She is the president of the Irish American Writers and Artists of New York. Very instrumental in helping us rebuild as we come out of this. Well, we're not out of the pandemic, are we? Now we have Delta, Epsilon, who knows what's going to be next, but we're going to find a way around it because we're together and working together. That's what this conference is all about. So first, we're going to hear from Tourism Ireland and our really good friend, Alison Metcalf, who's the Vice President of North America, including Canada. And again, Alison Metcalf.
Hello, my name is Alison Metcalf, Executive Vice President for Tourism Ireland in North America. Tourism Ireland is once again delighted to support the Irish Echo's Big Irish Campfire event for what looks like another inspiring programme, celebrating Irish America and, importantly, the many organisations and leaders who continue to do so much great work across all sectors of the community, business, arts and culture, to keep the transatlantic relationships that we value so much so strong. It goes without saying that the last 17 months have been very difficult for people on both sides of the Atlantic. We've all missed spending time with friends and family, making those regular trips back home that we took so easily for granted, and instead living a life on Zoom. The good news is that Ireland reopened to international travel, including the US, on July the 19th. So I thought I would take this opportunity to provide a quick update on how things are going and what Tourism Ireland are doing to encourage travellers back to the island of Ireland. The US is one of the most valuable overseas markets for Irish tourism. US travelers stay longer and spend more. And in 2019, pre-COVID, the island of Ireland welcomed 1.7 million US tourists, spending 1.6 billion euros supporting jobs and businesses all around the island of Ireland in cities, small towns, and rural communities. While the pandemic turned this on its head and has had a devastating impact on the tourism sector, the resilience of the tourism industry is evident as many businesses have used this time to develop new and unique experiences that are both accessible and safe. Over the last few months, right across the island of Ireland, north and south, the tourism and hospitality sector has worked hard to adhere to detailed protocols to ensure a safe reopening with all sectors of the industry now open and welcoming visitors, operating within prescribed guidelines around capacity restrictions and other practical measures to ensure visitor comfort. While we know it will take some time to recover to pre-pandemic visitor levels and see the restoration of direct air routes, so vital for recovery, our consumer research has consistently shown interest levels and the desire to travel to Ireland remains really strong. Up until now, Tourism Ireland's focus has been on keeping Ireland top of mind, inspiring visitors about future travel and supporting our travel trade, airline and media partners so that they are well positioned to deliver sustainable recovery. We are now ready with a major restart campaign to invite US travelers to book that long-awaited trip to the island of Ireland. This campaign will showcase the very best of what Ireland has to offer. We also have a number of high-profile publicity initiatives underway, as well as a comprehensive program of partnership marketing with airlines and tour operators selling Ireland. So who's traveling right now? Well, we always knew that the diaspora would be the first movers. So over the last few weeks, it has been encouraging to see a steady stream of people traveling back to visit friends and family, as well as tours restarting. I also know from talking to people on the ground just how reassuring it has been to hear those American accents on the streets of Dublin and elsewhere. So if you've already had the opportunity to travel back or plan to do so in the near future, we would love it if you could share your experiences with your friends and wider networks when you return to the United States to spread the word and encourage others to start planning a trip to the island of Ireland. Whether you're tuning in online or you're actually in Manhattan Manor today, we wish you an enjoyable day. Please visit ireland.com for the latest travel information, and we look forward to rolling out the green carpet and extending a big cave meal of fáilte to the island of Ireland on your next visit. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi there. I'm Maria Disi, President of Irish American Writers and Artists, and I am delighted to have been invited here by Marcin and the Irish Echo. And I am equally delighted to have this amazing panel of arts representatives and arts practitioners. First, to my right, I have Bob Kearney from the Maine Irish Heritage Center. He's one of the founding members of the MIHC, and he is on the board of, he's actually board chair, and he's on the board of the committee that's responsible for the restoration of their building, which is apparently a true architectural gem. He is also on the board of the Irish American Club of Maine, and he is very passionate about live music and about all things Irish, and especially the St. Patrick's Day parade that you guys have up there, which is, I believe, very, very popular. Next, we have my old friend, Mr. Larry Kerwin, who is, probably a lot of you know, he is a founding member of Black 47 with 2,500 gigs under his belt, 16 albums. He's also a novelist and a playwright. He has a novel out now called Rockaway Blues, so check it out. And he has a show coming to Broadway in March 2022, which is now preparing for a run in Chicago at the Nederlander Theater, which is extremely exciting. And he is the former president for 5 years of Irish American Writers and Artists, and a wonderful friend. Next, we have Catherine Barry. Catherine is here from San Francisco, and she is the editor of the SF Arts Monthly. She's also a director of Irish Culture Bay Area and the Irish Arts and Writers Festival. She's vice president of the Irish Literary and Historical Society, and she works with several Irish organizations. She's very busy, clearly, and all these people are very busy and very accomplished and active in supporting Irish art. So I'm going to kind of open the floor right now and ask them what's the state of the art in each of their communities. Bob, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. Pardon me.
I think we can all just, let's have a conversation. Let's just open it up and have some fun and really discuss what's going on in each of our organizations.
Well, the way I look at it is like, since the arts are just an integral part of Irish and Irish American culture, that organizations like this and like the Maine Irish Heritage Center are in a good position to open up and also to be part of the healing and in the community. And let me just quickly touch on a few of the things like the Maine Irish Heritage Center has done over the last 18 months with our community. And in the process, we wound up expanding our community because we have a greater reach than we did before. Communities need the arts. Society as a whole need the arts because of the dance, music, actors, activities, and stuff like that. Is a healing process in itself and bring us more back to normal. So one of the things that first got us onto this was we had a live gallery show that was being in our upper level of the sanctuary of our building, and that wound up having to be closed because we never actually even opened it, but with the help of members Gene Haney, Mary and Rob Canfield, they transformed that with music into an online art show. And in that process, that gave birth to every 3 months we would have a new exhibit online. And mostly they're artists from Ireland and from the Irish American community in the US. And what is good about that, presently, there are 2 artists from Ireland, from Armagh and Dublin, and also from New Hampshire and Maine, that are presently online. And we made it possible to, through our website, for viewers to purchase their artwork so that to help them out. Gene Haney also created this something similar called Book Talk, which is like a series of online discussions of authors that have especially new books out. The latest one we did with 2 authors in Ireland, their book, Old Ireland in Color, and they explained that the whole process. And with that, and they talked with 2 authors in Portland, one of them which is having his book launch online called Murky Overhead, that Michael Connolly's book, and then Bridget Connolly is also doing her book called Forgetting Ireland, and that's going to be discussion in Maine, Ireland, and Minnesota, so it's time.
It's bringing everyone
Yeah, it's
together.
all bringing that together.
Maybe you could have Larry's book.
Yeah, definitely. And another impact, the casualty of it was our local Irish theater, ARE, American Irish Repertory Ensemble, couldn't perform Tony Riley's creation, Ulysses for Beginners. And so with the help of Gene Haney again, they were able to take that video and put it online. And actually, this helped many of us understand Joyce, if that's possible.
Right.
So, but what was great about that was that it also got to a wider audience.
Let's move on for a second because we're talking about theater. And Larry, if you could speak a little bit about what the process has been of bringing a show to Broadway during a pandemic. And I know there have been years of workshopping, and you were at the Berkeley Rep for a while, but now you're in the thick of it, and it's, sort of up and down and touch and go in terms of theater. The rules are changing and all that. What has that been like for you personally, and what do you see for the future of the show or Broadway in general?
It's been bruising, apart from that. But on my way here today, I was thinking of my own history in the arts, and one of the things that struck me is that in bad times, particularly economic bad times and times of upheaval, that's the time that the arts really start to happen. Like I remember coming here in the 70s, and New York City was reckoned to be a disaster at that time. Right. But to us in the arts, it was a paradise. You had CBGBs with a punk explosion. You could go down there and see the greatest bands. The streets throbbed with reggae and ska, and even the rich people who were uptown in Studio 54, they had their disco music on the floor, and all those musics have combined to make what music is today. I was in a band called Turner and Corwin of Wexford back then, and with Pierce Turner, and I swear to God, we never once thought about money. Money was, do you pay your rent? But it was all about originality. How can we be original? How can we write songs that we wouldn't have written back in Wexford? How could we do that in New York? As regards Paradise Square, well, it's just one of those things. I've written, I think, something like 19 plays and musicals at this time, and it happened to get a good review in the New York Times when it was known as Hard Times, and then that hooked me up with a famous producer called Garth Drabinsky. I went up to Toronto to work with him, and then we gradually brought in a lot of really great collaborators, because that's the secret to the Broadway situation, is you're going to be collaborating with a lot of people, and you have to give up control of certain things. But hopefully the collaborations all work. They worked out in Berkeley Rep, where I met Catherine. And but one other thing I just wanted to say was the pandemic for me, although it was a national catastrophe and still is, it was just a great opportunity to not play, not travel, but to go to this little house I have up in Milford, Connecticut, on the beach and get back into nature. And through doing that, I found that I was just exploding again with ideas. But I knew that the theatrical community was really hurting. So with one of them was a commission I got to do to turn The Informer, the book by Liam O'Flaherty, and the movie by John Ford, to turn that into a stage play. And instead of going into my room and visualizing the whole thing, I decided let me work with all the young Irish actors in New York, all the ones who are looking for a break and who are not working during this time. Because for actors, it's so much harder than it is for musicians to actually get a gig and get out there. And it was a real creative upheaval for me to every Monday night, we would have a Zoom session where they would read 10 or 15 minutes of what I had written, and then I would go back and fix that up and on to the next 10 minutes. And for the actors, it was great because for the first time, for a lot of them, they were actually creating a character on stage. So I think that's one of the things we have to do is in this time of upheaval is to try and get as many people working again. And for those of you who listen to music, I'll give you one straight thing that you can do to help musicians. Forget about Spotify and things like that. Actually go and buy the music you're listening to.
Absolutely.
Everyone loves music. Everyone loves their Spotify. I can reach so many artists and everything, but what about the artist that
what
is
do they get
depending
paid?
on this?
Yeah. No, I applaud. Yeah, I echo a lot of what you said, actually. And as an actor, I will say that I participated in like online sessions with writers, trying out new pages that had previously been, we would meet downtown in a studio. And then I also ended up writing part of a musical with some alumni friends. So it was definitely a very creative time. It wasn't ideal. It's very hard to look at a script and relate to someone on screen. You know, if it's supposed to be a play, it's a whole different thing. But what I found so inspiring was this sort of can-do element of the whole creative community, and I'm of the business community as well, of course, but just, you know, all right, what do we do now? Let's make it work. Let's relate to each other. Let's create. And when we get out of this, we'll do something else. But I also, excuse me, agree that times of hardship create little pockets beyond the Zoom thing, but when we come back and we are safer to be live performing together, I do feel sometimes economic downturns do really foster creativity, community, collaboration, interesting things that wouldn't have otherwise occurred. I think a big point, especially in New York, is that Broadway shows, theater are completely dependent upon finance. Those two businesses are linked businesses. A Broadway musical costs $15 million to mount. So when that money kind of recedes and goes other places, as much as some things don't have an opportunity, other things that are not so economically dependent, that can be done in a storefront. I remember when I moved to New York, my sister used to do Jean Genet and Shakespeare in an empty storefront down on the Lower East Side where nobody lived at the time. Now you can't afford an apartment down there. So, you know, there is creativity that happens when things are a little bit less prosperous, I hate to say. So there are two sides of that story. There's the Broadway that is completely dependent and that also produces amazing work, but then there are the little things that maybe are going to start to generate now. And if I may say, Paradise Square started, you know, as just an idea, and it started at the Cell. I think that was the first place you did it, under a different name, right? So, you know, we'll see what becomes the next Broadway show even after Paradise Square, 10 years from now. But anyway, I want to move to the West Coast, to San Francisco, and talk to Catherine a little bit. You are like the maven, I think, of all of the West Coast Bay Area Irish culture organizations. I was amazed at your bio. Yeah, you know. But tell us a little bit about your experience. And it's okay not to be positive if we don't want to be positive about everything, too.
Thank you, Maria.
Yeah.
It's great to be here. Thanks to Martin and his team for doing this again. It's very excited that this is happening, and we're getting together in person as well. And it's great to be in another kind of fire that's not a California blazing fire that I've just left. It's ironic that this is named Irish Campfire, but anyway. So thank you for getting me away from the smoke into the heat.
Yeah.
I think pandemic efforts in the arts community, both in the Irish, I have two hats. I have the Irish cultural hat and the mainstream SF arts hat. And my dream is for one to meet the other. And I think Larry's play at Berkeley Rep was a good example of that happening. So I really want to promote getting the Irish arts into the mainstream and not keeping to ourselves. So I think a couple of benefits from this time has been, we've reached wider audiences for sure, like you said. We've reached more national audiences, global audiences, and we've also had access to programming that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. So, for instance, I watched an Epic Museum in Dublin talk about Russian immigrants, Irish immigrants in Russia, and things like that normally you wouldn't. I think there was a lot of learning through Zoom, even though we're sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
I think we learned a bit. And we have Irish arts and writers doing a West Coast salon, and that probably wouldn't have happened without.
Exactly.
So I think we've definitely got more of a global reach. We've come together. There's less competition between groups. People really do want to work together. And I see that every day in the Bay Area. One thing that comes to mind in the mainstream arts, Bay Area arts, is there's a fabulous installation, exhibition, film show coming up in the next couple of weeks that's really on a massive barge that's going to be motoring through the East Bay and San Francisco Bay with a giant 20-foot screen, I think. And it celebrates or looks at immigrant issues. So we've got huge projections of immigrant and asylum seeker faces floating through our bay. So there's more and more outdoor stuff.
Is that a San Francisco generated project, or is that coming from?
It's actually another thing that we're doing well. It's 40 groups have gotten together just in the last few months. We're tired of waiting to have the green light to have things indoors. So I think people are doing more outdoor stuff if they can. And this is a prime example of two things happening. One is it's a huge outdoor thing. It's free. Whoever wants to, stand at the side of the bay can witness this. It's a New York artist, Shimon Ati. His work. And the other thing is to see 40 groups working together so quickly. They just turned this together, and there's cooperation and things that might not have happened so easily a couple of years ago. And I think we've just realized how we take the arts for granted. And now we're all scrambling, even over the last few months, scrambling down the road to see somebody playing mediocre music in a garden or anything, just anything. We just need, Zoom is never going to do it for most of the arts. We need to be live in person. And whether it's in looking at someone in the bay or being indoors, we're with people who are enjoying the same thing. And I think that's huge. And we have to figure out how we can hold on to some of these audiences that we have captured a bit with our virtual programming. We don't want to go back to isolation, especially in California and the West Coast, where we are isolated from the East Coast and European arts very much. So we need to figure out how to do that, and we need to figure out how to get some money. So we've taken a hit, we've been walloped. And
would you say the hit is coming from private funding or public funding?
Well, it's public, it's city funding, it's grants for the arts, and unfortunately, Larry, we're not in the 70s, and the old idea of being able to create in communities isn't feasible anymore because we can't afford it. Nobody can afford to live in New York or San Francisco and realize their dream as much as was possible before.
Yeah.
So
I think that's, you do bring up a good point in that most artists have a day job. It used to be that you could really kind of put together a living as an actor. I'll speak on that, by doing commercials. If theater was your passion, you had the ability to also earn income other ways. And now people have two jobs. It's just what it is. And a lot of the artists lost that second job, that nanny job, that bartender job. Some office jobs, were lost. So I think the support for the arts is twofold. It's support for those day jobs and support for the actual art itself and the creation of it. But I do stand by my point that I think hard times engender interesting work.
Absolutely, and I'd like to lastly say that I think that we've got a treat in store for us with artists who've been locked up for a year, have been, creative juices have been flowing. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised at what happens over the next. Saw on Twitter yesterday, Martin Hayes has written a book.
Oh, wow.
So people are busy doing different, maybe Colin Tobin has taken up the fiddle, I don't know. Right. People are busy and producing. And
I think everybody should realize, though, that it's up to you to really get out there and support the artists, because you can do that, if you have I know the musicians are dying at the moment, and it's going to be very hard to get back in again because a lot of the venues will have closed. I would hate to be with Black 47 and getting it out on the road again, because the avenues we traveled, you can't do that anymore. But you can, when you're having a party, bring in a band. That band will come probably for $100 or something, because it's all about getting the flow started again. And to be political, too, it's time everyone got vaccinated.
Agree, completely
Until
agree.
That happens, we can't go back to any kind of normal.
Yeah, because on that note, I gone to half a dozen live shows, but they've been all outside, waiting to get back in with the crowds. I already, because I love live music, but also got my season's tickets for the local theater. And
Great, that's great. So I think maybe we have 1 minute. So if we could have one word of what does healing mean, the future of healing in your respective communities.
what would the word be? I know that's kind of an unfair question, but let's try. Bob, do you have a word that springs to mind? It's
I'll pass and then come right back.
okay. I'm just trying it.
I'm going to use
Harry?
a few words. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think we've become more thoughtful in the
Thoughtful.
last year, and
I
I
like
think the future arts is going to be more socially aware and thoughtful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also forget about the old normal. That's gone.
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
now time to do the arts in the light of what we've come through with the pandemic, and to encourage artists not to just go back to the same old thing, but to reach out and combine with other artists and actually challenge themselves, because that's where the new normal will be.
One theme I think we keep hearing is that these different Irish organizations are coming together and collaborating and getting to know each other for the first time, and I think that's so powerful. And
And I was going to say bridge. It's
Bridge, exactly.
This is, like we've gone from live to virtual, and we're going to move back into live eventually as we slowly transform, but also that we're going to be also stay a foot in that virtual, because it's benefited, I know, the Heritage Center so much, because so many artists have contributed to us, and we want to give back to them.
Exactly.
And then so that's
So
the way.
bridge and connectivity and collaboration seems to be the meaning, the words of the day are the words of the day. So anyway, thank you to everyone for listening, and thank you again to Marcin and the Irish Echo. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, panel. It's great to see Larry Kerwin and back on top. I want to welcome Elizabeth Stack, who's here from the Irish American Heritage Museum up in Albany, and she's going to come on stage with our panel. And as they do that, we're going to see a video here from our friends up in Maine, from the Maine Irish Heritage Centre, which is represented by Bob there. So let's see the video from Maine Irish Heritage Centre. Elizabeth and our panel will take their seats. So thank you.
St. Patrick's Day in Portland, Maine, 2020. It was unlike any other. We were faced with the reality that a pandemic we quickly came to know as COVID-19 was at our doorstep, spreading in our communities, and forcing the great green doors of the Maine Irish Heritage Center to close. We were facing such uncertain times, but there was always hope, and knowing that St. Patrick's Day, the music, the stories, everything Irish would once again lift up our spirits. While the doors remained closed for several months, a new energy emerged at the Maine Irish Heritage Center. We found new ways to stay connected to our Irish community. We went virtual. We reinvented our programs for live streaming. November 22nd, 2020, we hosted a very special evening of live performances by Maine musicians, singers, dancers, actors, designers, and artists. The Best of All Things Irish in Maine 2020 was a great success and helped sustain us during unimagined times. We continue to grow new programs, including Book Talk and our art shows featuring Irish artists. The Irish American Club's St. Patrick's Day Parade and the Claddagh Award celebration are back on the calendar. And those great welcoming green doors at the Maine Irish Heritage Center, well, they are open once again. Visitors are touring our historic building, researchers are back in our exceptional library, and genealogists are busy helping people from around the world track the footprints of their Irish ancestors. Come visit us and sample the soothing tonic of Maine's vibrant and diverse Irish American arts scene. We look forward to seeing you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone again. And this panel is bouncing back, and I think the main Irish Heritage Centre set us up perfectly there. I'm Elizabeth Stack from the Irish American Heritage Museum. With me is Maureen Kennedy from the Irish Heritage Centre in Cincinnati, Bernadette Foley from the Irish American Home Society in Glastonbury, Natalie Nugent O'Shea from Celtic Junction Arts Centre in St. Paul, Minneapolis, my American geography is terrible, MN, wherever that is, and Maudie Dewar from the Irish Cultural Centre of New England in Canton. So I think Maine encapsulated exactly what happened to all of our centres. You know, you go from being an in-person bricks and mortar venue, you know, that has to shut down and transition. So that's what I'm going to ask Natalie first. In the immediate short term last March, what did you have to do to cope, or what did you have to amend in order to be able to still offer services?
Is this for me? Who's supposed to answer?
Number one, who are we? And number two, who do we want to be?
And as everybody probably did in the pandemic, it took some time to reflect, to define our programs, to say, this is who we are and this is what we do. We have 4 programs, of course. It's concerts, so we do a lot of events, entertainment, our library, our education classes, we have 3 departments, and of course our outreach. Every single one of them had to shift. So again, like everyone else, we said, well, how do we do that? We went digital. We actually also went local. We started doing a lot of food bank shelf because shortly after the pandemic, we also had the George Floyd riots in my hometown. It actually came within blocks of our Irish Center. And it was only through some of our local support of a craft brew pub and these guys that stood out all night and watched our neighborhood that we were able to escape some of the difficulty. So we went to, how do we support our neighborhood? Everything else went digital, and then we started to look at who are the voices that we need to include. So we started to really reach out to our community and include, like Larry had said earlier, some of the arts and artists that people take for granted, and we started to give them the platform. We began to feature them. We did, of course, Vimeo, YouTube. We invested in a tremendous amount of technical equipment and actually started our own live streaming company. Our production increased, and we started actually supporting the other organizations in the city. So ironically, you know, as everything really went global, our reach did expand, but we became supportive of our immediate facility. And I think that by supporting our local organizations, the other Irish organizations, you know, we became stronger together. That was one of the most important things I think that we did upon reflection. But now we're looking at everything. Everything is new. How do we do that? And what we used to do.
And so, Bernadette, were you able to take advantage of any of the grants or the federal funding? It was quite difficult, I know, you know, portals were crashing. There were very kind of abuses of the system, and then there were other people who couldn't qualify. I know in the museum world, for instance, only something like 57 museums in the state qualified for the shuttered venue grant because you had to have fixed seating. And so, you know, it was not necessarily easy, even though technically there was a lot of help out there.
Well, we're primarily a volunteer organization, with the exception of our permittee and bar staff. They're the only paid employees. So we did apply for the PPP, and not just once but twice. We did receive it, and we also applied for forgiveness and received that too. And it was really very helpful because obviously money wasn't coming in through patronage, so it was very helpful to be able to receive that.
Great. And Maureen, live with us on Zoom, I know you had kind of a similar experience in terms of trying to raise money, but also keep in touch with your members. So can you speak to your experience about that, please?
Well, yes. First thing I did was I called all the members that were elderly, and that was really important. And then we shouted out and said that, you know, we needed some help keeping the doors, you know, coming open in the future. And we have many members who have businesses, and so several of those presented money for us. And also we called on the ESP grant, and it was set up for our camp, Arts and Culture Camp, and we asked if we could redo it and use it for the funding that we needed to keep the doors open. We have a 44,000 square foot building, and it's very expensive. It was built in the 1800s, and we repurposed it to an Irish center. So there's always things to do. And most recently, when we were working on things, we've had trouble with our Zoom, and it's because of the old electrical and the old systems that they have. So what we're going to do in the future is we're going to get a cell-based internet, which is supposed to be really strong, and it should work. We've had, experienced people come in and tell us what they thought would be the best to do. And so there's many, many things that we did to keep the doors open when it was allowed. And mainly we had the drive-in concerts. We have a large parking lot and people would come in their cars. And it looks like we're going to have to start doing that again. We had the 6 feet apart, people sitting out in gardens on a Sundays in the gardens for storytelling, poetry, and music. And we've had many of our friends from the United States, Canada, and also from Ireland come in online to give a shout out, to give plays, to give, theater, all different things that would be happening, including a lot of music. And so we look like we're going to be heading towards that in the future again. Things are starting to lock down. There's many, many more illnesses coming into Cincinnati. And so we have to really, keep on doing what we were doing and doing even more to make this life of mainly virtual be a great success for Cincinnati.
Yeah. And so to that, Maudie, we did all have to adapt and kind of change how we offered and even what we offered. Drive-in movies and things were not something we would have even thought about, there were drive-in concerts 2 years ago. So Maudie, were there any things that you guys instituted, in Canton that actually you will keep or that turned out to be a kind of a mixed blessing, something we thought was a contingency plan and in fact, has become such a value-added aspect?
Absolutely. Like Natalie said, when we closed down, it was a shock. When you're in a cultural centre, you're continually putting on events, whether it's a concert, whether it's a fesh, whether it's a lecture. All of a sudden, everything stops. So you have to regroup. So we paused. We focused on, we are a membership-based group, but we're also open to the public. So how do we stay connected? That was our primary focus. How do we stay connected to that membership? And so the silver lining, and I feel Irish people always find a silver lining. No matter what problem there is, you come out of it on top. And that's what we did. We reached out to our membership, asked them, first of all, maybe they'd consider renewing early. Maybe they'd consider going to a higher level. Maybe they'd consider donating. So money started to come in, which was wonderful. Now, what can we do in return? We can check in with you. So we put on a lot of Zoom events. And the silver lining, I feel, for us going forward is that we were forced to become technologically savvy. There wasn't a gradual, let's take a class. It was like, you're learning Zoom and you're learning it now. But on top of that, not only do we know Zoom and all the different programs to stay connected, but our members who, some of them older, some of them different generations, they too had to up their game in order to kind of reach people. So you had parents and grandparents helping out their elders. So all of a sudden we were connecting. And what I think will happen going forward, and we've already had this, where we do have live concerts now, but we'll also have a hybrid for that generation that maybe New England is a big area. So we have members from, let's say, even Maine or New Hampshire or Rhode Island, but they can still attend our events virtually. So we've had great success with that, and I think that will be great even moving forward, staying in a hybrid model. And collaborations. We've met so many new people. We've hopped across the ocean to Scotland to have a concert with Huron Valley. We had a lecture series with Dr. Christine Keneally in conjunction with Dr. Jerry Moran from Galway. And we had this 6-week series. And what I liked about that going forward, which I will use again, is that it wasn't just a one-off lecture. We got to know our audience. So before the lecture, Jerry's in Ireland, Dr. Moran, and we'd have a conversation. And of course, we talked about the weather. And we checked in with everybody. We had lightheartedness. And then all of a sudden, the lecture took place, and then a regroup again the next week. And I got to hear a lot of feedback from members. So, for example, I had one member in Needham, Massachusetts, with his glass of wine, tuning in for the lecture on the Tuesday, and his friend from Providence College, you know, they're 50 years ago, they went to college together, connecting on a Tuesday evening. So there's so many good things that we can take from this. Despite COVID or whether we go into lockdown again, I see us also making money from this and monetizing it, in the sense that what are you going to do on a Tuesday night in your cultural centre? Maybe have a 6 weeks lecture series, because you know your main nights are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. So that type of thing going forward. And then we're in the New England Weather Series. You can't be sure of putting on a concert on it in January and February. So it's about how can we reach those people in Ireland who can't even travel? How can we support the artists? So we were conscious of that too. Whenever we could, we tried to get local artists and get them money too, whether they're performing a Facebook Live concert or whether we're performing a Zoom concert. And also we built up relationships with other cultural centres in our surrounding areas, and also got wonderful support from the Boston Consulate. I mean, any event that we thought they might be interested in, we went to them and asked them for their support, whether it be for marketing purposes or even financial purposes. And we did get a lot of that, because there were some organisations that found it hard to adapt, and we're a little bit bigger in Canton. And so reaching out to those other organisations and running events together helped everybody stay relevant, and that's what it's all about. And so going forward, I feel, you know, leaning on each other and learning from each other. I mean, I've tuned into Zooms down in Philadelphia, the business associations, and you get some wonderful ideas. And I just think the work that's been done so far has also, I feel, because people had to slow down, they started to reconnect again and get more interest in the Irish culture. So I feel our members are more connected now than they were, let's say, 3 years ago. So many silver linings, and hopefully there's more to come.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's kind of reassuring to hear. I suppose we've had a mixed experience in a way in Albany, because a lot of people we found have been, you know, Zoom fatigued, and so people that came to us regularly, you know, to a Thursday lecture every single Thursday, if we were opening envelopes, they'd come, have not tuned in online. And so, you know, there's a kind of happy medium. And I struggle with the hybridity of the events. I don't think technology is our friend. Sometimes when you're trying to play to a live audience and there's somebody on Zoom, you know, sometimes you kind of lose a little bit of that experience. But I think you're right, Muddy, it's here to stay. We certainly have widened our reach. And so, you know, we're doing talks with authors and you know, academics and everything who are not based in Albany. So it has opened up who we can invite, but it has opened up who views. So Natalie, did you, or you know, Bernadette or Maureen, have anything to add to that about going forward? What have you learned that is sticking with you?
Well, no, I do. I'd love to echo what Madi has said, is that, you know, reconnecting in different ways is actually one of the best parts that's happened here, in reconnecting not just within the community, not just within the community. That wasn't me going away from the mic, but abroad. So that we have all of a sudden, for example, in our education program, with our 3 departments, we have a reach that's across Canada and North America and even into Ireland. And we never expected to have regular weekly classes being taken by people in all these different countries, but we do. And what we responded to and actually recognized is that they're a very diverse group. The second thing that Madi said that I'd like to echo is that the consulate of our area really stepped up to support us. So they engaged in events. We recently hosted the Irish ambassador, Daniel Mulhall, and his lovely wife, Greta. And they really enforced the idea of diversity in the globalization of the Irish experience. Now, we're all sitting here together in one room with a common heritage, but heritage isn't just defined by blood. Heritage can be defined by a lot of things, and I think it's important for us, with the George Floyd riots in the area that we're in, to see that there are a lot of African American folks that have that Irish background as well. They have Irish names. We connected with the Irish African Diaspora Network, American Irish. Dennis Brownlee, if you're out there, Dennis, thank you for working with us, to make sure that we're actually not just looking insularly. I think if you look too small, you'll disappear. Right now, we have to look broadly. We have to be inclusive. We've been following the lead of the Irish government, of course, with some of their programs like Out in America or I Am Irish, really recognizing the people that have marginalized voices who are stepping up to speak. I love the fact that we're an all-woman panel sitting up here. Thank you, gentlemen, for listening to us. And that it's been an absolute honor in the work that we've done to listen to new voices, to marginalized voices, to make sure that we are looking outwards, that we're being inclusive. With all of the restriction in immigration, of movement of society and country, we run the danger of stagnancy. And the only way to move forward is to actually think broadly, think about what is this new world looking at, and to make sure that we're inclusive. So that's been a huge part of our progress, and I think a huge part of how we're connecting with each other.
Well, and you raise an important point. It's a kind of morbid one to bring up, but a lot of our demographic is aging, or even if the demographic isn't aging, the connection to Ireland is sometimes more tenuous because it's generations out. And so I think we're almost all of us a membership-based, organisation. Our events are free and open to the public, and so you have to be inclusive because you're talking to a shrinking demographic. Maureen, did you experience anything like that?
Yes, we have a lot of people that are not Irish.
We don't have your sound.
Oh,
you're back.
Is it on? Am I on? Okay.
You are.
Well, I agree with what's been said, and we have had great success with people who are not Irish and who have come in and are taking part in what the different things that we offer. And I'm really happy that we have the Midwest Irish cultural tour, so people can work together when, different country is coming in, or someone local is coming in and wants to go to more than just Cincinnati, and go to the different things. And that's an ongoing started cycle that we hope will be a great success. I know that all the performers that I've talked to about it are really happy about it. And we've been very lucky with the people from Ireland and, from Tradfest and, the Theatre Fest, all these things that we go to, and all the people that we've met. They've all been very successful, and they've all been very willing to help out and give ideas. And just hearing the ideas from the other people today has given me more ideas. And I think it's all about connecting with each other. And I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, and Maudie touched on that, the work that the consulates have done, Culture Ireland have done to encourage us all to share things and partner with each other. And, we'll come back to that, I think. Bernadette, was there anything you wanted to add about going forward?
Yeah, I wanted to say that we've been very lucky as an Irish club because we still have a very strong connection with immigrants. And I'm talking about people who came out in the very late 40s, 50s, 60s that are still active in our club, which has made a great bridge to the first and second generation. They're very active, and we don't Zoom. We don't Zoom. That's just what our club does not Zoom. We're a very social group, and we really missed out on the dance, the music, the sport, and we're finally starting to get that back. And to meet together as a group is really that's our strong point. So I think we're going to be fine, to tell you the truth. I don't believe that this pandemic has affected us in a bad way, other than the fact that we did lose out a lot of money, but we also gained a lot of friends too. We picked up 180 new members from last September through this month, which people, when they heard about our capital campaign, Rory McGloin and Dan Nolan, who are the co-chairs, not only are they fantastic members, they're fantastic men. People were really interested in making sure that our club stayed open. So they donated, they became members, and it was just a great way, to show that we're a very prevalent little club, but yet it's very important to people.
Well, it shows you the different functions. I think that all of us in the room, we're technically a museum, but we run cultural events. And, I say all the time that heritage sometimes to me implies almost something frozen, or sort of stuck in the past. And actually it's our culture. It's changing, it's growing, it's evolving. And, when you look at Morgan Bullock now dancing with Riverdance, the African-American girl who was released a TikTok video of herself doing Irish dance, our culture is vibrant and it is inclusive, we hope, and it's our job as stewards of that to try and bring it in. The sad thing is, I suppose there has been attrition, particularly among smaller, heritage sites and museums and things like that. And we're wondering about, will we be able to do a stock take at some point of that? Maybe it's something that Culture Ireland or the various consulates will do. But Natalie, you were saying things about the partnerships and the resilience. Can you talk a little bit going forward how you think and already you guys are kind of a hybrid, the culture, the junction is a hybrid partnership already. How do you see that working out in the next couple of years?
I think that we will continue to grow and connect. One of the benefits of our organization is that we are not a member-driven organization, I suppose, is what I have to say. We are unique in the sense that everything we do comes from our programming. So our programming has to be dynamic. It has to meet the needs. It has to be answering our audience. And that's what's keeping us going. We don't have these huge, legacy donors. We don't have huge heritage fellows. We have to be answering, what do people want to hear right now? How do we answer that in all of the programming that we do? So, I think most dynamically, as we expand our audience, one of the things that we're doing is a social justice series. And that what we're doing is really having these deeper discussions about marginalized voices, bringing them together, talking about who we are, who we can be, and where we're going into the future. And that's the thing that's actually had the broadest reach and the most expansion within our organization. So we've had the Frederick Douglass series really bringing in that group of people to say, what does that mean right now, especially in the wake of the riots in our area? We've had Trad Nation. It was an LGBT discussion about what makes that community of Trad Nation. Musicians, so important. How do they have that conversation? We're enabling those conversations, talking about women and human rights. We have Catherine Zappone, who is the Minister for Women and Children, coming to talk about the tomb baby homes. How does that impact who we are and what we'll do in the future? And it's that actual foresight and activity and engagement that is going to make our organization valid in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, and I think it's important, we've touched on all of those topics too at the museum. It is important to bring those kind of scarier or maybe less, Sure and Bigara, less rainbows and leprechaun topics out there, because I think we have come from, a tough history in Ireland, certainly, and they're grappling with it at home, so we'll have to grapple with it here,
It's actually one of the things that gives the Irish the greatest strength.
Yeah.
The struggle that they've had, the difficulty, the hardships brings the story to the front, and that way we can understand and share other people's stories in a better way.
Yeah. And so, Maudie, you guys have, the sport as well as, the restaurant and all that. How is everything functioning now? Are you a little bit worried about the recent surges? We were talking about vaccination in the last panel.
Yeah, of course we are. We do have 46 acres of land, and we just hosted the North American GA finals. That was just this past weekend, 5 fields of football, hurling and camogie. And one of the things I just want to say, kind of touching on that topic, is the importance of maintaining the small and the large Irish cultural centres, because to me, sport, music, dance especially, transcends all types of divisiveness and is inclusive by its very, very nature. So the promotion of cultural centres and the promotion of the art, I think, is very, very important, and I think as Irish people we do it very well. So I'd like to say, for those organisations that are struggling, for anyone that can seek to help them in their community, it's really, really important.
Bernadette?
Well, I'd like to echo what Maudie said, that we really do rely on our culture. And our Hartford Gaelic football team actually was in Canton, and they came in second in the Junior C, so congratulations to them. But, you know, honestly, the culture is just so important to us. And we have to preserve that, and we do that at all, you know, everything that we can. We have satellite organizations that the Irish Club is their home, whether it's the Irish Northern Aid, the Hibernians, the Gaelic football or Celtic soccer. It's just very important, and you know, we're very happy that we keep our culture alive. So hopefully, barring any other pandemic or anything like that, we're going to continue to do that. The interest is there, so we're very lucky.
Yeah. Maureen, same thing. How are you finding the future? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm nervous, but I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to what we're putting in. And, you know, I have a lot of ideas of the future for the Irish Heritage Center here. And we're starting to fill up the rooms with the archives, and we have the children's room now, and we have a lot of things coming in with parents bringing in, you know, the children, and we also have the young professionals now who are active in the center. So that all is happening here. It's not happening as soon as I would like it to. And now with what's happening with the pandemic, you know, I'm more than excited to get the cell-based internet so we can have no problems. I mean, we had Dan Mulhall here, and you know, he was on Zoom, and it went out. The sound went out. I mean, I almost had a heart attack, you know, out of all people. But you know, he had to go right off, and so that was really, really bad. So I see that this is like the #1 priority for us right now. And as far as the finance, I mean, it's always a problem. I mean, it's a big building, and you know, there's a lot of bills, but we're getting along.
But we're moving on, yeah. Okay, well, I think the watchword today has been reinvigorated and inclusive and dynamic, and you know, we're very grateful that we're all bouncing back. We thank our members and our supporters and our politicians, you know, who have been, and our partners, and of course the Irish Echo for hosting us. And so Maudie's riding high because of Mayo, but they might be meeting Kerry soon, so.
I don't think so.
Thanks everyone, and enjoy the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
Well, she's tougher than I am. She got him going. I like it. I was giving the wave because Conla's back in Belfast telling me, go, go, go. But it's all fun because it's such great information that we're sharing here. So how each and every one of us can continue to rebuild in this next panel, led by my own president of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the national president, Daniel O'Connell. We refer to him as Danny O from Ohio. And just a quick background, the Ancient Order of Hibernians was started right here in New York City in 1836. And we represent Irish, Catholic, and American. And our motto is friendship, unity, and Christian charity, something we can all embrace. But the panel that Danny O is going to be leading is called Rebuilding the Irish American Community, Irish Organizations Rising to the Challenge. And I would just like to say that I don't feel it's rebuilding. I think it's continuing to expand and build because we're not broken. We're partnering together. We're working together. We're expanding our Irish American and platforms. And the diaspora continues to grow, and it's because of folks like all of you here and out there on the internet. So with that, I'm also going to bring in a couple of videos. TG4 is an Irish language free-to-air public service television network, and we're also going to hear from the Celtic Junction Arts Center. Roll it.
Ní le na bád se ach muid agus ní aganne a chiad.
Míle fáilte over asríéis tá de geachtas na sauna.
John Laura Cócrocht a bhí ag Hananti.
The village is dying in its knees.
and there seems to be nothing being done about it.
Balo yuri hard agus forget me the fault agus scale the ham shirep.
Is Mr. O'Sheen agus enough Tom concerts nu a gála mar an concertina.
Shate Martin, side war na hike, creep na heden.
Head, hua, hier has. Nuocht a hogans leergus skeelt a pobl.
An aige, tá aimsir, tá cehar fiú agus an téastáchtaí go fad an aibhói.
Tá féin ahannas na ngáil préomhaithe I mailte beaga ar núslach an éisiú.
Fáilte rómh, go iad é sathar an seo ag flag á bhílas a thugtaigh I dtreithe natha!
Welcome to the Junior Eurovision Song Contest.
Fáiltes fiche go gradam ceol gá bhílas an ídeag.
Ócáid fear spéisialt an seo an lá is mó I bhéalar na man.
Marach Lomax, ní bheoch an ceol atá nisisiúing có sever agus atá. Ná buile.
Low tide meant we'd get to school quicker, and high tide meant we'd have to take the long way around by the road.
Ní bháide an balla go dó, agus ar an dá híomh tá daoine thrásin, níl mis an anna eáil fós.
You may read ein áir down cosúla seo, just ní foin tú ein sus.
The environment seo like nadidir céim tuairt saola beag aige.
Níor an cléthe tasna nach nómach nó na higas, bud ag an de fiúlarsúla tá.
Lá I hosling son of Sam, le chuid marú, bhí agla dul amach a stíthe.
Ultra, Moontour, Ban T. She's a pilot, a doctor, an engineer. She's whatever she wants to be. Phenomenal woman.
Is mó sótalte é blach atá file na Harden go léir.
Tíobh se bhfuil a réalaigh garda bhar gríthe, thosaigh sa bhála le bhar gairde nó san obair.
Fáinge siúgatí aici agus budí aici faoin na bostaí.
Sné orgin fillaid, an bhuidan ar fad, slán go fóil.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Danny O'Connell, Director of Support Services at Youngstown State University and President of the Ancient Order of Hibernians. First off, I'd like to congratulate the Irish Echo on a second campfire. What a great concept, what a great idea. I'd also like to take a minute to thank our sponsors. The Ancient Order of Hibernians has been honored for 2 years to be a sponsor of this program. And today, I'm here to tell you a little bit about the AOH as part of our sponsorship, and then jump right into this panel discussion. And I can tell you, we had 2 Zoom meetings, and I learned more in those probably 3 to 4 hours than I thought possible in such a short period of time. So I really want to thank everyone on the panel. Currently, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, which was founded in 1836, is the largest Irish organization outside of Ireland. We are Irish, Catholic, and American. At a time when fraternal organizations are on the decline, we have been able to maintain our membership and we look to grow in the future. Part of our work has been marketing and promotions, but part of our work has been looking inside ourselves. As I listened to the earlier panels talk about inclusiveness, one of the things we have talked about is that currently the AOH's membership is restricted to men, and we are reviewing and looking at opening to women because it's just simply the right thing to do in the 21st century. The key to our success is that we encompass all things under one large umbrella of Irish Catholic Americans. We're a nonpartisan organization, but that doesn't mean we're not political. We work on issues, key issues, both in America and across the sea to Ireland. Our major programs today include things like Project St. Patrick, where we raise seminarian grants for those who are discerning vocations. We began helping the clergy simply survive here in New York City. We have a Freedom for Ireland campaign, which provides significant financial support in groups in the north of Ireland. This financial support is for justice issues such as the Ballymurphy families, community projects such as the St. Patrick Center, as well as commemorations. We work with groups such as Belfast Graves, helping them to maintain and celebrate some of our history. We always, from day one, have worked for a free and united Ireland by peaceful means. And finally, we also are a charitable organization. We have an appeal every year that provides funding for our National History Day around the country, Hibernian hunger projects, as well as scholarships for students who travel to Ireland, both as part of the Irish Way or simply to attend college. And our key from day one till today is immigration work. We work to build a better and a fair and equitable immigration policy and laws between the U.S. and Ireland. And basically, all of that and anything else Irish, from sports on, is all tied together with our heritage and our history. And we celebrate that, whether it be a fesh, a festival, or parade, or simply a gathering like the Irish Campfire. As you all know, we're here today to talk about rebuilding, or as I like it, continue to build the Irish American community, and what Irish organizations and how Irish organizations are rising to the challenge. And the thing I think about is that every year on St. Patrick's Day, the Taoiseach is invited to the White House. And if it wasn't for the people in this room and the people in this panel and the people around America watching this, that wouldn't happen. That invite is on behalf of Irish American. I want to thank everyone for doing that. So we divided this into kind of two questions, and we're going to go through the panel and discuss it. And our first question was really, what should Irish American organizations be passing on to future generations? And to address that for us is Sandra Feeney-Charles, Executive Director of the Aisling Irish Center in New York. Sandra?
Thank you. And I'm very happy to be representing the Aisling Irish Center in Yonkers. So I guess if we want to look at what we want to pass on to future generations, a good place to start would be to take a look at what we have to offer and where those offerings have come from. And I think we're all very clear that there have been millions of Irish people emigrating to the States for generations. And I just want to start with a very quick quote, if I may, from the the New York Times, October 2015. And the quote reads, "Each generation has its impact, and today about 40 million Americans claim Irish ethnicity. It's as much a reflection of America as it is of Ireland," and I think that speaks volumes. So if you look at what the Irish immigrants that came before us have brought with them, I would count a very strong work ethic as very important on the list. They've always brought with them a sense of pride and love of their heritage, Irish song, dance, music, storytelling, socializing. I'm sure there was some socializing last night among the Irish here. but also a very keen ability to assimilate in the community that they found themselves living. The new diaspora always found a way to make friends, meet neighbours, and to contribute to the new community that they found themselves living in. And alongside that, a very strong sense of caring and a desire to help people less fortunate than themselves. And indeed, that's actually one of the cornerstones of the Ashling Centre, helping people less fortunate. And I think we also need to take a look at the more recent Irish emigrants. Not so many these days, but for the younger people that are moving to America, they're coming from a country that's quite different to the one that many of us left. The workforce is highly diversified. The country is very technologically advanced, scientifically advanced. I think by a lot of standards, we would say that there's relatively good social services in Ireland, and most Irish people continue to maintain a good work-life balance, and they're bringing that with them to America. So I think we've set a very high standard for ourselves by way of our tradition, what we do and what we've brought with us. So we have a challenge. We are professionals. We value our contributions to society, the quality of our work, by who we are and what we do, and our job is to continue that legacy of being proud of who we are, the people that contributed so much to building this country, and share that with the generations that come behind us.
Thank you, Sandra, and I apologize for my Midwestern pronunciation.
That's
there.
Okay.
But as we looked at these challenges and we looked at the fact that the Irish did so much to build America, we talked about what are the challenges of Irish America and how do we overcome them. And first to discuss that is Lisa Maloney, President of the Irish American Business Chamber and Network in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lisa?
Great, thank you. Well, I'm going to kind of start by taking something that Sandra just said, and the concept of we are professionals. The Irish American Business Chamber is a business chamber, and we promote, our mission is to promote the business opportunities between the island of Ireland, so both the North and the Republic of Ireland, and the Philadelphia, New York, or actually it's really Philadelphia, New Jersey, Delaware region. One of our biggest challenges, excuse me, within the organization is to not become stagnant in our growth opportunities. Our leadership is all volunteers. And they are volunteers that have worked and lived in Ireland, have worked for Irish companies, or have worked for American companies that have offices or businesses in Ireland. We need to remain relevant to our membership. We are member-based. We need to understand the needs, objectives, and challenges of each of our members, both our corporate members and our individual members, both Irish and U.S. We rely on our members to help other members. That is part of what we do. So our members, with their original backgrounds, they help other companies if they have knowledge about what's going on in Ireland or Irish companies coming into America. So we're relying on that. So we need to grow and continue to grow our membership. We need to also grow or continue to grow in our relationships with the Irish government, with the Irish Chambers of Commerce, and with the local county councils in Ireland. They do help us to spread the word about what we can do, how we can help, or if we don't have relationships already set up, they kind of clue us in on what their companies need, and we go and find it here in the United States for them. There are numerous business opportunities in Ireland for U.S. companies. There's areas of finance, fintech, educational services, and life sciences, or just to name a few. And in order to fulfill our mission, the Irish American Business Chamber has to continually be up to date on the market in Ireland, the legal changes, accounting, tax changes, and we rely on our experts in Ireland for that and our relationship building and our connections with those so that we can bring them to our membership. But this is a reciprocal relationship also, because it's not just our U.S. businesses going into Ireland, it's the Irish businesses coming into Pennsylvania. And we provide opportunities to make the connections for them also with the Pennsylvania government and with U.S. vendors and U.S. service providers here in the United States. And we want to, and have become a valued, I hope, it's our mission, a valued partner with them as they come and bring their goods and services to the United States. During COVID, as you've heard through the previous panels, we had to also make a pivot, to virtual programming. We did virtual seminars, we did virtual meetings, tours. We took tours of the Epic Museum. We took tours of a lot of businesses in Ireland. Whiskey. We did a whiskey tour also and got to see the inside of some whiskey generations. And I think that's here to stay. A challenge related to that, and it was brought up in an earlier, is continuing with the hybrid. We will have challenges with doing hybrid events going forward, logistical and cost, quite honestly, challenges for hybrid. But the benefit, I think, outweighs those costs in that we reach a larger audience. We can get the Irish, the people in Ireland, to these events. We have had people on the West Coast join us for events and in other areas in America also, not just that tri-state area. So those hybrid, although challenging, I think are going to be here to stay and will be very positive. In addition to the cultural connections that we need to continue to foster, the Irish American Business Chamber does foster the business connections, and I think that is very important to maintain those, the Irish American community and its connections to Ireland.
Thank you so much, Lisa, and I, for one, look forward to trying that Irish whiskey when we're done today. Paul Finnegan, our new Director of Business Development for the Irish Echo. Paul, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you very much. The angle I want to talk about is, the difficulty with building communities in the modern era now. And I look back, having come to New York in the 1980s, having been raised in Galway City, I like to say I traded one great city for another. The challenges are such that back in those days, the Irish still tended to coalesce around neighbourhoods. There was Woodside in Queens, and there was Bainbridge and Woodlawn in the Bronx. People gathered together in close proximity because that's how information was shared. Important news about jobs and employment and accommodation. That was all how word of mouth, it was all passed by word of mouth. So in that way, by that close proximity, people coming together, strong bonds were formed and community was formed. And then identity was reinforced. And from that, Irish America sustained itself over a considerable amount of time. But we don't live in that world anymore. We tend to get all the information we need right now from our smartphones. So we don't need to be in close proximity to each other to find out what the important opportunities are, the important information we need is. So we are not driven to be gather as much, and we don't gather as much in this day and age. And for the Irish, it's the problem is compounded, as Danny alluded to earlier on with the immigration laws. It's virtually impossible for an Irish person to gain long-term legal immigration in this country as it stands. So, and we can't forget too that maybe the Irish are not yearning to come here as they once were because the economic drivers that forced immigration from Ireland are no longer there. Young Irish people have a lot more of a global perspective and they have a lot more opportunity worldwide. So if anything, if they come to the United States, it's often with a specific career objective in mind, with a return to Ireland always being on the cards as a real option. The days of the one-way ticket are long gone. So that's the real challenge, is how do we build community going forward? How do we continue Irish America. And I agree with Danny, it's not rebuilding, but it's how do we shift the paradigm to how do we continue to build community in this country. Because if we don't have a sense of an Irish American identity, what will that do to the special relationship the United States has with Ireland? And you mentioned about the Taoiseach's golden ticket into the White House every year. Absolutely, we can't take that for granted. We look at, Maureen alluded to earlier on, the peace process. Look what Brexit has done to destabilize the peace process. We had the President, we had the US Congress on our side in recent months, and that has made all the difference, but we can't take that for granted. So that's, to me, is the real challenge. What does the new world of community building to build an Irish identity mean for that special relationship between the Irish and the United States? So, you know, I can say, though, that there's tremendous grounds for hope and there's a lot to build on. Irish cultural organizations and community groups, and many of them are represented here today. I won't get into listing them because I'm bound to leave one out. But they're bringing people, and sports organizations like the GAA are bringing people together physically to continue to create community. There's tremendous work going on in the business world between business Irish companies in America, American companies in Ireland. Business networks, business communities are being fostered. The same in education at the third level. We saw a panel talk about that earlier today. And I would like to say that, and it's not just because it's an exciting new gig for me to be working for the Irish Echo, but the Irish Echo is community building. News outlets, the Irish American news media is a significant community builder, and I think Maureen deserves tremendous credit for what he's doing.
Absolutely.
He's building
Thank you,
community
Paul.
here today.
Maureen, good work. And moving right from your business network takes us to Maura Clare. She's on the executive board of one of the top business networks, the Irish Network USA, as well as she works on the board for the New Haven, Connecticut St. Patrick's Day Parade. Maura?
Thank you. So the Irish Network USA is the umbrella organization for 21 local chapters of Irish Network across the United States. And our mission is to put on events and foster authentic connections between people that may lead to business opportunities. We also promote economic development between Ireland and the States and host events with representatives from such organizations as Invest Northern Ireland, Enterprise Ireland, and the IDA, along with many other speakers with topical expertise. But we don't focus strictly on business topics. We find every opportunity we can to celebrate Irish arts, culture, athletics, current events. And we're also supportive of other Irish organizations and like to partner on various endeavors. We also our chapters, I should say, are a conduit for newly arrived Irish expats to connect with their local community. And I would say that historically, the Irish Network's biggest strength has been on the local level to create those deep friendships and supportive environment. Until 2021, Irish Network USA did find it challenging to connect members from some chapters across the country with other chapters. That certainly was an area that we felt could be improved. We have held an annual conference every year in locations around the country, and for those who could travel to that, they were deeply satisfying. And of course, just a subset of our membership across the country was able to come, though. So before last year, we would occasionally put on virtual events, but I would say that our constituents were really not quite in the groove with that yet. It was hard to facilitate interaction, and people who did tune in, I think, felt that they were just listening and not really contributing, although they may have learned some things. And then, of course, early 2021, we all found ourselves suddenly very isolated. And eventually, many of us, I know, found some comfort in how astonishingly connected we could be virtually. And it was very exciting to have opportunities to connect with the widest range of presenters from across the country and from Ireland, of course. It was a real boon for us to have people from the Atlanta chapter to be able to tune in to what was going on in Colorado, people in San Francisco connecting with DC, and so on. I'd say we also rediscovered the power of story. We literally did have Irish storytellers come and speak with us, but we shared anecdotes with each other, and we heard firsthand from people in Ireland and from around the country how things were in those locations during the pandemic. We also heard stories about entrepreneurship, which I'm sure you're all aware, grew dramatically during the pandemic, and we heard stories of people serving those in need.
Maura, we're receiving our closing music from Marcin over there. Okay. So what we're going to do for a closing comment representing this incredible panel, you've got 45 seconds, Sandra, and we're done.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in closing, I think it's important to recognize that we are all rebuilding our communities, and as Paul very eloquently stated, we're rebuilding the connection between the Irish community here, the US government and the Irish at home. I think the one thing that we can all say is that we are able to build communities together, and today is a perfect example. 5 Irish centres in New York, including where Paul worked, the New York Irish Centre, the Aisling Centre, the GAA, the United Irish Counties, and the Emerald Isle Immigration Centre, raised more than $500,000 in 6 weeks to support people during the pandemic, Sláinte 2020. That was the power of Irish people coming together in the community in a time of need. We can do it, we just need to want to do it.
Thank you, and what a great panel to work with. Thank you all.
Another round of applause for Danny O'Connell. And our next panel is going to come up shortly. And the chair of that panel is Marilyn Madigan from Cleveland, Ohio. And I know there's a sort of a Boston, New York thing goes on, and there's Belfast, Dublin thing, but I didn't know there was a Cleveland, Cincinnati thing. But I made the mistake of saying to Maureen Kennedy, who was on earlier, higher things in Cleveland. And she nearly took the head off me. So Marilyn Madigan is the Vice President of the Ladies' Ancient Order of Hibernians. She's here from Cleveland, Ohio. She is a columnist for the Irish online magazine and in print magazine as well. And in 2019, she was introduced into the Cleveland International Hall of Fame for involvement in the Irish community of Cleveland. So as they take their seats, we're going to watch a short message from the Irish Central Irish Heritage Tree Project, which we heard about earlier. So let's move to that message, and when we come back, Marilyn will be standing here and introducing our panel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Doug McKendry, and I'm here to tell you about the Irish Heritage Tree Program. To the whole world, Ireland is the Emerald Isle. Beautiful, green, full of natural beauty. But in truth, Ireland's forests were decimated by human activity. Forest cover was reduced from 80% to less than 1%, making Ireland the only country in Europe to experience such a dramatic decline. In terms of tree coverage, among the European nations, Ireland is in last place. 11% compared to a European average of more than 30%. Who knew? Carbon dioxide levels in Ireland are at a record high. Measurements from the Macehead in Galway show that the carbon dioxide levels are 50% higher than in the pre-industrial era. Ireland has become warmer and wetter due to global climate change. You heard the report from the UN. It was frightening. Around the world, climate changes are causing extreme flooding, raging fires, droughts, hurricanes, and massive property destruction. The Irish government is aware of the problems and has committed to net zero emissions by 2050 to try and turn this around. But that's not enough, and it's not soon enough. This is a daunting problem affecting everyone, but what can we all do to help? The Irish Tree Council and the Irish Heritage Tree Program are working together to restore native woodlands with the aim of rewilding and returning the landscape to nature, and you can help. You can dedicate a tree in a new forest of trees, or 10 trees, or 100 trees, or 1,000 trees. We have already planted 2,500 trees in Tipperary and are planning to prepare the ground for another 2,500 in Cork this fall. Irish Central's Irish Heritage Tree Program is planting 1,000 trees per acre, rebuilding the forests in Ireland. Each acre of mature trees can capture 2.6 tons of CO2 each year. Planting these trees is a statement of belonging to the soil and to the ancestors who tilled it. The Irish Heritage Tree Program is determined to bring these forests back to life for the future generations of Ireland, and we hope you help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Madigan. I'm the National Vice President of the Ladies Ancient and Order of Hibernians. I'm very honored and privileged to be here and thank the Irish Echo for the invitation. This topic is near and dear to my heart, a shoulder to lean on. All of our panelists are associated with organizations that have given back to their communities. In this past year, it has been very challenging to see how we can keep on giving back to our communities. My own organization, the Ladies Ancient Order of Hibernians, have for 127 years given back to their community. They were the shoulder to lean on. During this past year, where we all had to adapt, I am proud to say that we adapted, and our junior division in Maryland wanted to still highlight our heritage, and they produced a video that could go to the nursing homes where they normally would dance. So they made their one adaptation and helped our whole organization still give back. I'm honored to introduce our first panelist, Siobhan Dennehy. She's a sister Hibernian, and she's our National Chair of Immigration and Education. But most importantly, she has been the Emerald Isle Immigration Center Executive Director since 2003. She has initiated a lot of social programs, and I'm proud to introduce Siobhan. And if Siobhan could please tell us how her organization has adapted and given back to her community, both the Irish immigrants and non-Irish as well. Siobhan?
Good afternoon, Madeline. Good afternoon, New York, and certainly in Manhattan. I would normally be with you, but I've transposed for a week to the northern part of New York State, and part of this whole post-pandemic era has allowed us to connect virtually. So I'm extremely grateful to the Irish Echo for putting this entire program together, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity to some of the work that all of these organizations throughout the US are doing. And yes, I'm executive director of the Emerald Isle Immigration Center, and most recently within the last year have been appointed National Ladies AOH Immigration Chair. And how we've been through the last 18 months, I think is a testament to us as immigrants, drawing upon some of the strength that we have seen from our ancestors and from people who have come before us. We wouldn't be able to have come through the past 18 months and everything that we have without that to fall back on and use as an anchor. There's a theme that's prevalent throughout the whole program here that we use strongly in New York. Níl neart go curla céile. You don't get anything done without coming together. And certainly Emerald Isle was one of the organizations that really looked at the impact of COVID and fell in with other groups in New York that created an organization called 2020 and was able to very swiftly, very directly go and help the most needy in our community, which were very often forgotten about, are undocumented. So in the backdrop of a huge pandemic where, when you think about it, New York was the epicenter of the pandemic from the early stages. So to where some of our centers are located representing the Irish community, in Queens, in Long Island City with the New York Irish Center, with the Ashling Center, with our GAA and with the United Irish Counties, we came together and we're very, very grateful with the help of the Irish government to be able to help our community directly. The response took many levels for us. It was being able to get financial assistance directly to those who needed it. And it only happened because we worked together. And it only happened because our community, who were suffering themselves in so many ways, were able to come through and give us the financial support that we were then able to give to families out in the direct area, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. So beyond that direct help and assistance, we were also grappling with, there have been some mention to the immigration laws, the day-to-day processes of what we do as an organization. We literally had to pull apart all of our operations, work remotely, and pull it back together in the aftermath of the previous administration and what they had delivered to us in terms of changes. It's anywhere to, hundreds of changes in policy that the team at Emerald Isle have been able to navigate through, and all of the centers. I have to give a shout out to all of the centers in the US, and if anyone wants to learn more or hear more about how you can directly connect with your center, I encourage you please to look up the Coalition of Irish Immigration Centers. Many of us are members on a day-to-day basis. They are the individuals that are helping our communities directly, and their website is ciic.usa.org. We're led by a wonderful executive director, Aileen Leonard-Debra, and everybody, every center needs support as we look to the future. We're not going to be able to continue to do some of the things that we have in the past. We're not going to be able to do it alone. We need our community. We need the wide aspect of everyone who's involved in this conference to look to their centers, look to our aging population, look to the individuals that need our help and are afraid to ask for it. I'm always amazed by the reach we have within Emerald Isle, directly in our communities, in where our centers are located. But beyond that, we have many individuals who are still here undocumented or even documented, have a green card, have not applied for US citizenship, and still need our help. The biggest challenge I think that I see for us going forward is being able to continue to maximize the strength of every organization and really, really capitalize on some of the connections we can make through events like this and being able to do more generally with the limited resources that we have. And certainly that's a goal of mine as I work more closely with the Ladies AOH on education about immigration. There have been so many changes. It's very difficult to explain to people how impossible it is for an Irish national to gain entry to the US. And that was pre-pandemic. So with all of your help and support, I look forward to seeing how we can benefit from the relationships to each other. Thanks, Madeline.
Thank you, Siobhan. At this time, I'd like to introduce Liam Ridey. He's the president of the United Irish Culture of of San Francisco, California. I have been at that center, and it's another home for the Irish. And Liam took on the leadership at a difficult time during a pandemic with the rebuilding of their center. So Liam, if you could tell us your goals with the rebuilding and how it will affect your community and the community at large.
Sure. Thank you for having me on here this morning and to hear a little bit about what's happening here on the West Coast and more especially in San Francisco. The pandemic was something that nobody expected, and what I think it did here in the San Francisco Bay Area was it reinvigorated our membership. It got people really excited because we were one of the few places that were able to be open and have an outside dining experience, of course, during the pandemic. And what it did, it energized our membership, and many people said that it's amazing that we had to step outside the building to take a look inside. So we had a fundraising campaign last year, the St. Patrick's Appeal, that kicked in May, and within a few months we generated $160,000. Our membership exploded. We re-engaged them. They came out for all kinds of activities that were allowable with local health directives. And towards the end of the year, I was vice president last year, and I took over the baton from Ann Cassidy Carew, past president, who was here last year. And in early January, I brought a group of people together who were interested in doing something at the Irish Centre. And really, we were looking at how to give the membership something back that would be tangible from the St. Patrick's Appeal. So we were looking at the aging building. We have some issues with electrical, plumbing, and more especially the roof and the structural integrity of the building. It's a 20,000 square foot facility. It's showing its age. It was established in 1975. Last year should have been 45 years on 45th Avenue, but that didn't work out. So several early meetings back last January and February with this working group, we came to the consensus that a new building was the best way forward, because $10 million to refresh and remodel the Irish Centre, you'd be burying it in the walls, the ceilings and the floorboards. You'd never see it. We'd never gain one extra square foot of cultural programming space, which we are in desperate need of. The benefits to the membership and the wider community for this new building, which would actually move from 20,000 square foot facility to 120,000 square foot facility. So, in the San Francisco Peninsula, we tend to go up and go down because we are actually limited by the San Francisco on one side and of course the Pacific Ocean on the other. So this is an incredibly ambitious project. We have plans ready to be submitted to the City and County of San Francisco in 2 weeks. Tomorrow evening, we have a launch party for the capital campaign. And we've had a tremendous outpouring of support, financial support and pledges and commitments already to the $60 million project. Just to give you a sense of what we are going to put into the building, it would benefit, of course, the arts and the culture, more especially with a performing arts centre, a gallery, a museum. We have a library that's bursting at the seams with all kinds of ephemera. We don't have enough space for physical exhibitions. The library would be a wonderful space as well for continuing education and for classes. Not only that, we know that arts need to be supported somehow, and within the building we are going to put in an aquatic centre and also a gym. They would be our financial engines. We have a feasibility study underway at the moment, and of course you need to get the money somewhere. Membership is one thing, and of course with all these attractive features in the new building, we would expect to grow our membership even more than what we have now. People say the demographic has changed in the Bay Area. The one thing about it compared to what happened 50 years ago is there's more people here of Irish descent now than ever was before. They're second, third and fourth generation, and they all want health and well-being classes, going to the gym. Of course, we'll return all these event spaces that we have right now. They're limited at the moment. St. Patrick's Room, the new St. Patrick's Room will be a 1,000-person event space. We'll have reading rooms for kids, daycare centre, bar, restaurant, of course. And we'll have also offices for many of our Irish American community-based organizations. So it's an incredibly ambitious project. We have so many great people behind the scenes. I feel like I'm like Jeff Bezos at the moment, trying to scale up this project with recruiting the right people and the right teams of people. We've got wonderful support on the ground, and it's really gathering steam, and I can't wait for the to get going on the building. And I'll just mention one thing. It's a very sensitive thing that this building was put in place 50 years ago by a huge team of volunteers that gave their time, talent, and treasure. And that's something we're looking towards the future to do with this new building and incorporate and repurpose some of the physical aspects of the old building into the new building and kind of give a nod of the cap to the people who came before us. Again, we have an aging demographic for sure. The people who built it are now at the end of the conveyor belt, unfortunately. But now is the time to do something bold and exciting here on the West Coast and provide a cultural asset for the entire West Coast and benefit from that down the road.
Thank you, Liam. As I said, I have had the privilege of visiting that center. It is beautiful, and I cannot wait to see how you rebuilt it. At this time, I'd like to introduce Gwen Glazier. She's the president of the Women of Irish Heritage. She is very active in the Newark, New Jersey area, and I'd like to ask her to tell us a little bit more about the Women of Irish Heritage and how she sees how they have evolved during this pandemic.
Yes, thank you, Madeline. First, I need to mention that I'm in awe of all your organizations, the size and the scope of them. When I look at our Women of Irish Heritage, we feel we're very significant in our area, which is mostly Essex County, New Jersey. But I need to thank Markeen for adding us to the A-list for the Irish Echo and convincing me to come here to talk today, because there's so much more that we can probably do. The Women of Irish Heritage, Northern New Jersey, we're located in West Orange, and we are the charter group. Our group was born in 1973. We're currently celebrating 48 years as our anniversary, soon to be 50, hopefully, in 2023. We have been rebuilding and expanding over the years, so we continue to do that. We also have 3 other groups, 2 of which are in New Jersey, that have branched off from our Women of Irish Heritage, the charter group. One is Jersey Shore, and the other one is South Jersey. And we also have a new pop-up down in Fort Myers, Florida, Southwest Florida Women of Irish Heritage. It is one of the women that has relocated and decided she can't do without the Women of Irish Heritage. So we're very happy about that. Our purpose, and when we were formed back in 1973, it was formed by 16 women that came together for a social club. That was their purpose. It has since become social, philanthropic, and also charitable. We continue to support our local partner organizations, which include the AOH, Friendly Sons of Shillelagh, the Giblin Association, the parade groups, and we are focused on the promotion of Irish culture. Our members appear to be hungry for that, and as I see what's going on here today, we need to connect more with some of the groups out there and share with you what we have as well. Our executive board is all volunteers. They are truly very talented and hardworking women. They come together. We have a meeting every month, and we also have our general meeting every month. But for that purpose, I find that these women have gone out of their way, especially during the pandemic. We didn't lose a beat. We had Zoom board meetings, we had Zoom general meetings. We didn't have our usual fundraisers, but we were able to do some raffles and things like that to generate some funds for the purpose of our scholarships and our charitable donations that we give out every year to local needy groups that support women, actually. In fact, all of you are Women of Irish Heritage in the room, hopefully. Let's see, during this past year, as I said, we didn't lose a beat. We didn't miss a beat. The women came together. We couldn't socialize like we normally would, but we held food drives. The Christmas Christmas party fee that we normally would pay to go to a holiday party, the women donated that, and we gave it to local church and charities within our own area. It seems like we think we do enough, but we never do enough. And the women are always there to help and support the different groups. Within our organization, we have been very fortunate to partner with the other local organizations in our area, to include the Friendly Sons of Shillelagh, the AOH, all the Irish organizations, and our executive board members are also board members on other Irish organizations, to include the Irish American Cultural Institute, and to include the Giblin Association and the parade committees. We've all suffered over the past year in not having the parades and bringing people together, but we were fortunate in order that our group continued to come together as best we could. Our women have been honored by these organizations, including the Friends of Brian Boru, the AOH, and it just kind of goes on and on. But we've also been grand marshals in the local parades and also deputy grand marshals. So we're pretty proud of that, because our women certainly deserve to be honored. We march not just in Essex County parades, but we've marched out of state in Savannah, Pearl River, New York. We tried for Charleston last year, but of course that was canceled. And we've marched twice now in Ireland, in Nevin and Bundoran, and the greeting there was fabulous. We have connections with the ambassador, some of our women, and he's promised to come visit us. I don't know if it's because of our Governor Murphy, and both of them being in Germany at the same time, or just he would like to visit the Women of Irish Heritage. We also have, as I said, connection with Neve Hamill in the Institutes of Study Abroad, and she was one of the people that, when we went to Bundoran, she took us around and she showed us more of Ireland probably than we had ever seen on the Atlantic Way. So in closing, I just want to thank you for having us here. Any questions or anything like that about the Women of Irish Heritage, I feel we're significant, as I said, within our own right, but when I look at all of you, I think to myself that there's some more connecting that we need to do, so we appreciate being here.
Thank you, Gwen. And now at this time, we have a representative of the Diaspora Center of Havertown, Pennsylvania. If you could please tell us how the Irish Diaspora Center has given back to your community during this past year.
No problem. Yeah, I suppose the pandemic tested the strength of our community within the Philadelphia area. I suppose the pillars of our centre would be our legal clinic, our youth and senior programs, and our consular services that we serve to the local community. What we done throughout the pandemic was to stay in touch with our senior group, which were on, prior to the pandemic, they met monthly, or weekly, sorry, but we made deliveries to them monthly. So this also kept our volunteers interacting with the organisation. We drop off tea and scones, whether it be flowers or activities, game boards, and just to check in on all how our senior program, our senior citizens were doing within the area. So then moving on to our youth, we delivered a Leadership for Life virtual program to our youth throughout the pandemic, and it was nice to stay interactive with them. Through this, they were able to help with the seniors then in the deliveries, and then grow that program even further. As we slightly came out of the pandemic, we were able to meet in person outside, which was nice to see our groups get back together. With our legal clinic and our passports, we were able to do some of that virtually, which was important to stay interactive. But then anything that we could get the people in, we could do one-on-one meetings, which was nice to go. The big thing we done was our hardship fund, as Siobhan mentioned earlier, taking care of the people within our community. It's all people that could get back to the centre and take care of the people that were less fortunate during the pandemic. So we had that hardship fund and we catered to a lot of our people. The food drive was massive, where we had 4 different locations where people could drop off food, and then we could distribute to the families that were in need and that needed it. All in all, this just showed the strength of our local community, and we were able to help so many people throughout the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Emily Ostenhorst was the executive director who was supposed to be here, so I want to give you proper recognition. If you could please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Kieran Porter, and I'm the Youth Development Director here at the Irish Diaspora Centre in Philadelphia.
Thank you very much for all your work. One thing we learned during this past year is that we became closer through Zoom. Our own leader, President Karen Keene, has initiated meetings with our state presidents every month. And during that time, we got to meet each other a little bit closer. And if everybody remembers, when Texas experienced the cold and the freezing rain, because we had met her personally, we reached out to her and said, "How are you guys doing?" And she told us, "We're okay." But again, the Irish are always giving back. She says, "Our charities are hurting." And we are a coast-to-coast community. And donations went to their individual charities from Texas as far away as New York and Ohio. So this just shows that the Irish diaspora are truly coast-to-coast. And from that example, I'd like to start with Siobhan and with all of our panelists. What can we do as a community? Because as I was telling Gwen before, it's all about being local. And when you do it on the local level, we can make many things happen. So if I'd ask all my panelists, what can we do to encourage our local communities to help these organizations? Siobhan?
Okay, thanks, Madeline. I'd love to maybe start by saying that Emerald Isle has its roots firmly in immigration reform. We're day-to-day providing individuals with assistance on how to attain citizenship. Our broader remit means that we're also engaging with individuals from 70 different countries around the world. So as much as we're connecting together day to day, one of the themes that I'll certainly be bringing back to our team at Emerald Isle is to try and think about what we can do in the current situation with Afghanistan, looking at asylees, looking at refugees, and seeing what possible assistance we have when we harness the incredible energy we have within a diaspora. We're extremely generous. We raise money for tons of different causes, and there's huge need everywhere. But if we're able to come together and give a little thought as to how we can help individuals as they go through what they're going through at the minute, that's probably one of the things that I would say. We as a community, we give all over the world. Let's see how we can come together more on that.
And thank you. And I would think that the Irish Diaspora Center has similar statements that they'd like to make to Siobhan's. Or I guess she's at a loss of words.
No, I'm not at a loss of words. I just don't want to be speaking out of turn. No, definitely we would echo what Siobhan was saying, and it's about everyone coming together and helping each other out and pushing forward on this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We're cut short for time, so we're just going to go to our next coast, because that way we know we've gone from coast to coast. Liam, what can we do to help you?
Sure. Well, for us here in the San Francisco Bay Area, our Irish Cultural Center is predominantly an event space, which was, was very difficult during the pandemic. So in going forward, they say charity begins at home, and we've energized our membership. We did have food drives last year and such. We did make deliveries for some of the goods from the Irish Shop, which was one of these enterprises we developed during the pandemic. Going forward, I think the one thing I've learned in this leadership role is if you ask people, they will help. And you have to empower those people, whether it's putting a team of capital grant writers together. I saw that happen a couple of weeks ago. You give them some ammunition and off they go with it. We certainly can't all do it on our own, so everybody coming together and working towards a common goal, I think, is the future for us here in San Francisco. It's going to take the entire village. And so we're hoping to get lots of buy-in. Tomorrow night's launch party, there's such a buzz about it. We had to cut off the RSVPs. We've over 500 people coming and 45 politicians, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Mayor London Breed. I mean, it's an incredible movement here on the ground that's happened in the last 4 or 5 months. So looking towards the future, you know, it's very, very positive, and it's going to be an incredible experience here for the next couple of years. They've asked me to stay on for 4 more years. We'll see how long that lasts. It's an incredible amount of effort, and we're all volunteers here as well on the ground. So just hats off to all the people behind my back and all the team members I'm beginning to recruit, making believers out of some of them.
Thank you, Liam. And as you can see, this whole panel is committed to giving back to their communities. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Good to meet you. So Gwen is one of 30 people I know online, but I've never met. But thank you for coming in, Gwen. Fantastic. And thanks to our panelists from right across. I'm going to introduce a young lady, but just to tell you some of the people who have just been registering online over the last couple of hours. Liam O'Kinnigan, Sar Lake is Glan Colum Killia, Ger Connell, Idja Scale, Chatas Jackton, Teshun Gilliga, great hero of ours in Southwest Donegal, Liam O'Kinnigan, I see has just registered. He runs the wonderful Idja Scale programme, language learning programme, and he knows there's an Irish language session coming up. Marie McGee, Brianna Lynch, Laura Cassells has registered, Martin O'Regan, Brendan Costello from the Irish American Writers and Artists, Chris Lucy, Neil Crosgrove from the AOH, James O'Hara from Connecticut, Eddie Bowles, of course, we all know from the fire department here, Alan Nannard, Jim Lamb from Pittsburgh, and so on. So we have a great audience online, and we have a fantastic audience here. One other point, we have a lovely donate button on the website, theirish.com, and we're delighted if people, if the moment moves them and they want to contribute to the cost of the campfire, you'll find us a ready recipient. And our dear friend Laurie Gallagher from Austin, Texas, I see donated earlier. So our next guest for a Manhattan Minute or a New York Minute is Sophie Colligan, who many of you know, who's a podcaster now. As well as that, she's one of the key people who said, why would we make a private family home for one family at $58 million of the American Irish Historical Society? Sounds crackers, is crackers, and you know the Irish community has very much opposed that and wants to keep that asset in the community. So would you please welcome Sophie Colligan, who'll say a little bit about that and about her podcast.
Thank you very much, Martine. I love it. Manhattan Minute, that means I can go as fast as I can. I'm going to put my watch on, so I'll try not to go over. But I feel like when Martine and Conla were going through the schedule of events, they saw they had 10 minutes and they said, well, throw Sophie in. She always has some news. So I'll keep it short and sweet, but I am absolutely honoured to be in this room. Firstly, absolutely thrilled to actually see people and be connecting with people in real life. And I have to just commend Martine. Always the Irish Echo are the leaders in these sort of conference events, have always been for the last few years. I've been in New York for 7 years, and I have to give a lot of... Yeah, okay, I have to speed up. I better start talking about myself. But I do want to say the hybrid event setup, Moore PA Hire, Cathal and Jack just doing a phenomenal job. But a little bit about me. So yes, as Martine said, I'm now a podcaster, amongst many other things. My podcast is called Navigating New York. And I got so much from the panel discussion just a little earlier with Sandra and Paul Finnegan and everyone up here about the importance of building community. And I feel like as an Irish immigrant here and one of the newer Irish immigrants here, I had a very sort of rich experience when I moved here. I was working, as Marcin said, in the most phenomenal Irish building in America, which is the American Irish Historical Society, and really had a front row seat to the impressive individuals that have paved the way for us here. And not every community has that sort of illustrious history here that the Irish in America do. So I felt that during COVID, obviously everybody, stopped getting to see each other. We stopped being able to reach out to each other. And a way that I felt I developed well here was that I got to work in a cultural space and speak to people and have sort of A-list community leaders that some are here in the room. We've got George Heslin, as I say, Sandra, the Emerald Isle Immigration Centre. And I was spoiled for choice when I got to learn about how important it is to connect and to help one another as a community. And as it was touched on earlier, we can often lose the younger diaspora that are coming in, the younger immigrants, for many reasons. Firstly, we're not getting as many. Secondly, immigration is extremely, extremely difficult at the minute. So the idea for my podcast, eventually I'll get to it, is Navigating New York. It's to help people navigate their way here. So the idea started out as a career-focused podcast, but that gets so boring. So it naturally developed into why we moved here, and the conversation has shifted quite organically into identity and the importance of our identity and the importance of our community. So I have people on the podcast. I'm privileged to have had people from the creative sector, actors, writers, designers, to small business owners, to professional boxers, to anyone who's got a bit of Irish in them and is willing to tell a story, which is basically everybody. And one thing I learn is that everyone has that unique story, and what we can do as a community is help one another by learning from each other's, not mistakes, but our learnings. So essentially that's what the podcast is about. And as I say, moving on to the petition that Marcin mentioned, I was very privileged to work at the American Irish Historical Society for my first 4 years here in New York, and again had a front row seat to the kind of best of Irish America, both in the cultural sphere, but also I learned a lot about business, philanthropy, and all that sort of sector as well. And I have such admiration for the way that so many of the centres represented here today have completely diversified your programming. You've become a much more accessible organisations. You're not just, as Paul mentioned earlier, it's so important, we're not in the 1 minute left, we're not meeting in the neighbourhoods like we used to. We're meeting digitally, but we're also at risk of losing that connectivity. So I just think it's so impressive the way so many organisations are coming together, and I'm so proud to have been part of the petition started by myself and a great colleague, Brian McCabe, Jim Normile and David O'Sullivan, all of us who were shunned from that beautiful building on 5th Avenue for trying to change it and open it up. And we got over 40,000 signatures in the petition. And just as an update, thank you, just as an update on that, it was on St. Patrick's Day, so 5 months ago, the Attorney General said that the building could not be sold and there was an investigation. The investigation is ongoing. Next month, we're going to be making another push, so stay tuned, and thanks so much for your support.
Sophie, thank you very much, Sophie. Dun Kate says Unella, Tussoi Shayla Chapteractus, Forest Nagiliga, Shean O'Hain. Tahasorm Gould session Gilliga Mar Cudden Emakshog Skirshin Marves Fasta. Very important that we involve the Irish language in our deliberations, because certainly over recent years it has been Irish America which is the driving force of the revival of the Irish language, and we're joined here today by a number of people you'll see during the day who have at least one of them could speak Irish before he had ever been to Ireland. We're going to bring up some of the panellists joining us virtually, but Kiva Nicolar-Knight is the chair. She's going to bring her panel up now and get started. And Kiva, just before we have our message, Kiva is an Irish language teacher, Muncher Gilliga, and her classes at the Irish Arts Centre, which are still virtual, have just gone on sale at a high level, the third level and fourth level, so please check those out. So before our panel starts and Kiva introduces it as chair, Shaw Chapteract is for us Nagiliga, Shaw Shean O'Hain, Stewart Service, she corporate jaha for us Nagiliga. So from the cross-border All-Ireland Irish Language Body, Forest Nagiliga, Shean O'Hain.
A chuir gael, Dios Margaí Vovla Clia is Mishy Shane O'Hine and Stura Horse Service Corporadica le Forest na Gaige, on agriocht ille Ilanda Churns and Gaige Kun Kin. The Oz and Down Urs na Gaige, Taku Lesh and Oakide Hunt the Silk Spatial Show, on Dara Tina War Champa Ernach, no on Big Irish Campfire. We are delighted in Forest na Gaige to be supporting this very interesting event and debate entitled Tusur. Lessons from Lockdown and what can be done to build on the increased interest in the Irish language across America. We are hugely heartened here in Ireland and in Forest na Gaige at the incredible work we see being done right across the states. Incredible examples from places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, LA, Cleveland, New Jersey, Hawaii. It really is incredible to see the uptake and the interest. More particularly in terms of the subject matter, the lessons to be learned from lockdown, we have certainly seen it here in Ireland, across surveys and other feedback, the increased interest in the Irish language. There seems to have been more broadly a kind of a reassessment by people at the time of the lockdown in terms of what's important in their lives and how they want to connect with their identity, with their culture, and more particularly with the Irish language. We're aware as Irish people of the unique nature of the Irish language that binds us together across continents and across borders, and it is unique to us, and I think people are becoming more and more aware of that and the importance of it. There's no doubt, as far as we can see, that technology is going to continue to play a key role in terms of building on the increased interest in the Irish language. The language has a disproportionate footprint on platforms such as Duolingo, such as Twitter, and even our own platforms are very popular. Irish English Dictionary, folklore.ie, folklore.ie and changlan.ie. There are over 300,000 unique users in North America of those services, which is really fantastic and, as I say, heartens us, Ardeen Chargriha. So, without further ado, I would just like to say, wish you well with the debate. I understand some of the leaders from across America will be involved in an energetic, fuinul debate there on the subject matter. Anian muid on Oberyn de Qatar Shul, Egga Americanic Trasna and Shin, Ticterdum Gwa Gradum, Le Bronu or Kudugov and Shin and New Erok, August Tasurgan Ganari and Gama Leshin, Tomajikuna Surov. Táimid go gach ratharh agus gnáirí live leis an díospóireacht. Berbua of Lachlia.
Gur míle maithad Shane, is mis a cuimhna cearná is das fel live iniu gur míle maithagí. Agus lom iniu tá seoirsin I bheachar in nuair éireach at Times Square, tá Katrina Weaferlin, tá sí loni I Washington DC. Tá Vincent Beachling in Cleveland, Ohio, agus tá Keola Donaghy Lynn in Hawaii. Inis Keola, conas a hurtu sin. How did you first become interested in the Irish language, Keola?
Well, it's a bit strange. I was born in Philadelphia and my family moved to Hawaii at 10. And arriving here, I felt like I was coming home. You know, I immediately connected with the place and the culture and really didn't even leave the state again until I was 25. So I became involved in study of Hawaiian language and the efforts to perpetuate the language here, starting at the university level and got a bachelor's in Hawaiian language. And one of the requirements of our master's program was that we travel to a place where the people were facing the same kind of language and cultural revitalization challenges as Hawaii. And I thought, well, I have a good amount of Irish ancestry. Why don't I check out what the situation is there? Began researching it and got quite intrigued by it. I ended up at Igiscale in County Donegal with Liam and his crew for a month, immersed in the language at that point. So really I can credit, my interest in Hawaiian language to reconnecting with my own culture and stimulating my interest in the language.
Agus an dóile bhfuil ein rud le fóla a ang Maidir le Kirk and Keen Naguelgata o Irachti on Havash Aviokan. Keola, can you share with us, based on your own personal experience, how the Hawaiian language, a minority language like Irish, has been cultivated and revitalised in Hawaii? And if there are any lessons we can learn from the approach taken in Hawaii?
Well, it's an intriguing question, and my knowledge of the situation in Ireland today is probably a bit dated. My trip to Ijiskil was 20 years ago almost now. And the circumstances also, about the time the Republic of Ireland was established is really the point when the Hawaiian language began its steep decline after English was mandated as the language of education in the state. So our revival of the language really didn't begin in earnest until the mid 1980s. So it's 35 going on 40 years old now. At the time they began the revitalization, they could locate only 18 children who spoke Hawaiian, 18 people under the age of 30, that is. And our immersion schools, preschool and all the way now through 12th grade, now were modeled after the Maori Kohangareo program. And one of the founders of that, Sir Timothy Karetu, emphasized to my colleagues in Hilo, if you want to revive the language, start with the children. And that you'll build from there. So each year, the immersion program added, it started just as a preschool. There was a point actually where parents threatened to keep their children out of public school unless the Department of Education started a Hawaiian language immersion program within our public schools. So the program grew from those roots, with them adding a new class each year, to the point now where we have college programs conducted completely in Hawaiian. The college that I used to work at University of Hawaii at Hilo, all business of the college is conducted in Hawaiian. Everyone from the dean all the way down to the janitorial staff and people who work in the garden also speak Hawaiian.
So cosúla cás na Gaeilge Somália socha maidir leis an dá hangachas agus na dlíthe tábhaim. So similar to the language policies that are in place in Ireland, the bilingual universities, particularly NUI Galway. It's fascinating that you say that, our work kind of should focus on the next generation. Vincent, do you think that it's important to approach, Irish language teaching when we're dealing with the youth in a fun way, or do you think it's better to stick to the classic way of being in the classroom and sticking to the textbooks?
Yeah, of course the fun way is the way to go. And in Cleveland, we've been lucky enough to do that through whenever we have a cool camp with our Gaelic athletic programs, whether it be hurling or football or the combination of both. We're always trying to use a cúpla focal here and there, and making it part of the program as well.
Arouse her fod. Katrina, an dóileat go mai sim fós ag fólamóí freastal imachtaí líne nuair a filmmuide leog na rangana an seomar ranga socha physical. No, an mai daoine fósás de freastal rangana líne?
Masam go mai siman, masam go lena sé rai. Tá ahrú omlan an dawan, agus nuair a deirmuid nuair a hémuid reiscatí an seomar ranga. Níl sagan an maimuid dul reiscatí an seomar ranga. Níl sagan céirte tarlú a seamach. Beidir go mai pandéim nuán agus camuid bheith ré. Tá sé ionta gur fad a thula mé faoi Hawaii agus a hála an sin. Agus tá súlagam go maimuid an rud mar sin a dhéanamh líne. Na gasúra tá agam anis. Dearn gasúach tá daoine fástan chomh maithar nói. Ag tagan siad ó gacháid ar fud an dawan. Agus is ionintach an rud é go bhfuil siad teach. Tuigim go marlinn bheith freastal Ijiskil nó áid an eile ach níl gachtain in anéis na dhéine. So faoi láthar níl teoranna. Is féidir le gachtain a bheith fólam agus reininthaach up sé an eisce ach an aibatá agan an technoliacht. Níl an technoliacht ar fáildach luganna. So más féidir lenéis na cheartú, tá tauci íontachan darlam.
Arouse, eintiam leat, cínte tá constach ann le sóú agus Feic muid inis an phríomhbhuntáiste a bhhainint leis an technoliacht. Nuair thosaigh mé hain ag múna in nua éireach fadó sa bliain 2012 leis an Irish Arts Centre. Ní rah mór an áisina techniú léir foiil ag an am, so díreach mé hain, cailc agus an chlórdómh. Inis feic muid gúilmuid an úsad a bhaint as tanglan agus na háisna eile ar fad a tar foiil agus buntáiste go neisceil allhór é sin agus buálam an sais gné sin a chuineál agus mé sa seomar range agus an camera a chuineál ann agus go mai gacéine in an bheith pórtach. Cur d heapan tú hain faoi sin seoir sin an dóileat ghfuil daoine gurí fila ar na rangan na fisiciúla nó an mai siad sása lena thrá leis na rangan na Airlína. Shortine, do you think that people will be happy to continue with online learning or will they be eager to return to the classroom?
Ja, sílam go mé daine ag fannacht ar lína, mar tá sin fórsnach de sean daine a tasúile nar a bhíon droch amsir ar siúil, ní bhíon fan orthú bheith chamant. So I think it's still going to be people will still want to stay online. Tá muidna in Albany agus is minic bhíon droch amsir an sin. We're up in Albany area and we often have very bad weather and it's been trouble for us in the winter time for older people driving and tá sin wide níos fearr bheith ar lína mar daine a bhfuil páistí óga acu suáile tá sin fórsnach bheith ar lína agus fiú daine a bhíon a gopur caithí siad teachtain amháile ag jeú an lei, bíonn siad ionta thuirseach, ní bhíon fan orthú bheith chumant arás go Celticáil. So tá sin fórsnach, tá siad suáile agus ar a swiftness. So even for people who have young children at home or for people who are commuting after a long day, the last thing they want to do is have to drive out to Celtic Hall in Albany, which is a lovely place, but it can be tiring after a long day, and it's a lot easier to flip open your laptop at home in your pajamas. Agus tá fáilte rah gachtain a bheith mar sin ar a swiftness linne. So yeah. Yeah. So for people to be comfortable physically, not to be tired and feeling ready, they can have a cup of tea or a drink or whatever during their classes.
Agus chaos na haltaí a bhíonn sa freasún na ranganí.
Oh, as ahin hearn den doin, caihí mé ra, bhí ban one again as éireann, agus dúirt mé le nach bhfuil is agad go bhfuil rangan ar siúil in sin in éireann. We had a woman actually from Ireland who was attending courses with us, and I said to her, don't you know they have classes there in Ireland? And she said, yeah, but bím a gopur in rihin lei, agus tá an tamse fórsnach do. So she said during the day, she had, I think she might have been a nurse, she worked long hours and it was more convenient for her to come to our classes around midnight for her in Ireland. Agus tá dram mór gan na níos as California, daoine as Seattle, Washington, grúpa as Wisconsin. So tá sin doch réite. Nuair a bhíonmuid I lár sa seomra ranga, better go raibh déanaar in ngach rang. We had about 10 people in each class, I would say, when we were all together. Ach anis, tá codhór better cúig den na déag, agus bhí orthain na ranganí a wrench, mar tá siad rómhór. We've had to split some of our classes. We're closer to 15 per class now, and so we've had to split them because they're too big. But sin rud intach agus tá muid na inta brodúil as na ranganí tagan.
Agus Katrina bhfuil tú trééis sin rud chéine thuir trí dara go bhfuil country dúchas nó aine loní an air in ag ghlacha pórt sa seomranga.
Mar again, I couldn't catch again, or came forward, which will fall them ach, it's the Tuckan Road, Agus, Tom Moonshore as California, Americana, Egg Moona, Nadini, in Aaron, Agus Tasha in our nation, Agus Tasha Ian Tuckan Dini, exactly Kayla Martian, Agus and Ruther Cornohas and Down or no, Ta Grow more Nadini Shatantanga, Agus Tasha the Koi Brule Kayla, Agus few one Nadini gun more on Gwigan or Hakan she this job. Tá cinálín pay it forward ar siúl. In the pandemic, Neil Costas Narangani O Conor the Wilge a Gahan and Angle. At a Shasir Nashke was took a Lord Dini Takachak. Remember and Rod Ken Leshan Jerry Shark to the Gaeltak. Marador Chorshi, Revision, Bedroom Priaka, Egg Frastal or Jerry Shark on the Gaeltak. And he Jerry Shark on the Gaeltak are then Vini Small okay dagan. So Shin an Medu at Agus tá go leor le fóla más ach mar dúirt mé hana níl teoran an inis. Agus is cuma muna bhfuil múnseoir agad. Fitte tú bliach ar líam in idir scéal agus rá tá múnseoir bhfuil. Agus ní gád an duine sin dullar an etla le tacht an seo, so tá se chomhéasca dúna inis.
Tá character fád agat, yeah, is Dalton O'Gwelga is an excellent organisation because it's so community driven. It's all volunteer based teachers. So anyone has access to education regardless of financial ability. And they've really created and cultivated a Gaeltacht at their weekends. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Kensha, the Gra, being Gerald Shackton Yagelge, Shul Ogan. We usually have immersion weekends. Ach ni roshi the Shul Hardaby, Lilin and Jean Glassala Noi. So we didn't have them at all during the pandemic. So Vishan Kadana Erfad, agus Fimujilig Wignach, so alle. Ach, Renwich couple of rud, Vimuji Chatlakele Fahanya Club Leichrachtish and Rudawine. So a bunch of us got together and we decided to do a book club online. So we read a short story and then we come together, I guess, being, Karagats Kuchavagan, us talking about the books and whatnot, and that's a lot of fun. I guess Rudella being kaintori as Erin a Chakthagan and Nish. Zoom, I guess Shin Rud Intach nach Roma Jabalta Yanu Rihanna and Narira. We now can offer speakers from Ireland, which is something we weren't able to do before. So we Cutwar a Kanchlan, the Dahi the Mora as Kiri, agus Brian McBrien is a skrivnor stere agus she's Kele Dinias Run Verste, Brijana ni Wheel is Shanaki. So we've had a bunch of people and Coleman O'Reilly, agus Brian O'Brien is skrivnor iad. Yeah, we've had a lot of writers and historians who are Irish language speakers who've come to us online and given guest talks, and they're home in Ireland and we're here. We don't have to worry about visas, we don't have to worry about airline tickets, and we've been able to have our students listen to native speakers, fluent speakers from Ireland, from all different places in Ireland, all different dialects, all different accents, and it's a wonderful opportunity for our students to learn.
Vincent, do you think that the families you work with through the GAA and Speak Irish Cleveland, do you think there'd be demand for immersion weekends for families closer to Cleveland? Would people be willing to travel for that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely. I think some of the immersion weekends are on the far side of New York, and it's a good 9 or 10 hours for a family to go. But I do like, I like the idea and the practice of including the whole family in on some of these classes. I think that's the way to go. They can take it home and use it at home. We've seen that with German languages here in Cleveland as well. They do a family approach to things, and it's not just the youth. We're getting a lot of young adults coming into the GAA program, coming out of COVID, wanting to meet with friends and other people, and they're watching games on TG Caher and wanting to know more about the language. So we're seeing a renewed interest in that too, from that age group.
Okay, so TG Caher really has been instrumental.
Yeah.
Keola, do you watch TG Caher much, or do you think
I have
it's helped
periodically?
You? Yeah.
I have periodically. I've actually been very immersed in the study of the Maori language of Aotearoa, New Zealand recently for personal and professional reasons. But I do tune in periodically, and having met with you folks and hearing some of these amazing stories and realizing how much more accessible the language is now online, as it is in Aotearoa as well, and to a lesser degree here in Hawaii. My interest in returning to my study of yoga has increased significantly.
Aréis ar fád gur míle maithagí. Fágamid an sinné mar ocail scór bháil an buchas a chuir le gacéine go háirithe na híáintóirí gur míle maithagí. Slán go fáil.
Gurked Mahigat, Kiva, thank you very much, Kiva, and your panel. And it's great to see Ciula Donaghy from Big Island in Hawaii join us. We have had 2 campfires, and Hawaii has been represented at both, which is quite an achievement. Before our next session, we have a couple of messages, so let's hear them, and then I'll come back up and introduce Michael. Well, let's actually just see the messages in 1 second. So the next session will be chaired by Michael O'Brien, but he's okay, Michael, relax. So Michael's one of the 30 who I knew only on the internet. I worried he was just one of those avatar things, you know, trying to bluff us, but no, he exists. And Michael O'Brien's going to chair the next session. So while he's getting ready for that and he can come up, we have a couple of more messages. One's from TG Cahir, which is absolutely amazing public service through Irish at tgcahir.ie, and it's, of course, it has a playback iPlayer which you can watch, and also a message from Forrest Nagiligo. So Chatrat is TG Cahir, Chatrat is Forrest Nagiligo. And if we play those messages, Cahill, Michael O'Brien will come up and bring his panel up. So Gurmaigav.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael O'Brien. At Eileen's suggestion, if anybody wants to just get up and stretch for a minute, stretch your legs, maybe we could take one moment to do that.
There we go, see?
Thank you to Martin and to the Irish Echo and to all of our sponsors for hosting this important event here in New York City. I heard a number of the speakers earlier today talk about the importance of, in Irish America in particular, the neighborhoods and the connections all of us forged growing up in Irish American neighborhoods. The first Michael O'Brien in my family came to the United States to work on the Erie Canal in 1827. And he settled in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that's where I grew up in an Irish neighborhood. And when I think about the importance of those connections and those friendships, it makes me realize how important this discussion is. And so to that end, we are all excited to be here with you to discuss rebuilding our professional networks, our Irish and Irish American professional networks in the aftermath of this pandemic, and to discuss the next generation of Irish American and Irish American partnerships and networking. I'm told we have about 25 minutes, which is when I start talking about when I first come up for air. So we'll get started. As I said, my name is Michael O'Brien. I'm a lawyer in Philadelphia with Eckert Siemens. I'm a former Army officer. With me here today is Eileen Scully. Eileen is an international keynote speaker. She's the author of In the Company of Men, How Women Can Succeed in a World Built Without Them. And she is also the founder and CEO of The Rising Tides, which is a consulting firm in New Haven, Connecticut. Pete Whalen is also here. Pete is a 35-year veteran of the New York Police Department and the president of the Grand Council of Emerald Societies, an advocacy group here in New York with 15,000 members. John O'Brien is joining us by conference. He is the publisher of iIrish, an Irish American newspaper expanding now in 14 states, and the publisher, author of 5 books on issues important to Irish Americans. Unfortunately, Jennifer Flynn cannot be with us. Jennifer had a family medical emergency, and so Jennifer knows that she and her family are in our thoughts and in our prayers. So, Pete, let's start with you. You spent 35 years in the New York Police Department and Emergency Services. You're president of an advocacy group of 15,000 members. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about the Grand Council of Emerald Societies and what lessons you and your community have taken from the pandemic and your plans moving forward.
Sure. Good morning, Mike. Afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, everybody. This is a tremendous honor for me to be up here. This is as a son of an Irish immigrant. My mother was born and raised in Athletic, County Roscommon. My grandparents on my father's side are hail from Mayo and Galway, up the Rossies. I've spent a long time working for the city of New York, and it's quite an honor. To say that the last year has been probably the most trying times that I've seen in New York City as a police officer is an understatement. What we've gone through is unprecedented. I don't think anybody in this room or anybody around the globe has seen that. And for generations to come, it will be probably studied as to how we handle this, good, bad, or indifferent. The group that I represent, and a small history of what I do, is I started my Emerald career, can say, with the New York City Police Department. I started as a delegate for the various places that I worked in, and I moved up on the board, and in 2016, 2017, I became president of the New York City Police Department Emerald Society. In 2020, I was honored to become president of the Grand Council of United Emerald Societies, which is an umbrella group for a host of different Emerald Societies in the New York area. The fire department the EMS workers, sanitation workers, Con Ed workers. We have Port Authority police officers. The New York City teachers are part of ours. I'm sure there's probably one or two that I'm missing out on. But transit authority workers, I'm sorry, I can't leave those out. Those guys, they move us back and forth. They kept us moving when nobody wanted to move. We do have groups in Boston and as far down as Washington, D.C. As Mike said, we probably have somewhere up to about 15,000 members. Probably more than that if we could get guys to join and participate, but everybody knows the Irish. They don't always want to jump in on everything, but needless to say. To discuss what my group or my advocacy group has done is it's not easy. The groups that I represent, firefighters, police officers, teachers, sanitation workers, Con Ed workers, these are the types of people that didn't really have a luxury of not being able to go to work. They didn't. Some of the people in my group that were able to do Zoom meetings or work from home. Most of my group was unable to do that because of the careers that we chose. It's a great career, and I don't think anybody who went through the last year would not do it again. Would absolutely do it again. Most of the people that all the people that I represent believe that it is a calling for what they do. It is a true calling to serve people and to serve the city of New York or the various places that they live. And you could say that about pretty much any career. What you do and how you do it is, I believe, destined long before you do it. So for what we do and how we do it is very interesting. The lessons we've learned, it was a tough lesson. It was a type of lesson where you didn't have crib notes to study from. You kind of had to wing it. And I think we did kind of a good job winging it, I'll tell you that. It's going to be easy to look back and criticize what we did, but the way we did it, nobody really complained about how we did it from the beginning. Some of the people that a lot of the people in the police department, we had 60 COVID deaths. Fire department had a number of COVID deaths, EMS workers, Con Ed workers, sanitation workers. A lot of those illnesses were people that, day-to-day activities, working, and that's how they got the disease, or the COVID, and plus some underlying issues with that. So it was a difficult time. How we can move forward and try and do things is we have to realize that we have each other. No matter how we look at it or how we do, we have to remember that we have each other. We cannot forget that. We're the Irish. We've been through far worse, and hopefully we'll never see anything like this again in our lifetimes, our children's lifetimes, or our grandchildren's lifetimes. The Irish are resilient people. They have been and they always will be. We know that. I'm speaking to the choir here. Everybody in this room knows that. I see a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, a lot of head nodding. We all know this. We're going to get through this. But the only thing I can say or try to emphasize is you have to remember how we did it and try to learn from our mistakes. We're not perfect. We did make mistakes, but we have to learn from those mistakes. We have to realize that as an Irish family, we can help go out and teach other people. And how we do that is our togetherness and our family values. However you raise, as a kid growing up, as I said earlier, my mother's from Roscommon. I spent my summers growing up on my uncle's dairy farm in Roscommon. I learned how to drive in Ireland. I learned how to milk cows, cut hay. If you named it in summertime and they did it in Ireland, I probably did it. And it was a lot of fun, and I'll tell you, it really helped to shape the person that I am today. and it helped me to guide me to some of the life choices that I've made because of that, and that's my Irish upbringing. I'm very proud of what I've done. I probably could have done things a little better, but you know, like I said, you live and you learn. But to move forward, we're going to have to remember the past. And to remember the past is to not make, like I said before, not to make the same mistakes again.
Well, Pete, I think I speak not only for myself, but for everybody in this room, and of course, all of our community across New York, across the United States. When I say thank you, thank the New York Police Department, thank everybody, everybody working in emergency services, in the police department, in the fire department, in the hospitals, in the schools. As you said, Pete, when all of us, or many of us, had the luxury to work from home during this pandemic, you guys didn't. You were on the front lines. For the past year and a half, there's never been any question as to whether or not the New York Police Department is going to work from home. So we thank you for that, and we recognize that, and can't say enough about you, the New York Police Department, and all of the emergency service workers across the United States. Now, Eileen, you're a published author. I'll mention your book again. The title of the book is In the Company of Men, How Women Can Succeed in a World Built Without Them. You're the founder and CEO of the Rising Tides. So you're an expert on issues, in particular those issues important to women. And tell us what you focus on at Rising Tides, and how companies can understand and appreciate the role of women in particular after this pandemic.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So the Rising Tides was founded to transform forever the workplaces that we all work in, because if we really look at the structure of a workday, it really doesn't work for women. It particularly doesn't work for women who have other people that they care for at home, and it really isn't working for a lot of men either. So I started this to really address some of those issues. Then this pandemic hits, right? And so what happens? The schools close, the daycares close, and women are still working full time while they're tending to children underfoot, children who have nowhere else to go, children who are in many instances on multiple technology platforms that are not only new to the kids, but new to the parents. And have I mentioned that these women were also holding down full-time jobs during this? We have not, I love the idea of post-pandemic, after this, I don't think we're ever going back to what we were in. And if I'm doing my job correctly, we never will. What we'll go back to is a space that allows women and anyone, but predominantly let's lead on fixing what's wrong for women. Let's have a workplace that's more hybrid, that's more flexible, that acknowledges for the first time that we do have multiple roles, all of which are competing for our attention simultaneously. They used to say, thank you. They used to say you had to work as if you didn't care for a family, and you had to raise your kids as if you never worked as a woman. That was the generation that I grew up in, right? The women that are coming to me now and the companies who are coming to me now are acknowledging that this never worked for anyone. And they're looking to companies like mine. How do we change? How do we make this adaptation so we don't lose productivity, we don't lose motivation, we don't lose connectivity? What we found in the first 6 months of the pandemic was when everything went to Zoom, it was a bifurcated response, meaning that a lot of women were thrilled to not have to jump up, shower, get the kids ready, get the lunches ready, get everybody on the bus, and get to work on time so they could relax some of that pressure in the morning.
but they were also finding that they were getting left out of those important discussions at their organizations, that they were not included in the meetings that were happening because you're not seeing it in the same way that you see it when you walk down a hallway. So again, my goal is let's change this workplace. Let's never go back to what we had. I don't like talking about going back and back to work. We never stopped working, let's be honest, right? It never ended, it just changed forever. So let's take that transformation and recast it to a workplace that finally equitably works for every single one of us. Any questions?
Thank you, Eileen. And I have a mother, of course, and 3 sisters, 15 nieces and nephews, and my oldest niece starts at Georgetown this month. And I think what you're saying is so important, and all of us, men in particular, but all of us need to kind of change a little bit moving forward to recognize, how important it is to make work life and work family life more accessible for our sisters, for our mothers, and for our daughters. John O'Brien is now joining us. I think we had some technical difficulties before, John, but I'm glad to see your face. I had mentioned earlier, John, that you are the publisher of an Irish-American newspaper that is now expanding into 14 states from Cleveland to Clearwater. You host a podcast. You publish books in e-bulletin. You sponsor Irish language classes and a lot of other things. So why don't you tell us, John, how you've kept the Irish community together during this pandemic, and what are your plans to continue that momentum moving forward?
Well, thank you, Michael. I can't tell you how much I love technology. It comes and it goes, right? We have been very fortunate in one sense in putting the paper together. We've been here 15 years, and we had almost outgrown. Cleveland's the heart of the Irish community in Ohio, but there are other hearts even bigger around us, and we really want to reach out to them, especially if you look from along just inside the coast and going all the way down to Clearwater. There's an awful lot of Irish communities there that are not served in any way by media other than what they're able to generate themselves. So I really wanted to serve them, to be able to say, hey, you're doing great things. We need to tell people about it. We need to tie it in together. And we all know that when we see something on Facebook, it must be true. So if you see a story on Facebook about a community, say in North Carolina, or a community in Nashville that's doing something, you can say, well, maybe I should check these out. I live in Nashville. I spend a lot of time there. I'm going to go there. So we expanded September 1st into Pittsburgh, and it's already been tremendous success. The paper just came out yesterday. We've already had advertising inquiries. So we're going to cover what they're doing and share the story. I'm a big fan of history. I work as an archivist. I like to preserve what's been done in the past, but celebrate what's coming. So we talk about the past, but we move forward to the future. And that's what I've been thinking about. How do we preserve their past before it even comes? And how do we let them know about things going on? I was in Boston over the weekend for the GAA finals, and we had 3 Cleveland teams there. Buffalo team was there. There were 3 Pittsburgh teams there. So all those right in our area were participating. But what about the ones a little further out? The North Carolina team was there. Was anybody talking about that or that kind of thing? So we really worked hard. Even though we had COVID, we really worked hard to say, what else can we do? What else should we be doing? So we wanted to serve those communities. We started the podcast. We started that e-bulletin. And the e-bulletin goes out to 12,000 people, all opted-in subscribers. We don't sell it. We don't market outside of that, but letting people know what's going on. So if you are traveling, or if you're just looking for something different to do in your own community, you know a place to go to iIrish to find out what's going on.
Thank you, John. And I do think what you said is very important. So many of us, in particular, those of us who maybe grew up in the Northeast, take it for granted that there is a strong Irish-American community everywhere. But in fact, iIrish is identifying the Irish-American communities in places like Clearwater, places that you wouldn't necessarily think had a strong Irish community, but there are Irish-Americans there who are interested in Irish and Irish-American issues and interested in Irish language classes and reading about issues affecting Ireland and the north of Ireland and Irish Americans in the United States. And so,
Yeah, I can't tell you how many people have said.
Go ahead, I'm
Sure.
sorry.
I can't tell you how many people have said, I wish we had a paper like this in our community.
Yeah.
Well, we're working on it.
Yeah, I think that's so important, and we were taught. So many people today have talked about the importance of Irish American communities and how that may be transitioning from neighborhoods to organizations like yours and organizations like Eileen's and like Pete's and like so many organizations here. I was talking to Danny O'Connell earlier, and I mentioned that when I grew up, and still, I've always been active in the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick. We didn't have much of an AOH where I grew up. And part of the reason for that was I grew up in the coal country of northeastern Pennsylvania. And back in the late 19th century, during the labor wars, all of the mostly Irish coal miners revolted against the coal mine owners. And there was a group called the Molly Maguires. There's an old movie with Sean Connery about the Molly Maguires. But the AOH in northeastern Pennsylvania was often seen as the front for the Molly Maguires. And so they were persecuted and prosecuted. And that organization largely disappeared from northeastern in central Pennsylvania, where I grew up. So we always had the Friendly Sons and the Society of Irish Women. But these organizations are so important everywhere to carrying on the things that so many of us just naturally learned growing up in Irish neighborhoods. And one thing I would just say, John, is you said that Cleveland is the heart of the Irish community in Ohio, but Scranton is the heart of the Irish community in the United States. Whatever they'll tell you in Boston or New York or Philadelphia or Chicago.
You sound very presidential.
Yeah, that's right. So, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, Eileen, is, do you see any change moving forward on the issues you discussed? Is it something that you want to see occur, or do you think that business leaders and policymakers are going to listen to these concerns and make substantive changes moving forward?
Yes. I'm kidding. What I'm seeing is so multifaceted. We don't have enough time today, and I'm sure you all have different experiences that layer into this. There's a shift in the workforce right now where people are questioning, do I even want to go back to that? So as my employer is saying, oh, we're coming back to the office on September 1st, and now it's September 15th, and it's October 1st, a lot of people are thinking, it's not going to work for me anymore. I've had a taste of this, so let me look for an employer now that will accommodate this. So there's a massive shift where some of the old school companies who think we're just going to plug back in and resume are going to lose some of that talent. I shouldn't say some of it. It's probably going to be a significant amount of talent, men and women, who just don't want to do that, work that way. And then there are companies, some of which I'm fortunate enough to be working with now, who are really not just saying, okay, let's be hybrid office and Zoom, but how can we really change the dynamic of the workplace, the dynamic of the expectations on the separation of personal time and professional time? How do we set some of those boundaries in new ways and stick to them? So when we talk about transforming a culture, it's starting to happen. There's a spectrum of recognition on people on the need and the investment that they're willing or able to make in this. But the companies who are leading and who will continue to lead are going to be the ones in 3 to 5 years that are going to have the talent, and more importantly, they're going to have the innovation in what they offer to the marketplace, because they're going to be coming at it from new and creative ways. So I hope that answers the question in a somewhat concise way, but
It certainly does. It certainly does. And I know that we are running short a little bit on time, but
Okay.
one final thought that I had on the issue of rebuilding these networks post-pandemic, talking about the next generation of Irish American and Irish community building and partnerships is just to build on something that a number of speakers have noted today, and that is we don't have as many as we used to, but we do have Irish immigrants in the United States, whether it be Philadelphia, Chicago, Boston, New York. There aren't as many as there used to be. But if all of us who are in a position, if we can, make that effort sometimes to make sure that your Irish American network in your community is reaching out and connecting with recent Irish immigrants. Because whether it be in 1827 or whether it be in the famine or whether it be in the early 20th century, building those connections with people who might be a little bit more established can go a long way. It can ease their entry into American society, and it can provide opportunities for those men and women that they may not have had otherwise. So we have a little bit more time. And to that end, John, I would just ask you, what is your organization, which is on so many different levels helping the Irish community in the United States, is there any outreach specifically to Irish, newer Irish immigrants?
There is in a couple of ways similar, but we have a print ad every month in the paper that says, are you new to Cleveland or new to the Irish community, need help, question mark, and say, contact me. And then I can take that and talk to our Irish network, our Hibernians, our football teams, and ask them, how can we help this person? It might be an apartment, it might be a job, it might be just getting to know who's where and getting to know the layout of the city. And then, of course, there's a famous Irish network of, I got a guy, and I got a guy, could be an electrician, a yard care, whatever it might be. But we want to help people in as many ways as we can, and they have to know that they're a resource. And to be honest, I've gotten calls to people who are not Irish, but they're still looking for help. Great, I'm glad to help too with that. But that has really had much more of an impact, much more response, and honestly, than I thought I would.
Thank you, John. And the last note I would make is a suggestion from Eileen into all of us who are involved in Irish American organizations, community organizations. If any of us have those members who have lapsed, who are no longer active, now is a good time, right now, post-pandemic, or as we approach the end of the pandemic, to reach out to those people, and see if they do need help. I think we are on our way out. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks to the Irish Echo and to Martin. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you. So the wonderful thing for Michael O'Brien is he's a new discovery, and he's already been told to join the IBO, to join the Irish Network Philadelphia, the Irish American Business Chamber and Network, the Bar Association of the Irish Bar Association of New York, so on. So look, another round of applause for an excellent panel and great leadership from Michael O'Brien. It's so good to see Eileen Scully again, who's a great leader in everything that Irish America does. So thank you, Eileen. Thank you. To have Pete Whelan with us is fantastic, because he's a legend in Irish American circles, and I think Vincent was talking at the end about helping people and a helping hand. He's always a shoulder to lean on. And John O'Brien, from Cleveland as well. So I was working on the Cincinnati Cleveland thing, and I was Scranton thing as well. So we're all in trouble. I want to thank the sponsors. Maybe we'll have a round of applause for the sponsors, because it's a wonderful undertaking and it costs a lot of money. So Hinch Distillery in Ballynahinch, County Down. Give them a round of applause. Put them on your itinerary. A great friend of ours, Terry Cross, spent around $30 million, and nobody told him about COVID, but he built a distillery and a visitor centre and a restaurant and an event space and so on. So if you're thinking of getting married again, Assemblyman Fitzpatrick, that's the place to go to. So Hinch Distillery, the Potted Wagon, of course, as well. Wonderful institution in Irish America, and thank you, Eddie Dowling, for your help. The New York Irish Centre of Long Island, and George Heslin, the new Executive Director, is with us somewhere, was here today, so New York Irish Centre. And then some of the wonderful construction companies, Anfield Interiors, who supported us.
I'm not sure that you can read
The bit of entertainment, the Fox Lifestyle and Hospitality Group, not the TV station, but the Fox Lifestyle and Hospitality Group as well.
That's him, you're right.
Crana Electric, round of applause.
I don't know if we can.
And then, of course, we have the Ancient Order of Hibernians, and Danny O was here earlier on, so thank you to the AOH. our friends in Tourism Ireland, a round of applause for them. And Tourism Ireland have said, I don't know if Alison was this blunt earlier, but Tourism Ireland believes that the cutting edge of the revival of tourism will be the Irish American community. And I think that's true. They realise Irish America is going to come back to Ireland first, so there's a warm welcome there. The Irish American Partnership in Boston, great fundraising organisation, a great partner of ours, so a round of applause for the Irish American Partnership.
Not sleeping well.
Thank you. Our dear friends in Forest na Gaeilge, the All-Ireland Irish Language Body, with a great panel earlier in the Irish language for Forest na Gaeilge. And their partners over in Connemara, TG Cahir, the TV station. Another great friend of ours, IRL Systems, again, of New York, round of applause. The Northern Ireland Bureau in Washington, D.C., and Eamon Elliott will be with us shortly, so thank you, the NI Bureau. And Aer Lingus, I mean, if you give them a big round of applause, you make it a free ticket some stage, or they'll bump you anyway. Okay, I think you're all getting bumped in the next visit. And then the last one I have here is the wonderful Aisling Irish Centre up in the Bronx, Yonkers. So, and I just want to say before we move on, what's happening at the Aisling Irish Centre up in McLean Avenue is absolutely phenomenal. There's going to be a totally new era for that centre and the wonderful, wide, extensive network they have. They have a frontage with a former supermarket. No one will travel in that area and not be impressed and really blown away by the ambition, the audacity of what they're doing. And if I'm allowed to plug, I think we're joined later tonight by the Deputy Consul General, but the Irish Government should be giving a lot of support for that. So should the Stormont Executive, but the Irish Government should be not only helping the rebuilding effort there, which is well over £1 million, and that's on top of what they paid to buy it, but it really is invigorating and inspiring that not only will we have a new Irish Arts Centre, but we're going to have a new Aisling Irish Centre in New York as well. So that's the last of the sponsors, so thank you. And amazingly, the donate button is still on the website, irishecho.com, and people are donating. They maybe think it's for something else, but thank you for supporting the campfire. Back to Leo McGuire. Sheriff McGuire. Thank you.
All righty. We're continuing on 4 hours in. We're doing well, so thank you, everyone who is continuing to tune in online, and to those of you that are here and enjoying our camaraderie and our friendship here in New York City. Before we see the Ancient Order Hibernians video that's going to connect our next panel and our panelists, this is amazing. I'm really humbled to be part of this group. They're going to be discussing a Camino for our times on the trail of Frederick Douglass. Now, some years ago in the Irish Heritage Center on Fifth Avenue, I got to meet Dr. Christine Keneally, who runs the Great Hunger Museum up in Connecticut, which is looking for a home, by the way. And I met an actor who was Frederick Douglass, and he was fantastic. The history of, think of that time when Frederick Douglass, when you didn't have planes and you only had boats, and how much time it took to get into Ireland and do all the great things he did. I'm looking forward to hearing about that from the great Senator Tim Kennedy, from Buffalo, New York, a good friend of ours, a good friend of mine. I was just up in his city recently on my motorcycle. I stopped in the Anchor Bar for a dozen wings, and off I went. So I owe the senator a phone call the next ride I get. But of course, we also have on this panel the infamous Gerry Adams, the architect for peace in Northern Ireland. And I've had the great honor of being in Northern Ireland, in Belfast and Derry numerous times, and I see the efforts of these giants that have come before us. So if there's ever a reason to continue to rebuild, if there's ever a reason to maintain this synaptic connection that we have in Irish America to support the island of Ireland, including the North, this is it. So with that, I'd like to introduce the AOH video as we get our next panel up. Senator Kennedy, please step up.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am so honored to be here with everyone this afternoon. This beautiful afternoon, I want to thank Marcin O'Mueller and the Irish Echo and all the sponsors for putting this extraordinary event together, the Irish Campfire. Once again, I am just thrilled to be here. And most importantly, all the way from Ireland, they brought this record heat here to the city of New York. So I just want to thank all of you for bringing this heat. It has been a hot few months here in New York, and I know it's been a hot few months in Ireland as well. We have such a wonderful presentation here today, and I just want to recognize the participants here. Before we begin, our panelists are just extraordinary individuals. First, Jerry Adams. Wonderful to see you, Mr. Adams, the former president of Sinn Féin, former TD of Louth and East Meath, and before that, MP and MLA for West Belfast. He joined Sinn Féin and a former TD. He joined Sinn Féin when it was still a banned organization in the mid-1960s, and along with all other Republican activists, became involved in campaigns around bad housing and equal rights, attended the inaugural meeting of the Civil Rights Movement in 1967. His legacy and his leadership are unprecedented. And as Leo McGuire, my great friend, introduced him, he will ever be known as the architect for the peace in Northern Ireland. And recently, he's got a new lease on life. He's written and published a new book, and he continues his work for a united Ireland. Mr. Adams, thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you, Senator.
And Professor Christine Keneally, another wonderful individual, the director of the Institute of Great Hunger at Quinnipiac University in Connecticut. Christine's recent research has been on the abolition movement in Ireland. Her publications include several books on Frederick Douglass, and she's currently completing a second volume on Black abolitionists. Back in May, Christine launched the Frederick Douglass Walking Trails in Dublin, Belfast, and Cork, which are a part of a larger project to create a Frederick Douglass Way in Ireland. I was proud to join her at Belfast Media just last month to celebrate this exciting experience, and I'll tell you how dedicated Christine Keneally is. A very special time today for all of us to be here, but a very special time in her life, because at this very moment, she has taken the time to join us while her daughter Siobhan is in labor, having her second child in New Jersey. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you so much for being with us. Congratulations in advance. And once again, we wish you the best of luck. So we're going to get right to it. There is so much to talk about, and I want to get to our wonderful panelists. I want to begin by sharing a bit about Frederick Douglass for those who aren't familiar with his legacy as a civil rights and human rights champion. He was born in 1818, approximately 1818 in Maryland in the United States into slavery. And for many African Americans during that time, as a slave living harsh, abusive, and under despicable conditions for many years, but he did not let his environment define him. In fact, he saw it as an opportunity to create his own narrative. And following the footsteps of so many on the Underground Railroad, Frederick, at the young age of 20 years old, escaped to freedom, to New York City, not very far from where we stand here today. And he played an active part in the American anti-slavery movement, lent his voice to the effort through his writing, both in an autobiography and a newspaper he started. And after publishing his book, being at risk of being recaptured, he fled to Ireland and spent several months campaigning, speaking at events in Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Wexford, and so many other cities. And while there, he forged an unlikely friendship with Daniel O'Connell. Christine, I know you're going to speak more to that. Time and again, decade after decade, Frederick Douglass devoted himself to fighting to abolish slavery and promote human rights, whether that was in the U.S. or Ireland. He was committed to the pursuit of freedom for all, and I think his vision echoes throughout our respective countries today. Mr. Adams, You were heavily involved with the civil rights movement in Ireland over the course of many decades. Can you give us some more perspective on what his time in Ireland looked like and the impact he made while he was there?
Well, thank you, Senator, and thank you for your kind opening remarks. And hello, Christine, and good luck to Siobhan with the Bobby. Thanks to Martin and to the Echo and to Ray O'Hanlon and to Conla and all of the team for putting this very unique occasion together. Frederick Douglass came here, as Senator Kennedy has said, because having published his book, he was in danger of, as an escaped slave, being recaptured. So he came to Ireland and to Britain, and he came just on the cusp of Ngorta Mór, the Great Hunger, and he saw the desperate conditions, that the distressful conditions that people were living here on this island. I think he's a reminder to us who are from Belfast of the progressive history of this city. You know, Belfast citizens stopped slave ships from coming into Belfast port. They stopped a slaving company being set up. This is well before Frederick Douglass came to visit with us. So it's a reminder of all of that. But he himself said that his time in Ireland was transformative. That for the first time he was treated like a man and not like a chattel. And he did, as you say, become friends with Daniel O'Connell, and he came to learn that the issue of slavery wasn't an isolated issue. It was part of a global struggle, a wide struggle for equality and for social justice. He went on to become a feminist. He was the only African American to attend the first conference on women's rights, and one of the few men that were there. He argued successfully that the right for women to vote should be part of that manifesto that was being agreed at that time. He actually said that no man be kept from the ballot box because of his colour, and that no woman be kept from the ballot box because of her sex. So, for me, his relationship with Belfast is a matter of great public pride. I'm delighted that one of the first public demonstrations of this was a street mural here in West Belfast on the Falls Road. There will be a statue in place, hopefully within about a year, where he used to talk downtown in Rosemary Street. There's a plaque going up in Dublin. There's another commemorative event going on in Cork. So all of this is to the good. And I don't want to be speaking for too long. Christine is the expert and the authority on Frederick Douglass and on Ngorta Mór as well. So I think he's a reminder. His message today is just as relevant as it was when he very courageously took the stand that he took all those years ago. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And very well said. On a personal note of yours, what would you say impresses you the most about Frederick Douglass's time in Ireland?
Well, he took a stand. You know, he took a stand before he came to Ireland. He came to Ireland actually because he took a stand. But when he came here, he then identified with the suffering of the people here as well. But you know, sometimes Ireland is depicted as being, you know, very insular and backward and so on. The fact that he could feel transformed, you know, that he came here to be treated, as he said, like a man. I think it's just good for us as a people to be reminded that we have those qualities. I also think, and this is a very, very important point I'm going to make now, Senator, because this isn't just about history. 20 to 40 million people today are in slavery. It isn't over. There are 10 million children slaves. So this hundreds of years after the abolition of slavery, we still have this international disgrace. And all of us will agree, no matter what we might disagree with each other on, that no human being should be treated like a slave, that we're all equal under the eyes of God and all equal within our own right, whatever about our background, our race.
Extremely.
So it's a reminder in this day that there's still work to be done on this issue.
Yes, extremely well said. And for those of you that have not had an opportunity to read the narrative of a life of an American slave by Frederick Douglass from 1845 that sent him overseas, I would highly suggest you read it. There's so many lessons to be learned in there about who we are today as a nation. And I think it's important for us to read it. I think it's important for our children and the next generation to read it. Christine, you've written multiple volumes about Frederick Douglass, his life and his legacy. Tell us a little bit more about your research and what you found and what might surprise us a little bit.
Okay. Thank you, Senator, and thank you both for all your good wishes to Siobhan. So, as some of you know, my initial research has been on the Great Hunger, the Great Famine, and a few years ago I was asked to write a book on Daniel O'Connell. And for me, Daniel O'Connell was the champion of Catholic emancipation, the man who tried to bring independence to Ireland but failed. And I sort of saw him as a bit of a chancer in some ways, I have to say. I was much more in favour of Young Ireland, the breakaway group. But as I started to research on Daniel O'Connell, I started to see him not just as being narrowly Irish, but really as being, as Jerry has said, this great international champion of human rights. He was a great advocate of Jewish emancipation. We've heard about the Maoris earlier. He supported the Maoris. He was outraged by the genocide committed on them. He supported Aborigines in Australia. And of course, he wanted an end to slavery wherever it existed. And it had existed at that time in the British Empire, in North America, in British India. And he became really the greatest spokesman of his day in terms of transatlantic abolition. When he became a member of Parliament, he spoke very effectively within the British Parliament. They tried to bribe him to shut up. He refused to do so. And to me, what's interesting is that even before Frederick Douglass arrived in Ireland, he had heard the name Daniel O'Connell. And he said of all people, that was the man he wanted to meet. If you read the narrative, and I agree it's just fantastic read, it hasn't dated, the preface to the narrative includes a quote from Daniel O'Connell. And Frederick said when he was in Ireland that when he was still enslaved, he heard his master talk about this interfering Irishman. And he said, I knew from the way my master spoke about him that if my master hated him, I should love him. And so when Frederick came to Ireland, that was his greatest desire. And the two men did meet, we think only once. They met on the 29th of September, 1845. And Daniel O'Connell was having a meeting to bring about a repeal of the Act of Union. 4,000 people were present, a place called Conciliation Hall, sadly now demolished. And Frederick attended. And it was very crowded. He was at the back of the hall. And when Daniel O'Connell sat down, Frederick moved to the front and he was introduced to Daniel O'Connell. And Daniel turned to the people and he said, don't leave. I want you to hear this young visitor from America. And so Frederick Douglass, 27 years old, a fugitive slave, totally self-educated, got on stage and spoke next to his hero. And during the speech, it's a very beautiful speech, and he spoke about even the slaves in Carolina have heard the name of the great Daniel O'Connell. And he ended his speech with a call to arms, which he effectively had borrowed from Daniel O'Connell, and those three words were agitate, agitate, agitate. And to me, they are a mantra for the days we live in. We need to keep agitating. So that's how I got to Frederick Douglass. One of my friends, a dairyman, Don Mullen, he challenged me. He said, why don't you try and transcribe Frederick's speeches? He made some when he was in Ireland. And so I started. I hadn't realised Frederick made 50 speeches in Ireland. None of them were written down. Each one was different, and some of them lasted for up to 2 hours. He was just a brilliant speaker, again, self-educated, but brilliant. And so I really rifled through the newspapers to find these speeches, and I transcribed them. It took me 8 years, so it wasn't a fast process, but during that time I felt very close to Frederick. I call him Frederick. I sort of felt he became my friend, and from that I became interested in other black abolitionists, and so that's my current research. I think 30 black abolitionists came to Ireland between 1790 and 1860. I've only got 2 women so far, but to me that's very exciting. And of course they went to the great city of Belfast, where they knew they would be welcomed. And just to finish, some unusual things about Frederick you might or might not know. He liked dogs. Jerry knows I like dogs, so I have to mention that. And towards the end of his life, he had a mastiff who was called Frank. To me, he's inspirational in so many ways, but in terms of his ability to forgive, as an older man, he went to meet the man who had owned him, and his former master was dying, and Frederick sat by his side and held his hand, and the 2 men cried, and Frederick said, "I forgive you." And I think that, again, is a lesson for our times when we don't ever seem to want to forgive anybody. And another thing about him, and Jerry mentioned this, he was a great feminist. As you said, he attended Seneca Falls, he signed the Declaration of Sentiments, and the day he died, 1895, he was 77 years old, he attended a meeting on women's suffrage, and he was given a standing ovation by the women. So to the end of his life, he supported women's rights. Again, you're thinking back to what Elaine has said. So, and can I just add one thing, because I think, again, in light of what Jerry said, this is relevant. Towards the end of his life, he became Consul General for Haiti. He was fascinated by Haiti, the first black republic. At one time, the richest island in the world, but because it dared to seek independence, France imposed reparations, and so it became one of the poorest countries in the world. So Frederick became Consul General of Haiti, and he resigned because he realized America wanted to recolonize part of it. But I think one of his finest speeches he made in 1893 about why do people hate the Republic of Haiti. And as I look at what is happening in Haiti today, again, I think of Frederick, and people should have listened to him.
Very, very well said. Yes. Frederick Douglass was a true hero, a true American hero and visionary. And you have encapsulated his life through your work and your words here today. One other thing that Christine has recently done is published a list of various areas that Frederick Douglass visited all over Ireland into various books. They're in the back of the room for the delegates. Pick up your copy before you leave. But in that work, and you have just been instrumental in launching the new Belfast Frederick Douglass Walking Trail, which is a new self-guided publication that you've written and produced. Can you tell us a little bit about how that idea came to fruition and what the experience entails?
Yeah, like all good ideas, I sort of stole it or borrowed it. If you know Ireland, you know in Ireland they have the Wild Atlantic Way. And because of my research on the famine, I've been very involved in what they now have is the National Famine Way. We heard about Roscommon before. The National Famine Way traces a 100-mile route from Roscommon to Dublin, which 1,490 people took in 1847. They were sent by their landlord to Canada via Dublin and Liverpool, and about 400 of them perished before they got to Canada. So we now have a National Famine Way. I actually walked it in 2019 when it was launched, 100 miles. And that gave me an idea for a Frederick Douglass Way. So it's not just me. I've been working with Marcin, with the Senator, with Jerry. I'm part of a group called the African American Irish Diaspora Network. Nettie Douglas, Frederick's great-great-granddaughter, is on it. And a few years ago, and Jerry, you were part of it, my son and I, my son was born in Belfast. We were up in Belfast, and my son and I started to visit all the places Frederick had visited. And so this summer, or this spring, I created the Frederick Douglass Way. So it is a self-guided walking route. I also written the history of the places where Frederick visited, etc. And you might be pleased to hear this is free, unlike my very expensive books. So they have a copy at the back. There's one for Belfast, but also, and I lived in Dublin for a number of years, and in 2018, I led a Frederick Douglass walking tour as part of European Culture Night. So there's one for Dublin, and the map in them was created by a cartographer, and it's a map from the 1840s, so it actually recreates the places that Frederick would have seen, the streets he would have walked on. So we call it following in Frederick's footsteps. So that's really exciting, and Cork is about to come out, and then all these places will be linked into the National Frederick Douglass Way.
Excellent, thank you. So, Mr. Adams, coming back to you, how can people today use Frederick Douglass' life as an inspiration for advocacy and incorporate it into their own work these days with so much happening?
Well, first of all, I want to once again commend Christine for all of her work. This is the Belfast walking trail. And, people like Don Mullen, who Christine mentioned, Councillor Kieran Beattie, who has been pushing Frederick's life and the need to commemorate him in Belfast City Council, and many others, Todd Allen, a good friend of mine, and of course Frederick Douglass's own family. So it's a reminder of people like Christine and these other folks that I've mentioned didn't take the trouble to research, to promulgate, to publicize. We know very little about this man. And the more and more people know about him and about his work, as she has said, and its relevancy today, then we'll be moved. I went to visit his home in Virginia, just to have the sense of walking in the place that he lived, and we're all motivated by the vast majority of people by a sense of doing good. And we need to know that it is possible, despite all the odds, despite being a slave, despite being treated the way that Frederick Douglass was treated, that you can rise above it, that you can not just, I suppose, redeem or bring about redemption, not just for yourself or for the people that you work with, but also for the slave owner and Frederick's case. So this is an inspirational figure. Now, we also shouldn't eulogize. I'm sure he had his faults like the rest of us. He was a man. So I'm sure, like all of us, we all have our flaws. But it's just the notion that change can be brought about, that one person can make a difference. And I firmly believe that one person can make a difference. So teach this to the children, teach this to the young people, stay away from racism of any kind, and learn from the life of sacrifice and example of this man. And, I go back to what I said at the beginning of my remarks. It's just it's a wonderful, proud remembrance for those of us who live in Belfast and in Ireland, that there's this really progressive aspect of our history. And as this trail opens up, as more and more people learn about it, then that will improve the life of people today. This isn't just about history for the sake of history, although that's important. This is about trying to learn the lessons and using this man's journey through life as an example of what is possible and what can be done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jerry. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege in just a moment. Before I get to you, Christine, I know it's been mentioned a couple of times, Frederick Douglass' engagement at the women's suffrage movement at Seneca Falls. As he was the only African-American in the crowd that day, and only, as Jerry mentioned, only one of a handful of men in the crowd. I have to do my job as a politician from Buffalo and recognize another Belfast man in the room here who happens to be my neighbor here, Mr. Adams. Connor Hawkins, he's on the panel here today, but we're going to be hearing from Connor, but a great man. And, you know, I have to correct the previous chair, Mike O'Brien, who is selling Scranton as the heart of Irish America. For those of you that don't realize, Buffalo, New York is the Irish capital of the United States. So we have a little thing. And I made sure Michael O'Brien knew that Patrick Joseph O'Brien and Catherine O'Brien, my great-grandparents, came over from Ireland and settled in Philadelphia. So I said, hello, how you doing there, cuz? But we're going to get back to Frederick Douglass and you, Christine. So he was the only African-American to attend the first Women's Rights Convention. Can you talk a little bit about his advocacy for women's suffrage and the role and his involvement that he played there?
Yeah. One of the interesting things about abolitionists is, as Jerry said, they were very progressive and progressive on a number of issues. So it wasn't just abolition. They believed in animal rights. They were often pacifists, and they believed in women's equality. And so in 1848, a number of American women held a conference in Seneca Falls, and they held it because in 1840 they'd attended an abolition meeting in London, and the very first item on the agenda was whether women should be allowed to attend, and the vote was no. So they decided, we need to prove we're equal. And so Frederick attended, and he actually signed this document. 100 people signed it. He was the only African-American person who signed it, and the Declaration of Sentiments. And on his newspaper, you talked about the North Star. The slogan was about the equality of women. So it was something that he very firmly believed in. And something that, again, may not be so known about him, but at one point he ran to be vice president, and the person standing to be president was a woman. They didn't get elected, you can imagine. But, it's a very brave, far-sighted attempt, almost a reversal of what we have now. So, but just as I said, to his dying day, literally, his very final attendance at a political meeting was on behalf of women's suffrage.
Incredible. Well, he is shining bright on New York today, not just because we're here talking about him, but because for the first time in New York's history since 1777, we have a woman governor in our state. And she's an Irish woman, Kathy Courtney Hochul, and a Buffalonian for the first time in 135 years. It's a great time to be an Irish person in America and in New York. I'm going to finish up here. We have these extraordinary individuals. Again, Jerry Adams, thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you do for Ireland, for America, for the world. We appreciate you, we love you, and we thank you. Christine Keneally, thank you so much for everything you do. You are so wonderful. And on behalf of myself, I just want to let you know how honored I am to be here. And one final thing, another incredible woman would have been joining us here today, and she'll be with us in the future. Nettie Washington Douglass, who's been working with us, is the great-great-granddaughter of Frederick Douglass. So we'll be hearing from her in the future. Again, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Good luck. See you, Christine. Good luck.
Well, that was interesting, to say the least. Jerry Adams in the house, Dr. Christine Keneally, looking for a home for our museum. We're going to talk, because the messages that are present in the Irish Famine Museum need to be preserved, and they need to be hosted. So I'm putting it out there in the world that the AOH and Dr. Keneally are going to start to have some conversations to see what we can do to preserve this foundation of Irish America. My own great-great-great-grandfather came over 1846 because of the famine. I would not be an Irish American if it wasn't for that. Not that I'm happy that there was a famine, not at all, but millions came here and created this connection that we all have. So before we get into the video for Aer Lingus, another one of our sponsors, I'm going to introduce Seamus Fainusa, right, Seamus? And his board. Seamus is the is the historian of the Fighting 69th here in New York City, a really famous location, and tremendous amount of history there. Also with him is Colonel Michael Shinners, retired colonel. Jay Hart, Chief, I think you're online, out in Torrance, California, and my friend Lieutenant Colonel Brendan Cooney, a fellow member of the Ancient Order Hibernians National Veterans Affairs Committee that we serve on. So with that, their panel is In Unity is Strength, Reconnecting Irish American Veterans. Oh, and we'll also have Major Tara Dane joining us as well. So with that, if the panel can come up and roll Aer Lingus.
Hi, this is Bill Byrne, the Senior Vice President of Global Sales at Aer Lingus, and it's again our pleasure to participate in the Irish Echo Campfire, an event that informs and celebrates the connection between the island of Ireland and the U.S. Like you, my roots with Ireland run deep. My father is from Dungarvan, a seaside village in the west of Waterford, and my mother is from Castle Cara, a farming village just south of Castlebar in County Mayo. In fact, my first flight to Ireland was on Aer Lingus, Chicago to Shannon, with a fuel stop in Montreal. This is what we do. We connect Ireland to the U.S. Before the pandemic, we flew to 14 cities. Since the pandemic, we flew to 3, Boston, New York, and Chicago. No other airline has done that. Our safety performance is second to none. The air on our aircraft is cleaned to hospital grade through the use of HEPA filters. Travel through this period can be a little bit uncertain, so we've introduced a book with confidence policy, which allows passengers to change their tickets up to 2 hours before departure. As you know, on the 19th of July, Ireland opened its doors to international travelers. Fully vaccinated, those with proof of coronavirus antibodies, or those with a recently taken PCR test. You'll notice some differences when you get to the airport. Masks are required in all airports that we depart from, required on board. There'll be social distancing while boarding. There'll be contactless boarding procedures. On board, we'll have the same food service that you come to enjoy, but cabin crew movement during your trip will be limited. Looking ahead, we'd like to open more cities, but that will depend on the relaxation of government travel restrictions and the return of normal travel demand between Ireland and the U.S. Despite these uncertain times, there is no better time to travel than now. We have been separated from our loved ones for too long, and the door is open. Our cabin crew will be ready to welcome you with that Irish welcome that you've come to know and love. We look forward to welcoming you on board.
So, I will have to say hello in the Irish language. Gur míle maithe a charjas a hartan seo. Is mór an anol tú go bhfuil man seo le bheith am láthar agus tá sé riarta na couple faclúr ach tá so go méid go bhfuil gaelic lífa go bhfuil níos mó na couple facl agam ach nó caiimiid an córa seo a dheanú Merla an Saxferla mar níl tangi ar sin ag a bhórchuid. So that was hello in Irish. So, out of all the distinguished guests that we have here today, and each one of the panels covering a segment of the Irish American experience, one of the ones that has gotten a lot of attention in recent times is that of veterans of military service. This is something that's actually of long standing. It's very old. In ancient times, I'm talking about classical Roman and Greek times, Celtic warriors were renowned for their bravery. In more recent centuries, the Celtic countries were restricted to the western fringe of Europe. You had Ireland, Scotland, and yet they were renowned for their fierceness in fighting. It took England some 400 years between 1169 and 1603 to conquer Ireland. So that is a testament to how fiercely the Irish fought back, and you could make the argument that they never stopped fighting back. And when the Irish went to other countries in Europe, to England, well, to France, to Spain, they always fought in other people's armies, other nations' armies, and attracted a tremendous amount of positive acclaim and fame for their martial exploits. And this is something that's a matter of record in Irish history before the United States was even founded. But then the United States was founded in 1776. The horror of the famine happened on Gulf War, the Great Hunger, and millions of Irish fled, and that's why we're all here. And the Irish joined the American Army, the American Navy too, and the Marine Corps, and once it became available, the Air Force, and I assume now the Space Force. But the point is, the Irish joined the United States military forces in a greater proportion than other groups. And even though nowadays it's leveled off in terms of percentages, still the Irish mark on American military service is very strong. And here's the thing that really makes a difference between Irish service and the American armed forces and that of other countries like the famed French Irish Brigade or the Spanish Irish Brigade. The Irish were always foreigners in those other countries. In the United States, we're accepted as Americans. We're not just accepted as Americans. In many ways, someone with an Irish background is an American par excellence. And this is something that's different about the American experience in military service for those of Irish background. And so when we talk today, we have this distinguished panel from a variety of backgrounds. We have Tara Daw, who lives in Florida, retired as a major, 23 years of service, and as an NYPD officer. We have Jay Hart, the chief of police in Torrance, California, and has served in Marine Recon. We have Brendan Cooney, federal police officer and trainer, and military police battalion commander currently. And we have Mike Shinners, career Army infantry officer, retired as a colonel after 28 years, and now works for the Department of the Army, and joined us from Italy. Thank you, Mike, for that. That's quite a commute. Thank you to everyone on this panel. So, to start off the discussion, being that veterans right now in particular, especially with all the stuff going on in Afghanistan, it's a matter of concern, the way those who served our country overseas are treated. It's a complex issue, and I'll just throw out some thoughts to get the discussion going, and then you guys in turn can each take a shot at it. And it's something that it's complex for a number of reasons. One, I don't think the majority of us who served want a red carpet rolled in front of us when we come home. We're just doing our duty. On the other hand, there's a tremendous disconnect between service overseas in a combat environment and the type of life that we live here. So to start off, I'll start, Jay, if you could, do you have any thoughts on that, on the veteran issue in particular, and also how the Irish experience has informed your understanding of your service as a policeman and as a Marine?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think you bring up some really fantastic points, and especially with what's going on right now with current events. You know, there's a great sense of pain, especially with people coming back and having a more, just a difficult time transitioning as it is. And that's why events like this are so important, to really bring awareness to that, so we can reach out where we are at across the nation, to reach out to those veterans, especially from recent service. Because they need, not only do they need, not that they need help, but they need community. And that's one of the things as Irish and Irish Americans we're fantastic at, building community. That's one of our expertise. You've seen us do it across the world. And that's one of the things we need to do with veterans right now, is help build community. And through that process too, also teach them about their Irish American heritage and Irish culture in general, which out here in California can be somewhat more of a challenge because we're so big with almost 40 million people, about 2 million veterans. It's not like where you go back to Boston, you go to that community that's been there for a really long time. Here we're a little bit more spread out, but it is an issue right now in the veteran community with what's going on with current events.
That's fascinating, the idea of community, and that's something that we could provide as Irish Americans who have a concept of that. Do you have any thoughts on that, Tara?
Well, I do feel like everything going on right now in the world is a little overwhelming for a lot of veterans out there, especially those that were in Afghanistan. I will say when I deployed twice to Iraq that we had such a large group of Irish people within my unit that we would get together and just talk about how much support we got from our Irish families back in New York. And I know with the police department also had a strong Irish, heritage within it, that most of them who joined the military police corps inside the military, we stuck together and we were in both career fields. So through those deployments and through a lot of things going on in the military, we kind of reach out to our family members that we took with us after we got out of the military.
And do you guys think that there's any room for Irish American fraternal organization of veterans? Jay or Tara or Brendan or Mike for that matter. Whoever wants to pitch in on that.
So I'll jump in. Irish American or by unit, which is where I've had a lot more experience, I think, in organized activities. The veteran connectivity is such a crucial intangible to this lifestyle, which is extraordinarily inconvenient. So if you don't have things like veterans to live up to and to communicate with and to want to be a part of yourself, and you're just in it for a transactional, I'll go in for 3 years and get a GI Bill and get out. And some people do that, and that's all fine. But for those of us to make a life of it, you can't do that without something like veterans. I'll give you two good examples of mine. One of my proudest days in the military was my father served, enlisted man for 30 years. He fought in World War II as a private, and Vietnam as a command sergeant major. The first time after I had got commissioned and was stationed on the East Coast, and I could go up, he had a gang of buddies in Washington, D.C. They would lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier for Memorial and Veterans Days. And the day I joined them in my dress blues was one of the proudest days of my 28 years for sure. And another good example, one of my projects once was the D-Day celebration, the 60th anniversary of D-Day. And I planned and organized a 600 paratrooper jump into St. Mary-Église drop zone in France. And all those paratroopers landed on the drop zone and then formed up and marched into town, which was jam-packed full of actual veterans of the same jump. And we sat there. There was a barbecue and a beer tent on every corner of the square. And we sat there all night long, choking to death because you had to talk so loud because there was so much music and stuff. And the whole place was full of barbecue smoke. But it's one of the greatest nights of my life. And it tied us together to that previous generation like nothing else could.
And thank you, Mike. And Brendan, do you have thoughts, or I'm sure you have tons of thoughts, on veterans and society's treatment of them in general and the particular Irish American aspect of it and how our culture contributes to our sense of service?
Thank you. I think we all hear, especially you, the term fighting Irish, right? Military units, sports teams. But I think that's because our culture has had to fight for what we have. Fight for our rights, fight for our place in society, fight for belonging, and our place in the world, especially with positions, leadership, employment, stuff like that. So, that sense of belonging and service, I think, is ingrained in us as Irish Americans, and we look for jobs and positions that can give us that. Especially with the anniversary of 9/11 just around the corner. Many people have signed up because of that. Many people now serve that joined up the day after. And that gives them pride in serving their community, serving their state, and serving their country. It's those Irish American veteran organizations and just Irish American organizations in general, I think help provide continuity, camaraderie, teamwork, some of the things that they lack sometimes when they come back from deployment and they don't see their friends every day and they don't drill every day like Guard and Reserve. So those groups kind of provide, friendship. It also provides networking, right? Who wants to move states? Who needs a job? Who needs their resume redone to get that civilian job versus the Army resume that they have? So some of those things that the Irish groups provide. We also provide and promote belonging regarding Irish heritage and culture, right? Groups like AOH, the Emerald Societies, not just provide teamwork and fun and camaraderie, but they also give a chance to live out their Irish heritage. We always think of St. Patrick's Day and St. Patrick's Day parades and stuff like that, but there's so much more that's out there that these groups do. Benefits, death benefits, policy changes. AOH in DC, they lay a wreath for Wreaths Across America every December at Arlington National Cemetery. They also do a wreath at the grave of JFK, Irish president, also a Hibernian as well. And just this last week, we were able to attend the burial of Chaplain Kevin Devine from right here in New York, who spent 30 years on active duty as a chaplain, touring the world, including Germany, Greenland, Korea, and Vietnam. Some of you may know the name. His brother was Finbar Devine of the NYPD. So those are some of the things that we get to work with and bring people into our connections and network, but it also helps them as well. Last thing I'll say about that, some of the negative effects too of military service and deployments can be helped by the Ancient Order of Hibernians and some of the other veterans groups as well. Things that cause people to have issues, right? Withdrawal, alcoholism, suicide awareness, PTSD, some of the things that unfortunately plague our veterans. Those groups and having that network and friendships help them and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. And so we see that certain themes of community and belonging are very strong within the overall topic of veterans. I didn't know that about the AOH and the helping veterans out that are going through some trouble. That's a tremendous service. That's definitely something that should be advertised. And there are demographic challenges to a sense of Irish identity, like you were saying, Jay, in the eastern seaboard cities where you have closer communities, physically closer communities, and people sharing that sense of Irishness to in California where it's more spread out. Now, with the current things that are going on in the news, the Afghan tragedy, I mean, we're not getting into specific politics here or anything like that, because everyone has their opinion of whether we should have stayed, how long we should have stayed, etc. Right now, as it affects veterans, how do you think we as veterans and people who have many years of service and as Irish Americans support those who have tremendous feelings of, let's say, betrayal or thinking that it wasn't worth it. My buddies died. My buddies got blown up and killed, and now it's all going away. Because I know from talking with many veterans that that's an actual thing. It's an actual issue that's going on in our community. And I think we got a good circle going right now, and Jay, Tara, Mike, Brendan. So if we could start with you, Jay.
Yeah, what I'll add to that is, one of the things that we've been doing here on the West Coast through the AOH is really meeting people where they're at, especially when it comes to the veteran community. So, a big part of Irish and Irish American culture is our music, and it draws people in. And so what we're doing is we're just going to places, whether it's a VFW, Veterans of Foreign War Hall, Legion Hall, and we're just going in there and starting to play music. And that brings people in, and they start to come over, and then they start to reminisce about their own Irish American culture or an uncle or a story. And then they start to talk about their stories as veterans. And then we start to talk about suffering. And that if you have a why, you can suffer anyhow. That's the story of the Irish people across the world. when it comes to how do you move through tragedies. And you do that by leaning into each other, by supporting each other, and by celebrating everything that's noble and honorable about our service to the country in America, but also everything about our culture. And so we're seeing a lot of success with that on bringing people in on a common ground.
Thank you, Jay. And Tara, what are your thoughts on that?
My personal thoughts on the whole situation going on in Afghanistan, when I talk to veterans who do feel exactly how you described earlier, is like, oh, was it really worth it? And we have our own little circle of friends and people within the unit that we get together and we discuss it, and it was worth it, regardless of anybody's political opinions. And I constantly have to speak to some of my former soldiers about that a difference was made. So you made sacrifices and we fought the good fight, and people gave up a lot to be there. Some people came home with serious injuries, and some people sacrificed missing the birth of a child. And we all have our personal stories, but in the end, every person has to just realize that we did make a difference. It was worth it. Our effort was there, and we kept Americans safe for almost 20 years. And what's happening today doesn't take any of that away from any of the soldiers that served over there.
Yeah, and I can build on that. It's a great point, Tara. What I would say to any veteran that feels betrayed or, taking this incident in Kabul very much to heart, the Army gives us resilience training, and thank goodness they do, because a lot of us would never seek it if we didn't have to go to it. But one of the things I learned was paraphrase that old prayer of effect the things you can control, accept the things you can't, and have the wisdom to know the difference. So I could affect my performance in Kandahar for a year. I could affect the care and leadership I provided to my unit. I could affect my relationship with my Afghans. My previous experience with Afghanistan was as a rear detachment commander. So while my brigade was in Afghanistan, I was taking care of the families and, most importantly, the returning wounded and killed. So 18 memorial services, Purple Heart on a gentleman with an airwave in his throat, et cetera. So that's my investment in it. Now, if I base the value of that investment on things I can't control, like the performance of the Afghan government, the negotiations between the Taliban and the Afghans, strategic decisions that my country makes, that's a fool's errand. I can just base my effort and my immediate effects on what I did, and I'm no less proud of what I did and how I did it than if Afghanistan was a perfect democracy right now.
I will end with an analogy. So if a doctor treats a patient for 20 years, patient does well, patient lives, right? 20 years go by, patient dies, right? Has the doctor done any less? Has the doctor wasted his or her time, right? That person had 20 years to live, make memories, make a family, do good things, as well as the doctor that treated them. So I will leave that analogy for you to spread to your vets, to your friends, to your family members, if you are a vet yourself, so that you know that, and that they know they made a difference. Thank you.
It's a very poignant analogy. Thank you, Brendan. And just to close off on an optimistic note, I want to ask you, Mike, about something you were telling me, how you would throw a St. Patrick's Day party every year. Now that's important. Come on, like that camaraderie that comes where you're specifically focused on some type of Irish heritage, and there's more to it than drinking and having a great time, though that's an important part too. But you actually hosted a St. Patrick's Day parade every year during your time as a commander. Yeah.
Well, my whole 28 years in the Army, unless I was in Afghanistan or Iraq, we'd have a St. Patrick's Day party. And you brought it up on how being Irish has affected my service, and I wasn't fortunate enough to serve in the 69th, where it would have had a lot more effect. That particular ethnicity didn't affect my service too much, but what it did enable me to do is throw this grand bash. It was the biggest St. Patrick's Day party in whatever neighborhood or town, really, in most of those southern towns that I lived in. And I would invite not only my unit and the people close to me, but all the agencies and people that could help us, or that we have to work with that I don't know that well. And by the end of that party, I had some pretty important connections and friends, and it's thanks to being Irish and being enthusiastic about it.
That's awesome. That is awesome. How can you beat that? So, Jay, Chief Hart, Tara Daw, Mike Shinners, Brendan Cooney, a big round of applause to all you guys. Thank you so much for your service and your dedication to our country. Thank you. A big thanks to Martin O'Millior and the Irish Echo. A Martin mille buia hastat.
I know mar Hamish le fada. Seamus and I made a TV programme, as you do, for TG Cahir, for the Irish Language National Television Station, which involved us sending Kevin McKiernan from California to Afghanistan to film Seamus in Afghanistan. And that's on YouTube. A much younger Seamus than that 10 years ago in that film. So another round of applause for Seamus O'Feanasa. And that's not a word of a lie, that not only does he speak this beautiful Donegal Irish with this perfect Donegal accent, so people are amazed when he starts speaking English. He speaks English with an American accent, but Seamus could speak very good Irish before he had ever been in Ireland. So if that's not inspirational, I don't know what is. Our next session is going to be chaired by Jim Lamb of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and it's called Lessons from Lockdown, a New Toolbox to Rebuild Transatlantic Bridges. So trying to pick up the lessons we learned during the lockdown. And you'd have noticed today that deliberately we sort of insisted, if you're going to chair a panel, we want you to be in the room. But we're making an exception, which shows you the very high regard in which we hold Jim Lamb. He is really the driving force behind the Ireland Institute of Pittsburgh. He's multi-talented. He also sings the odd song and plays guitar in an Irish band. But he's given great leadership in Pittsburgh, not only during the pandemic as part of the recovery, but before that, and especially great leadership for Irish America. You may recognise the name because his nephew is Conor Lamb, Congressman Conor Lamb, who opened one of our events last year and who is now bidding to be a senator from Pennsylvania. If he becomes a senator, he may be the only person in the Senate who has captained the captained the GAA team, because Conor Lamb was the captain of the Pittsburgh GAA team, I think, for 2 years in a row. So we're delighted to have Jim with us today. So let's welcome him with a round of applause. And we're just one other person I want to mention in the panel, because Jim will do the introductions. We haven't had a representative previously from Colorado, and we're joined by Professor Jim Walsh, who is at the University of Colorado, but his organisation has this beautiful name. It's called the Rocky Mountain Irish Roots Collective. Sounds like a band, but it's a wonderful group, and you can see online some of the great activity they have been having. So it's wonderful to have Jim Walsh joining us as well. Before Jim Lamb gets proceedings underway in this session, and we're in the closing stretch, I want to watch this message from our dear friends in Tourism Ireland. So, Gurra, thank you.
That great video from from the Tourist Board. Just a great job they all do. And thank you, Marcine, for putting this program together, and all the folks that work with you, Conla and the whole crowd. I am delighted to be chairing this. I regret that I can't be in New York today, but I am delighted and honored to be chairing an organization, chairing a panel of these organizations that have really figured out ways moving forward after a difficult lockdown over the past, 18, 20 months now. I'm losing track of the time. And you're going to be able to read about everybody's information, the organizations they run. And I quickly do want to just introduce everyone on the panel. First of all, we have Miranda Driscoll virtually from Solus Nua, based in Washington, D.C., although Miranda is in New Hampshire today. No, Vermont. New Hampshire?
Vermont.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Oh, Vermont. Okay, thanks. So welcome, Miranda. We also have Kira Archer from the Cultural Center in Arizona. Kira, can you tell us the name of the organization again?
Sure, it is the Irish Cultural Center at McClelland Library in Phoenix, Arizona.
Right. Fantastic work they're doing there. We have, as Marcine mentioned, we have Jim Walsh from the University of Denver and the Rocky Mountain Irish Roots Collective, and of course, Eamon McConville from the Northern Ireland Bureau, who I had a chance to speak with earlier today. Eamon and Jim, thank you both for being part of this panel too.
Thanks, Tim.
So if it pleases all involved here, I'd like to just jump right in and talk a little bit about how we all sort of managed to get through a difficult lockdown. And if I may, Miranda, just start with you. Tell us a little bit about what you guys were facing back on March 13th, 2020, and what you did to get past all of the havoc.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to Irish Echo, to Martin and Conla for today. I've been tuning in, and it's been a fascinating day so far. And hi to my fellow colleagues, both virtual and, virtual. I'm sorry I'm not in one of those seats over there. So I'm the Executive Director of Solus Nua, and we are based in Washington, D.C., and we present multidisciplinary arts. So we present Irish arts, theatre, film, visual art, music, performing, all different types of performing arts, all around Washington, D.C., and obviously in recent times, all virtual. So, speaking, I suppose, on behalf of the cultural sector, in a way, it's been an incredibly difficult time, as you can imagine, as we've all had our own personal sort of difficulties. And the creative sector, what we do is we present contemporary Irish art. So that means we bring Irish artists to the US, and we bring Irish artworks, and we work with artists based in Ireland. And so, of course, that, as we know, that reality as we know it is no longer the case at the moment. So, artists, I think, individually have suffered the most across the sector, in a way, because they're already in very precarious working situations, and so they haven't been able to present their work. They haven't been able to, at best, shows and exhibitions and projects have been postponed, but in many cases just cancelled. And in Ireland in particular, which, had some pretty strict lockdowns over the year, many of them just couldn't get into their studios to make work, so really had to adapt. And so essentially the sector, as we knew it, came to a grinding halt, which is kind of, incomprehensible, or would have been incomprehensible 2 years ago. And so Solus Nua, I joined just the organization around the time when things were just grinding to a halt. And I was hired as director at the end of 2019. So certainly didn't imagine I'd be hired in the middle of a pandemic. But essentially, what we did, what Solus Nua did very quickly at the time, the board and my colleagues there, was to immediately respond in March when we were preparing for St. Patrick's Day and all the things that go with that. A film festival. We just finished our film festival. Thankfully, that just happened before the pandemic. Is to put artists back to work. That was our first sort of mission. And by doing that, we put together very quickly a sort of mini online festival that was, we had talks and short films and performances and readings and Q&As. And we asked attendees to donate, and 100% of the donations went to artists. So that was our kind of first crisis sort of reaction. And then after that, we had a bit more time just to think about how, and I listened to some of the talks this morning, and I know I'm echoing some of the things that were said, but how do we engage with artists? How do we continue to support artists, and how do we engage with audiences? When we can't meet them, we can't bring work out into the public realm, and what do we do? So really the way the year developed is we focused a lot on commissions, creating opportunities for artists to create and develop new projects. So for example, we worked with two visual artists and some musicians called Landless, and we commissioned a sort of hybrid film performance piece that was available for screening as part of our film festival. We've commissioned a podcast with Donald Deneen, an Irish broadcaster, a quarterly podcast where he goes and he meets artists based in Ireland in all sorts of studios and work settings all over the country, and he interviews them. And then in theatre, my colleague Rex Doherty has really kind of drilled down into how we present theatre. Like, how do we present theatre when what you're looking at is actors on a screen potentially, or do we present theatre? And so he started to experiment with how maybe we interact with audiences. So we did a project that was kind of with actors. In real time, the audience were able to interact with the actors by texting in while they were in the middle of the project. So it felt quite kind of live, it was. And during that piece, the Washington Post head theatre critic was actually following the project. And so he actually took part, he attended rehearsals and wrote about his experience. So that was fascinating for us because it opened up this kind of gap between what previously is a gap between audiences, artists and critics. So that was really interesting. We did have a wonderful moment in May where we were able to produce a play outdoors, a play in a park, a Deirdre Kinahan piece it's called In the Middle of a Field. So it was perfect to produce in the middle of a field, which we did, which felt like a kind of a nice moment. And I suppose now, getting back is, in a way, it's sort of harder than the lockdown, because the first lockdown was like, this is black and white, that's it. You got to just stop what you're doing and rethink it. Now we are trying to find our way back, but I, strongly believe we're not going to get back to any kind of previous known normal. And so we're just taking steps to program for next year with plenty of contingency for not being able to do some of the things we want to do. I mean, even as recent as yesterday, we had to postpone a show that we really planned to do in the autumn, but we realized it's just not going to be possible and it's not safe. And so, we're developing our crisis management strategies. And I think, in years to come, of course, we're going to look back at this time and it's been devastating for so many people who've lost loved ones and who've lost income. And like many artists actually have left the sector, they've just gone and done other things. But it's also been an extraordinary time. And I suppose what I'm fascinated by is kind of thinking forward is the work that's been made during this time. It would be amazing to see an archive of that work put together, because the impact has been kind of extraordinary. And so really going forward, we continue to drive our mission of presenting Irish arts in the US in whatever shape or form that looks like, but also very importantly, to continue to support artists to enable them to create work.
Crisis management is something that I have not heard that particular term all day, but it's what everybody is doing in this time. If I could turn to you, Kira, and kind of the same question, dealing with, from March 10th, March 13th, whenever it hit Arizona, and what was the immediate obstacle and what was the next step? What was the pivot? How did you deal?
March 13th. I was not even in my current job yet. I was starting on the 25th. So my first week of work was shutting down our center and going out to media. Obviously St. Patrick's Day was right then. We were waiting to see what was going to happen. We thought we were moving forward, and then, collectively, the Irish people around the world just said, nope, we're not going forward. So how do we deal with that? And we quickly had to pivot. Like you said, we quickly had to move to an online sector. We'd never really delved into this world before, but all of a sudden it was either this or I guess I'm looking for a new job again. So thankfully, we made it work, and we quickly found our footing and found great support from our community. I know we've talked a lot about that from other speakers today, but when you ask for people's support and help, we found that they were more than willing to give it to us. We moved everything, and I think the overwhelming response was, what do people want? How can we give it to them? So we started with online happy hours, online coffee hours, game nights, that sort of a thing on Zoom. That did fine for a while, and then I think we all collectively got tired of Zoom and we dwindled, but we made it work. We moved our St. Patrick's Day this year to virtual. We had 9 hours of content, more than 90 performances. We had Liam O'Manley from the Hot House Flowers. Daniel O'Donnell came on and said hello. So again, we reached out to people, said, would you be interested maybe? And they were more than happy to do it, which just shows, I think, the resilience of Irish people. And then we also looked inward at home and we said, okay, this is a global pandemic. Who from home, what do you need? How can we help you? Do you need groceries? Do you need XYZ? How can we support? And one of the biggest things in Arizona in particularly, and one thing, we're really proud of, the Navajo Nation, which is in the north corner of Arizona, was particularly badly impacted by COVID. They didn't have access to water or groceries or anything, so we did a drive on their behalf with members of our Irish community in an honoring of the donation the Choctaw Nation made during the famine times. And through that, we collected over 5,000 different items, equating to $30,000 worth of goods that we sent up to the Navajo Nation, 150 cases of water, hand sanitizer, clothing, feeding for hay for horses and chickens, etc. So that was, we really said, okay, we have a platform, we have a facility, how can we help each other?
That's fantastic. One of the great silver linings, if I may, to this whole pandemic, and you've heard about it all day today with Zoom and other sorts of virtual technologies, you can really get some significant people to show up at your event and talk and put on their own presentation about what's going on. And you have an audience that otherwise would not get a chance to be intimate with such a significant speaker or group or speakers. And that's been our case as well in Pittsburgh with some of the things that we've done. If I can just jump up to the Rocky Mountains for a minute and talk with Jim Walsh, originally from my part of the world, greater Pittsburgh area, but is now out in Denver at the University of Colorado at Denver with the Rocky Mountain Irish Roots Collective. And Jim, before you tell me about all the things that you had to face, maybe you could also spend a little bit of time talking about the Irish miners that you're trying to memorialize with a monument and some other memorial.
Thanks, Jim, and I'm grateful to everyone behind this event and put in the hard work and to be a part of this panel. So I started the Rocky Mountain Irish Roots Collective really just before the pandemic hit, and the spirit of the organization is reaching into pockets of Irish America that aren't engaged, that really don't have much of a sense of their own identity and history. And people that might feel disengaged from the arts, might not feel connected to academic life, a lot of working class communities, rural communities. And so we built a network of organizations and people that spans vast amount of territory. We are a budgetless operation. We don't have any paid staff. We don't have to worry about grant writing and salaries. It just really liberates us to do the work we love to do. And so we were built to sustain something like a pandemic because we don't have any financial bills, so we didn't have to worry about that. We did do a lot of online Zoom-based programming, cultural and historical events. But what we did is we dove into a local project. Right now I'm not in Denver, I'm in a little town called Leadville. The highest town in North America. It's 10,200 feet, surrounded by 14,000-foot peaks. And in the 1880s, it was the largest Irish immigrant community between the Midwest and the West Coast. There were 4,000 to 5,000 Irish immigrants living here, mining silver. And there's an old cemetery here, and in the back of the cemetery is a pauper section. And in that pauper section, there are over 1,000 Irish immigrants buried in unmarked graves, sunken unmarked graves in a pine forest, buried in the 1880s, and largely forgotten. So we have spent the last 2 years raising awareness about this pauper cemetery, finding records to identify the names of the people buried there, and rallying the community to raise money for a permanent memorial. We even convinced the Ambassador Mulhall to come here 2 years ago and see the cemetery for himself, which was a powerful moment. So we've raised about $160,000. We're still a little bit short because it's quite a large memorial, and all the names of the people buried here will be on that, etched in glass. I want to say the average age of the people buried in these graves is 23.
Wow.
Half of them are children.
Wow.
And it really speaks to the horrors of Rocky Mountain mining camps. And one of the least known aspects of Irish American history, the Irish diaspora, are the people who made their way west in the 1870s and 80s and ended up in places like Leadville. Many of them were famine refugees. They were transient, desperate, uneducated, unskilled. And here in Leadville, they occupied the bottom of the social ladder. So this is the work we're doing, is to construct something that's a living reminder to Irish Americans of the struggle and working class roots and industrial labor that our ancestors endured and overcame. And that's exactly what the memorial will be. It's been an amazing experience. We're working with all of the local Irish organizations, both locally and nationally, and now globally, because we're connected to a large degree to Ireland and people there. And fundraising has been a challenge because we can't have big galas and that sort of thing. So we've just been creative. One of the things I did is I jumped on my bicycle this summer and rode from essentially Albany, New York to Asheville, North Carolina, and blogged along the way and asked people to contribute to a social media fund and raised a lot of money that way. So we've done things like that to be a collective is so easy to replicate anywhere. It doesn't require funding or grants. It just requires people who care and have an interest in Irish roots and Irish history. We also have connections to non-Irish communities who want to be a part of the network because they feel solidarity with the Irish story. So we're working really closely with Latin America. We want to, as we celebrate 19th century immigrant workers, we want to also celebrate 21st century immigrant workers. And so we built a strong relationship in that regard. Also with the Ute Nation, the land the memorial will be constructed on was Ute land. And so some elders in that community will be involved also in the groundbreaking ceremony. So I wish I could turn my laptop and show you the mountain peaks that are just outside the window here. It's beautiful up here. But anyway, I'm
Jim,
thrilled to be
yeah.
here, and I'll stop there.
Thanks for that recap. A tremendous amount of work and another great model. A couple of really great models coming out of this. I may now turn to Eamon McConville. I know, Eamon, you're not long in the job. You've only been in DC a couple of months maybe, and you're only kind of hearing the the after effects a year on from when this whole pandemic started. Can you give a little bit of a feedback summary of some of the things that you're dealing with at the Northern Ireland Bureau?
Yeah, Jim, thanks very much.
In terms of the pandemic?
Yeah. Thanks, Jim, and thanks to Marcin as well and the team for putting the event together. The Northern Ireland Bureau is the diplomatic mission of the Northern Ireland Executive. And I suppose our role really is to showcase Northern Ireland as a transformed place, a place that's like vibrant and outward looking now. And we work with a whole range of organizations and individuals, cultural organizations, political, academic, and business. A big part of that diplomatic work is being able to engage with people individually and in person, to build those relationships, those trusting relationships that are essential. So obviously the restrictions in meeting in person made our job much more difficult. And restrictions in traveling contributed to that as well, but it also made it difficult for us to bring our executive ministers out to the United States and Canada, and that's such an important part for them to be out engaging with people here and leading on initiatives on their program for government. So I suppose a bit like all the other guys here, we turned to technology and the virtual world. And it wasn't just about using technology. It was about trying to use it creatively and innovatively to continue that important work that we do. So we were able to through the virtual world bring 5 of our executive ministers virtually out to the States and engage with audiences here, and that was particularly successful because we were able to reach a wider audience, both in terms of diversity and location. And I think that was one of our learning points from the last 18 months, and something that we will continue to do. That's now in our toolbox. But we did other things as well. The Northern Ireland Bureau's keynote event around St. Patrick's Day is our big breakfast where we bring a few hundred people together.
Great event.
Yeah, it's great. And again, because of the restrictions, we weren't able to do that. So we collaborated with sister organizations in the States and in Northern Ireland, and our director Andrew Elliott, along with Mark Carruthers from the BBC in Northern Ireland, co-hosted our big breakfast this year, and we were able to, in a mix of live and pre-recorded pieces, showcase Northern Ireland in the way that we would normally do. So we had great performances from Northern Ireland Opera. We had artists reading their pieces to camera. We were able to bring the business community in and show what a thriving place Northern Ireland is, and we spread a bit of stardust in it. We had Roma Downey and Liam Neeson and Darren Clark, just contributing that little bit of sparkle to the whole event. But the real sort of
success of it was that we had the audience was live and they were able to interact with each other, albeit through a chat room forum. But it just brought that immediacy to the thing and brought people together in a really nice way. So I mean, where we are now, I mean, just sort of bringing it together. Really, we've been through the last 18 months. We've adopted, we've learned, and now we have, you know, a toolbox full of various tools that we can use, because obviously the next few months ahead of us are uncertain, and you know, we don't know what we're facing really. So in order for us to be able to continue doing our work, we want to, and we now know that we can use whatever tools are in our toolbox. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that everything goes well, Jim. But you know, if it doesn't, then we're partly prepared.
Right. Well, listen, just taking off of what Eamon just said, we only have about 2 or 3 minutes left in this 25-minute session. So if I could just go around the room one time, if all of you could just give me your 30, 45-second spiel on what is happening next for you. What are you looking forward to, let's say, in the next 6 months? Can I start with you? Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I was going to say, Miranda, if you could start off with the next 6 months, 30 to 45 seconds, what are you seeing? What do you want to see happen?
I mean, like I said earlier, like we are not going to go back kind of in person for any of our theatre pieces, but we are going to start to reconnect in person with our audiences for play readings, and they'll be more informal kind of get-togethers outdoors and in various locations. And we're really kind of planning our year next year. We do around St. Patrick's Day, we do a book day. So we're planning a more of an experience around that. We used to hand out books, and we're going to be doing something online, but it'll be more of an experience where people can kind of walk around the city and interact with it. So so over the next, we're working with Prime Cut in Belfast actually as well. We're doing an online screening of some of their films and talks, and we'll be working with the Bureau on that. So continuing to work online, which is getting more and more challenging, as Ciara pointed out, but really kind of brainstorming and putting together what we hope will be mostly in-person program for next year.
Great stuff. Ciara, how about you?
So we are following all of the guidance from the city of Phoenix and the Arizona government, but our plan as it stands now is to reopen after Labor Day and to welcome back in-person visitors in a more full capacity. We're also doing a virtual reality experience of Giant's Causeway and other sites around Ireland, as well as some other fun outdoor events. We have the ability to hold lots of people outside, so trying to promote that as much as possible, and then seeing where the rest of the year goes and looking to next year and how we can just continue to connect with everybody and continue to bring everybody home to our center. And there's been a lot of talk here about communities in America and who the hub is. Maricopa County is the 4th largest Irish population, so we're coming for you. We're bringing the heat, so just want to throw that out there.
Very good. How about you, Jim Walsh in Denver? 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we're planning a large gathering at the cemetery, a celebration, sort of a groundbreaking, September the 26th. The city of Leadville has scheduled its annual St. Patrick's practice parade. They have a practice parade every September to coincide with the celebration at the memorial. So we're planning that, expecting a decent crowd since it's going to be an outdoor event.
Very good, very good. I'll also throw my own. I'll throw my own commercial in there too. The Ireland Institute of Pittsburgh Ireland Forum is presenting Jerry Adams. Good to see Jerry at the event today. He'll be featured at our next forum on September 8th. And I just want to say thanks to the entire panel here for sitting and talking about all the innovative things that you're doing. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to Marcin again. I see on my clock that it's 3:41, so I'm sorry that we went a little bit over. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jim.
All righty then. Imagine that, an entire day, and we're still on time. Not bad. That's the first Irish Echo event I think went off on time. Thus the reason that Marcin asked the ex-cop to be here. Just keep it going. And I got backups here, so we're good, right? So the next videos we're going to see is from the Irish Cultural Center of Phoenix, Arizona. Did I hear something about Maricopa and the heat? Yeah, but it's a dry heat, right? Forget about it. And then we're going to watch a video, an Andy Cooney song. And I was talking to Andy before, and he's not sure what song it is, so he's hoping it's good and that we enjoy it. And then Andy Cooney himself will be here. He is right off the cruise of the Irish Stars. Actually, he's handing out some flyers. So if you're planning on getting back on a cruise ship, his lineup of talent is just amazing and represents all of the best Irish America has to offer, of course, led by Andy himself. So the next panel will, and oh, by the way, but Andy, do I have to tell everybody who Andy is? Andy Cooney? Yeah, okay. He's one of the New York Irish tenors, number one. Number two, he's got the Cruise of Irish Stars. That's a big deal. That'll be happening coming up next year. And his music is renowned and appreciated well beyond Irish America, as you know. So we're really proud to have Andy with us leading this panel about resuscitating our Irish festivals, our music. I miss being a fesh father back in the day, and it's time that we got that all back together. So let's roll the videos while Andy and the crew come on up. And thank you all for participating here today.
Just take a look around and listen to the good Lord's melody. On the eighth day, God created music. He put the leaves in the breeze and made a ringing tambourine. And he gave the wind a song, and the birds they sang along, and the world joined in perfect harmony. On the birds they sang along, and the world joined in perfect harmony, and the world joined in perfect harmony.
Hey! Well, thank you very much, everybody, and it's great to be with you all here. Hope you enjoyed that video. People were asking me, where did we film it? We filmed it at the Burren in Cavan. All right, and there was so many places to shoot there. But listen, great to be here with you all, and to be the finale of the Irish Echo Irish Campfire. This is just an honor to be here. So before we break out the marshmallows, okay, for the campfire, we have 4 guests today from different parts of Irish America, as far as Seattle, Washington, to Chicago, Milwaukee, and right here in New York City, all right? So for the next 30 minutes or so, we'll talk about what's going on in Irish America at the time as we go through what seems to be the next phase of the pandemic, all right? So with us first, we have Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell is from the Milwaukee Irish Festival, and you're very welcome, Mike. Irish Fest.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, hey, it's great to have you here because you guys have the largest Irish gathering in the world. All right, it's amazing what these guys have been doing for all these years out there. Well, Mike, you just got done with the festival just last week, you know. How was the turnout and what was the vibe?
So the vibe was phenomenal. We had such excitement and people were so glad to be able to be back together again, experiencing in a social environment, one-on-one, face-to-face, being able to enjoy live music, live cultural events, all the things that Milwaukee Irish Fest brings. As far as the attendance, we had projected that we would be at about 70% of our norm, and we were spot on with that. And that was in part because of COVID and in part because we just had a bad weather day on Saturday evening.
Well, I think that's phenomenal. I think 70%, especially coming out of what we're coming into. And last year, of course, it was virtual. Last year, I caught some of it online, and you guys did a great job providing that service for everybody. So my next guest is Mike Shevlin, and Mike is from Windy City Irish Radio, and he's also the president of the Irish American Heritage Center on the north side of Chicago. And Mike, you're so very active in Chicago's Irish American community, and you guys have been through so much these past 18 months. And I guess my question to you is quite similar. Are you seeing Chicago Irish Americans starting to move on with their lives as it looks like COVID's going to be around for quite a while?
Yes, I mean, it's needless to say, it's been kind of a challenging 18 months as it is for everybody. We've heard it all day today. I need to correct you on one thing. I'm currently the past president of the Irish American Heritage Center, retiring from that post recently. But at any rate, Chicago is coming back strong, little by little. And, we're wondering, we don't know what next steps are going to be, but there's live music to be had all over the city. The sessions are coming back, the concerts are coming back slowly but surely, and our community centers, Irish centers, the Irish American Heritage Center, which I'm involved, and also Gaelic Park on the south side of Chicago, are both still serving their membership and the communities at large, and as we normally would do. It's just not quite, as Mike had said earlier, not quite as the capacity that we might have been used to before, but we're trying to get full speed ahead.
Well, Mike, I have to say one thing. I've been out to Chicago quite a few times in my career, and I've performed at the Irish American Heritage Center up on the north side and Gaelic Park as well. And as I've traveled throughout the United States to all different Irish American communities, I have to say, what you guys do in Chicago is amazing. There's been lots of great facilities. I have to say Gaelic Park is just an amazing place. And what you guys have done up there at the Heritage Center, it's just a real model for a lot of Irish American cities to check out what's been going on in Chicago for many, many years. So hats off to all of you out there, really.
Well, right over here on the dais with us here, we have a young man named Kieran McGurl, okay? Now, Kieran is a film producer for the popular morning show on ABC, Good Morning America. And Kieran comes from a deep-rooted Irish-American family from Brooklyn. His grandfather, who I knew very, very well, was the founder of the Great Irish Fair in Coney Island and was the past Grand Marshal of New York's St. Patrick's Day Parade. Now, Kieran, you're one of the top talented film producers of one of the top TV shows in America, but you also graciously donate your talents. You're really something at the way you donate your talents to our Irish-American organizations here in New York. Last year, you produced the Irish Campfire, and I'm sorry, my notes here. You did the virtual Great Irish Fair, of which I was happy to be a part of with my band, and had the honor of being, you guys did the St. Patrick's Day Parade virtually as well. I mean, this must have been some experience, and I can only imagine the many hours of work you put into this. Maybe you could tell us about this.
Yeah, Andy. Well, first of all, thank you to the Irish Echo for having us and hosting this event today. It's really great, and it's really something. Basically, last year, we were in it just like everybody else. We were faced with a decision. We had 38 consecutive Great Irish Fairs. Do we take a year off, or do we find a way to do it? And we found a way to do it. I was lucky enough. I have a small production company of my own that I, was able to film everything. And we did a Facebook Live show. We had a couple, challenges with doing that. We didn't know how to profit from that. So we had the idea we launched on our website this thing called Friends of the Fair, where we were able to solicit donations, and we raised a pretty impressive amount of money we didn't ask anybody for anything. We didn't charge anything, and we got enough donation. We started a scholarship fund for children of first responders, who we thought that was a very noble cause, especially last year. There was that part of how we made money through the donations. And then thanks to gracious artists like yourself, Andy, who took a considerable price decrease, we were able to put the fair off. We went out and we filmed with everybody. We called in a couple favors. There's a band from Waterford, Ireland, the whole shebang, who for years were staple of the Irish scene here in America. In the 90s and early 2000s, they were the Great Irish Fair. They were the headliners. We called a dear friend, Tom Comerford, and asked him for a favor, and he got the band together, and they did a set for us. And it was just so gracious to all those acts who, went above and beyond for us so that we could hold the show and carry on that tradition. It's also kind of a cool thing. Dominic Hearn, who was a member of the whole shebang, passed away recently, and we have on tape one of his last performances at the Great Irish Fair, and that was just so special to be able to blast out to everyone and share his legacy with Irish America. And we were lucky enough to have more people tuned in than I could have ever imagined. We had people in Australia. We had a small German contingent, which was strange but great for us. We were just very blessed and very lucky to be able to keep that tradition going. And I'm happy to say on September 25th, we'll be back on the boardwalk in Coney Island with Gaelic Storm, and we're going to be doing the Great Irish Fair for the 40th consecutive year. So we're blessed for that.
Wow, we should give this man a round of applause. I have to tell you, whenever I try to contact Kieran, the best way to contact him is to text him, and he'll get back to me when he can. This guy is just an amazingly busy guy. And for him I'm telling you, the editing hours and all the traveling you did, capturing all the live music that you captured, it really was something, and we thank you. We really do. Absolutely. All right, well, next with us we have Carrie McMahon. And Karen represents the Irish Heritage Club in Chicago. Seattle. Whoops. Okay, of course, Seattle. And I have to say, this is one of the most unique Irish organizations I've ever come upon. And I'm just going to let Karen explain it to you, because it really is a cool thing, and it could be a great model for different cities throughout the U.S. or the world. Here we go.
So thank you everyone for having me here today, and especially to the Irish Heritage Club in Seattle for supporting me to be here. Seattle is set up quite differently in that we are, the Irish Heritage Club in essence is an umbrella organisation for multiple partners. So we're a non-for-profit organisation that has 501c non-for-profit license, and we're actually celebrating our 40th year in operation in 2022. We really promote all things Irish, all things culture, and that includes everything from music, art, dance, literature, dance, I've said dance already, the St. Patrick's Day Parade, Irish Week, Seniors Luncheon, Irish Night of the Mariners, all the events that are put on throughout the year. And we don't do this on our own. What I would say is over the years, we've been sports clubs like Seattle Gales, Tacoma Rangers, Business Network, the In Seattle Business Network has set up, and also Ceol Custadia, which supports music schools. We have a Seattle Galway Sister City organisation, Seattle Irish Immigration Centre organisation. That's the same board, just a different name. So, what else have we got? Irish Reels, and each one of those organisations is actually functioning under our one non-for-profit licence. So we all operate independently, and we all have separate financial revenue streams. But when it comes to the end of each year, I as treasurer, pull all those accounts together. And basically, each person submits them to myself. I try and pull it together for the accountant. And we submit it as a joint club, and so it really works well for us because we save on so many things in relation to insurance, accountancy submissions, and the other thing that has really done and really supported is the fact that we are not competing against each other for in essence Irish events. We're actually working collaboratively, more like a coalition of Irish networks. And I have to say, John Keane, Mary Shreen, Brendan Shreen, all of these families that moved to Seattle way back in the late 60s, early 70s, had the concept and the thought process to put this in place at the very, very beginning. The very, very first St. Patrick's Day Parade, or it wasn't actually called that at the time, but it was in 1972, and they actually applied for a license for a religious procession. And they were granted that, and it became it was the very first St. Patrick's Day Parade in Ireland, in Seattle. And each year at that time, it was just a few people with, flags from their counties, and it has grown into something ginormous. We will be celebrating our 50th anniversary of St. Patrick's Day Parade in Seattle this coming March, and that's something we're very, very proud of.
I think it's awesome, especially the idea that this is kind of an umbrella for all Irish organizations in Seattle, that they all know what they're doing. So, sometimes we have problems, running events, and then you find out that another organization is running on the same night. How many times has that happened? Well, they've eliminated that, and they all come under the same insurance. And I think it's a great thing and a great, great model. So let's hear for Karen McMahon, everybody. All right. Well, we have time for one more line of questioning, okay? And Mike Mitchell, I'd like to bring you into the conversation here. And I understand that Irish Fest definitely went through a lot of challenges this year, especially with entertainers coming from outside the U.S. that were not able to get visa appointments. I can only imagine the challenge you had, because I know how much entertainment you have coming from outside the U.S. Walk us through how you overcame this.
Well, it was always a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, a plan E. We, up until 2 weeks before the festival, still had hope that we were able to get several of the acts in from Scotland, from Ireland, and we kept working towards that end. But then about a month ago, we decided we better start defining what plan B and C would be. And so we started lining up other entertainment acts. And we really kind of took a position that we would rather have too many entertainment acts and that we will figure that out, as opposed to not having enough and not putting on a quality product for our patrons. And so the 11th hour, unfortunately, we did learn that we were not able to get any of the entertainers from Scotland, Ireland, Canada, We just had some serious limitations that way, but we had already lined up other entertainers to fill those gaps so that, again, the patrons would get a full show. We had probably around 70 acts. We had 14 stages of live entertainment. And something we did different this year is we had a virtual component in concert with the actual event. So we learned last year that people are hungry for not only the live entertainment, but if for some reason they can't be there, they want to participate virtually. They still want to be able to experience it. And we had a fear that people wouldn't come to the festival if they had the option of doing it virtually. But we learned last year that no, if they have the opportunity to come, they want to have that social experience. They want to do it in person. So really what we were doing is providing a source for those people who were unable to come for any reason. And we anticipate that we will be doing that for many years to come.
You know, I think the virtual concept is just something that happened during COVID. I did quite a few virtual things, and I see it as something that could be here to stay. Because I think people love to go on their computer and they'll click. We see it on Facebook. And of course the Milwaukee Irish Fest. People can't get to it one year, and they can catch some of it. So I think it's a real positive silver lining that kind of came out of this whole experience. Okay.
And
So
that virtual event is still available to them in the future, so they can still watch it tomorrow or next week or next month.
absolutely. And is there places where people can donate to?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, just a great thing that's come out of all this. Mike Shevlin, you have a great journey, very, very similar to mine. My grandfather was an Irish tenor, okay, and he came to America back in the 20s, and I heard him sing my whole life, and he used to love to sing the songs of the Irish tenors of the time, Joseph Locke and John McCormick, and these were all his favorites. And in fact, he told me a special story that he actually got to be backstage at Carnegie Hall in New York in 1935 to watch his hero, John McCormick, which must have been quite amazing. And the first time I went on that stage at Carnegie Hall, all those thoughts were going through my mind. So you've had a similar upbringing with your dad, who sadly passed away 10 years ago, and he had to be your inspiration. I understand he was the founding member of the Heritage Center on the North Side, of which I had the honor of being there with Phil Coulter. And for 18 years, he hosted an Irish radio program. Now, you have kind of continued in his footsteps, and you created Windy City Irish Radio. And I'm sure your listeners were so happy during this dark time of the pandemic to have you. What was going on with that? And were you finding more listeners?
Yeah, it was an interesting journey. Irish radio programming is usually very local, and our job, I have a co-host as well, and the two of us are the thought of, what I wanted to do was kind of what my dad used to do way back in the day, and I was lucky enough to be able to work with him on the show in the last years that it was on the air back in the 90s, and his role was to be someone that would spread the news of what's going on in the community. So whether that be an artist like you, Andy, coming through town and is performing someplace, he'd want to have you on to talk about the show and what you're performing, or whether it be an author or a.
I think I did interview with your dad a couple of times years ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but so in a way, we are the ones that we're a community resource, and so when the pandemic hit, it changed a little bit because there was nothing more to promote. When we went remote, just like everybody else went remote, and we are still remote. But what it did was it opened the door that we weren't necessarily tapping into before. We had a whole bunch of artists. Our music is our primary thing on our radio show, and that being our focus, we would talk to artists whenever they would come in. They'd come and they'd play live in the studio. We interview them from afar. But when the pandemic hit, there was a lot of people with a lot of time on their hands, and also a lot of people, musicians, not knowing how to promote themselves, and so we started a whole thing where we would, on every other week basis, we would interview a different artist that had a new record coming out. And what we found out is that, as we've heard also a lot today, was a very fertile ground for creativity when it comes to music and when it comes to anything in the arts, the pandemic. And so we found we had a lot more to talk about than we thought we might. It just extended outwards from our local community because we didn't have community events to necessarily promote. So it was an interesting change, and now we're back to the usual. We have a little bit of both, but the relationships that we were able to build over the last year and a half has been great.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I could relate to a lot what you're talking about there, because I found, of course, with me being a musician, a songwriter, an artist, I found myself getting back to songwriting and ended up releasing 7 singles, believe it or not, over the 18 months in Ireland on country and Irish radio. And, so I was able to concentrate more on that, and we're another 4 or 5 songs away from getting an album out, and maybe wouldn't have had time to do it with all the touring that we do throughout the year. So, and of course, we want to thank people like you for playing our music, because you're our lifeline. We need you to play our music and get it out there. And so, Mike Shevlin, thank you very much. A nice round of applause for Mike Shevlin there. Now, Kieran McGurl, we've worked together on many projects, but I have to say that the one most special one that we worked on together was the song I wrote with my son Ryan, and it was featured here last year on the Campfire, and we're all in this together. It was a song that I had written. I was down at the piano writing. I had the first verse done, and Ryan comes up to me. He's about 22, 23 years old. He goes, "Dad, that sounds good." He came out with the second verse. So I knew we had something special after we did it on our Facebook Live, and we couldn't believe there was 30,000 people that tuned into our Facebook Live. And we had to record it. So actually I went down to Nashville. I have some good contacts down there. And during COVID, we recorded it. And funny enough, quick story, in the recording studios, when you record, everybody's in a separate booth. So I said to the engineer, I said, "How has the pandemic affected you?" He says, "Not at all. We're all in separate booths." But anyway, we did record this, and I came back up and I sent it to Kieran. I said, "Kieran, we should be able to do something with this. Get a video out, at least up on Facebook." And Kieran came up with a great video. So if you have a chance, go on YouTube, and it's Andy Cooney, Ryan Cooney. We're all on this together. Okay, all about the kind of what we all went through. So, when you do something so meaningful as that, and it touched a lot of people, we had almost 1 million hits on YouTube. New York One played it a few times in New York, and it affected a lot of people, because I can't tell you how many messages I got on it. And maybe you could just tell us, I know myself when I sing, and if we play Carnegie Hall and we get a standing ovation, there's a certain feeling that you get, and I just wonder if it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, when I was actually interviewing for my job, they asked why I wanted to work at ABC News, and I said I wanted to work on stuff that mattered. And when I heard Andy's song, that was something that mattered. And in the year we were all going through, I wanted to find a way to make it matter to everybody else. And I was doing this in coordination with our fair promotion. We had launched a Thank Your First Responders campaign for the Great Irish Fair. And what we had been doing is we reached out to EMS, fire, police, mailmen, garbage men, grocery store workers, these people who were on the front lines doing the work for us so that we could kind of keep our lives going even though we were quarantined. And my favorite part of Andy's video has nothing to do with the shoot. It has to do with the fact that we were able to reach out to even more healthcare workers and have them send in pictures. And if you watch that video, we highlight those people in there. And I think it's a way, like when we can do videos like that and we can have things like the Great Irish Fair shine a light on people doing the work doing the things that need to get done, who don't necessarily get thanked every day, like that's the most rewarding thing for me. That's a way that Irish America can say thank you for what you're doing, in a cool way that lots of people see. I know you said a bunch of people have seen the video. Some of our most popular Facebook posts last year were the ones where we just thank people in our Irish community who were working, working on the front lines of the pandemic. And that means a lot to me, because that stuff matters. That's different than just getting a paycheck or doing a music video. That's the stuff that really is important.
Well, I have to say one thing. I think Kieran is pretty good on camera than behind the camera. What do you think, huh?
Thank you.
Well, absolutely. And, we have a video coming out tomorrow on Facebook that Kieran produced. And I also sing with the New York tenors. Danny Rodriguez is singing Cop from 9/11. And also Christopher Macchio, he's the New York Italian tenor. And, of course, I'm the New York Irish guy, okay? And we play Carnegie Hall quite a lot and some venues like that around the U.S. And we did a virtual concert back in January for Father Frank Pizzarelli at Hope House Ministries, a foundation for those young people fighting addiction. And the New York Tenors, we did the concert in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Kieran organized the video. We videotaped the concert, showed it virtually. There's a song on that particular video called I Won't Turn My Back on You. It's written by my drummer, Jimmy Kelly, another fine writer in Ireland who spent many years here in New York, Carl Cochran. And I was looking for songs for the New York Tenors. And I heard this song, and the first thing I thought of were first responders, people like our police, our firefighters, our EMT, and of course our military. And it just pressed all the buttons. And so we had the live footage from the concert. I sent it to Kieran. I said, Kieran, could you maybe insert some first responders and into the video? So Kieran just did this for me this week. He just sent it to me. So I'm going to post it on Facebook tomorrow. So if you could share it with your friends. And first responders, especially what we're all going through right now in these days over in Afghanistan, amazing people, amazing, our first responders, our firefighters, our police, our EMT, just selfless people. And actually the song got into the hand of Tunnel to Towers Foundation. And we performed for them, and they actually made it their kind of unofficial anthem, if you will.
One thing I want to add is when the tenors performed this song, Danny Rodriguez, as Andy said, he's one of the hero cops of 9/11. He prefaces it with a story about the messaging in that line. I won't turn my back on you, and it's really powerful. And obviously with the 20th anniversary of 9/11 coming up, I'm looking forward to see Andy perform this song at the Great Irish Fair on the 25th. It's gonna really, we're honoring first responders there as well. We're honoring 9/11 people who went through 9/11, and it's just gonna mean a lot. And that song means a lot to so many people.
And it does. You see, first responders, these are the people that serve and protect us, but they also serve and protect each other. And that's what this song and video is all about. So if you will, check it out. Well, my final question of today, and I thought it was great. We had so many great responses there. And I want to go back to Karen McMahon from Seattle. And she's from the Irish Heritage Club out there. And Karen, you are from Ennis County Clare. Okay? That is the most enriched county for Irish music. It really is. Tell us about your experience growing up and what brought you to Seattle.
Well, Ennis is an amazing town, as you all know. I think I've spoken to so many people over today and last night who've all been there and all drawn there for the music. And of course the Burn. I mean, it's so scenic. I mean, we played terrible piano at home when we were kids. It was a musical in tin whistles. I was in what's called Stepho's Army in school. It was Sister Stephanie's band, and I played tin whistle. I went to school with Sharon Shannon. I mean, I've grown up with her. There's been music around me all my life. You can't stop tapping. Any of you have been watching me all day. I'm very restless. I can't sit still because I think it's in you all the time as an Irish person. I ended up in Seattle 5 years ago after being a period. I am a nurse and I work in healthcare, and I've led teams of staff through COVID, and it's been a very tough time. But that's how I ended up in Seattle, was for a job. I fell in love and I ended up there 5 years ago, and within 3 months I had met the Irish Heritage Club, and I was on the board within 3 months and 2 days. So they saw we'll make good work out of you, was I remember one of them saying to me when I was peeling the potatoes to show someone how to make Kilcannon. So Seattle is a phenomenal place. There are incredible Irish people there. What I didn't get to say earlier on is that we do everything we do, the parade, Irish Week, this genealogy, everything we do is 100% volunteer hours. We do not have a single employee. And, all the sports, the education, the Irish language, the reels, everything that we do is actually incredible. Met with Robert O'Driscoll from San Francisco this week, and he was it was so nice to hear him say how proud he was of the quality of work we put on this year for a virtual Irish festival. We didn't know what we were doing, and what we came up with was just amazing, and we're just so proud of what we put on this year. Not just a virtual parade, but we also set up websites, filmed Irish immigrant stories, got every dancer we could think of on camera. We had previous grand marshals, we had culinary, cooking, literature, everything. And it's all there in snippets on a website for people to watch, just like someone said earlier on, for years to come. And you know, considering we're not professionals, we did an amazing job. And I'm so proud of everyone in Seattle.
Oh, Karen, thank you very much. I want to thank Marcin for inviting me to be here today, and all the folks I got to see, and of course Leo McGuire. Thank you for that fine introduction. I appreciate that. I'm a proud Hibernian myself, Division 15 out in Long Island, and Brandon Cooney is here. We got our first degrees together in New Orleans, so it's just an honor to be here and to talk to Irish America. And special thanks to the Irish Echo for all that they do, serving all of us here, Irish America. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Andy Cooney for getting up the time to be with us. An icon of Irish America. Let's thank the panel, and then we're going to close with thank Karen and Kieran and our friends have left us from around the country. So you can because if you stay here all night, you'll miss the dinner. So some public service announcements. At 6 p.m. we'll start dinner upstairs, and dinner event in America is different from Ireland. In Ireland, everybody arrives at say 10:30, 11. That's people come early, and it goes on to 4 o'clock. But here we start at 6 p.m. and by 9 o'clock you'll all be in bed. So 6 p.m. upstairs, a beautiful skylight room of Rosie O'Grady's. We'll see you there. There is a visit tomorrow at noon to the new Irish Arts Centre. Some of you have said you want to join that, or anyone else wants to go to that. It cost a king's ransom, I think $60 million. It's absolutely breathtaking building, and Aidan and the team at the Irish Arts Centre very happy to welcome us in for a behind-the-scenes tour at noon tomorrow. Can we thank Conla and Amy, who are in Belfast? It's late in Belfast. Done a great job. Can we thank Mark and Cahill and Jack, who've done a wonderful job in the AV here as well all day. You know, this was the tip of the iceberg all week. They've been speaking to people right across the US to make sure that all the systems worked and so on. So a tremendous amount of work. Can we thank our wonderful moderator, Leo McGuire, Sheriff McGuire. Can we thank the Irish ACO team? Eileen has been here. Eileen, come on, Eileen. Eileen has been, where is she? How do you pronounce your name? Eileen has been here. Madeline, who you all know, has been at the door doing a great job as well, trying to escape. But also Tracy back in the office, Ray, who will be with us later tonight, and Peter McDermott, who's been tweeting and social media and taking photographs all day as well. So thank you to all those. I can't believe that the GoFundMe hasn't removed that donate button, but it's still there and people are still donating to the expenses of the campfire. So I appreciate that very much. So from me, thank you all. Let it be noted that Assemblyman Mike Fitzpatrick stayed with us. He'll be here later on as well. Belfast Ambassador, and he's with another Belfast Ambassador, Francis Schott of Stage Left Steak, who have the coolest masks of anybody. So I have to get that in. I promise Francis I'll wear my mask for all my photographs. So to all the Belfast ambassadors here, to all the ambassadors for Ireland and for Irish America here, Gura Ked Moiga, thanks a million. See you at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Gura Moiga.